Right. So Haley, use the co-host, right? Use the boss, second in command. So get this question I read here, man.
Yes, ma'am. Use a calculator or otherwise determine the value of 2/3 of 1/8 plus 5/12 divided by 1/9. Give your answer in exact form.
Okay. Now everybody here have a Casio, right? So I do expect this to give anybody problem. Nobody. So anytime you hear the word off, if I say, guys, if I say a half of eight, if I say a half of eight, what are you gonna do there? If I say a half of eight, what does that mean, Haley?
Um, Multiply.
You're gonna multiply, right? So I'd say a half multiplied by eight. So what's going on is we have 2/3 multiplied by this entire expression inside the brackets, right? So I want everybody to plug it into the Casio and let me know what you get. If you don't have a Casio, hard luck. I will show you how to do it, Justin. Uh,
This has 2 marks, right? If you just give an answer, you would lose any mark.
they did say using a calculator, so
Okay.
okay, what we're gonna do, right? We could work it in parts. So we could say this, and in the other line, we could say 2/3 multiplied by 1/8 plus. Right? You're supposed to get to the 1/8 inside of the brackets. Let me know if you all got that.
Yeah.
All right. So then that's going to be 2/3 multiplied by to the 1/8. And that should be to the 1/12. Now, could somebody tell me what to the 1/12 is in mixed format? So, Keely, what's the most amount of times 12 going to the 1 without leaving a remainder?
2 times.
2 times, right? So that's going to be 24. So 24 is how much less than 31?
7.
7. So that's going to be 2 on 7/12. Excellent. Now, for those who cannot do this because they don't have a Casio, I'm going to show you how to do it the long way. So there's run. Let me run through this real fast. So this is the alternative method. So there's run. You understand that the off means multiplied, right? You understand that.
Yeah, yeah.
And inside the brackets, we have addition and division. So if you have an expression with division and addition, you have to use what? Starts with B.
Yeah, use bond mass.
You got to use BODMAS. So what comes first? Addition or division?
A division.
Right? So BODMAS. Division is over here, addition is over here. So we have to do division first. So we will do the division first. So that's going to be, so we're going to do 5/12 divided by 1/9 first. So 5/12 divided by 1/9. So that's wrong. That's the same thing as 5/12. And when we're converting division to multiplication, what do we do? So that 1/9 is going to turn to what?
Flip it. Yeah, flip the thing.
All right, so you go turn to 9/1, right?
9/1.
Right, so work that out for now. Are there any things we could simplify? Karen, don't really have anything we could simplify there. If you look at over here now, is there any number that could simplify both 9 and 12? Tell me that one. Is there any number that could simplify 9 and 12?
Yeah, 3.
3, right? So 3 could go into 9 how much times?
3 times.
3 times, and 3 could go into 12 how much times?
4 times.
Right. Then we're going to say 5 by?
That's 5/1.
No. You multiply the numerator
Or
by
5/3, sorry.
and the
Yeah,
denominator
5/3.
by the denominator, right? So 5 by 3 is 15, and 4 by 1 is 4. Okay, so we know, so let's write back what we have now. So we have 2/3 multiplied by 1/8 plus 15/4. Oh, guys, if any other friends want to join and thing, you could let them join, but I'll give all the priority them could just look by, but I'll give all the priority, all the main people here. Right. Right. So let's run. And we still have a simplified terms inside the brackets.
Yeah.
And do they have the same denominator or do they have different denominators?
A different denominator.
Right. So we need to go work that out. So that's going to be 1 over 8 plus 15 over 4. Anytime you have two different denominators, what you have to do?
We have one common denominator.
Right, you gotta get the LCM. What's the LCM between 8 and 4?
Yeah, same with 4.
Nah,
Or you can use 2.
no.
Hmm?
That wouldn't work. Remember what I tell you. If you use 2, right? That's wrong. Could 8 go into 2?
So I
Good.
use 8, sorry.
You gotta use 8, right? Because both 8 could go into 8 one time and 4 could go into 8 two times. You have to use 8. You can't use anything smaller.
Yeah.
8 into 8 is 1. 1 by 1 is 1. 4 into 8 is
Or you use 2.
2 by 15 is
Okay, it's 30.
right. So you're gonna end up with 30 plus 1, which is 31 over 8. I'll almost show you like a real go-to trick. Let's run. Watch this, right? You need the same denominator, right? You need the same denominator. So what do you think easier to get? 8 or 4? What denominator I think it easy to get? 8 or 4? If you had to get 4, you had to divide the top and bottom by 2. That's something kind of complicated, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what you could do is, and I could just simply multiply the top and bottom here by 2, because 4 by 2 is 8, right?
Yeah.
And if I do that, I'm going to end up with 30 over 8,
Yeah.
and then 1 over 8 plus 30 over 8 is 31 over 8.
Yeah.
So that's another way you could do it. You could locate which one is very easy to get to look like the other one. So it's very easy to make this 8, and so I'll multiply the top and bottom by 2. And I get 30 over 8. 30 over 8 plus 1 over 8 is 31 over 8. And we're in business, right? So that being said, we can now replace the brackets with 31 over 8. All right. And we're in the same position as over here, the exact same position. Right? So let's run. What we'll do next? Are there any things I could simplify? If you're looking at 2 and 8, how many things I could simplify there?
Yeah.
What could go into both 2 and 8?
2.
2. 2 into 2 is?
2 into 1 and 20 is 4.
Correct. 1 by 31 is?
41 is 31.
3 by 4 is?
4 is 12.
Right. It is same answer. And let's run. And 2 is the most amount of times 12 could go into 31 without leaving a remainder.
Yeah.
Because if you say 12 by 3, you'll get 36, and 36 is more than 31. You can't do that. So it's going to be 2 and 7 over 12. If anybody confused, watch. If I say 3 by 12, that's going to be 36. I can't use 3. But 2 by 12 is 24. But that is not quite 31. 24 is actually 7 less than 31. So you need to say 7 over 12. So everybody okay with this question? Easy 2 marks? I had to be vocal, you know. Haley, Nicholas.
Yeah.
Okay. I gassing all up. I gotta gas all yourself up. Right, let me go. Next question. Well, I already know we're gonna use Casio for this. So, I mean, I'll be using my brain for this. So plug that into the Casio. 314.2 minus fraction 26082 all over 52164. Right? You should get 313.7. Just confirm that. I want somebody to confirm that.
Yeah.
But guys, is that in standard form?
No.
No, that's not in standard form. Aliyah, will you be leaving your answer as 313.7?
No.
No. In standard form, guys, in standard form, you have exactly one term. An example of standard form is like 5.2 by 10 to the power 3, 6.7 by 10 to the power minus 2. But you notice that we get the decimal point one space before a significant number. So it's always before the number. So let's apply that same logic over here. So there's run. If you notice in this question, the decimal place is actually 1, 2, 3. But we don't want that. We want it to be right here. So there's run. What we're going to do is we're going to take the decimal point and we're going to shift it 1, 2. So we're shifting it 2 spaces to the left. If I'm shifting the decimal places 2 spaces to the left, that's going to be a positive power or a negative power.
Positive power.
Right. And if anybody wants a view, it's intuitively, check this out. So there's run. If I take the point and I put it right here, and this is a small number,
Yeah.
but I want to get back 313. So if I want to get back 313, and I have to multiply by 10 to the power 2, which is 100.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the answer there. Right. Healy, you go there?
Yep.
Nice. Moving on. Right. Aliyah, help me with this question. Since you write this paper.
Okay. Jim packed several cases of fruit juice for sale. Each case contained 24 boxes of juice in 3 different varieties: apple, orange, and pineapple in the ratio 2 to 5 to 1, respectively. How many boxes of pineapple juice were packed in each case?
All right. So Aliyah, before we do anything, let's look at it intuitively. How ratios work is that it tells you how much shares each got. So which one got 2 shares?
Apple,
Apple. Which one got 5 shares?
orange,
And what got 1 share?
pineapple.
So how much shares we have altogether?
8.
So we have a total, we have a total share of is 8, right? So, and where are we getting that? Where are we getting these shares from? What's the total number?
The 3 different varieties of juice.
Wait, yeah. And what's the total amount we have?
24 boxes.
Right. So we getting 8 shares from 24. So what would 1 share be then? If we're getting 8 from 24, what would 1 share be?
3.
3, right? Makes sense. So 1 share would be equal to 24 divided by 8. So 1 share is equal to 3. Healy, let me just run that back one more time. So Healy, understand that we're sharing it in 8 parts, right?
Yeah.
And the total amount we have is 24. So each part would have to have 3, right? 8 by 3 is 24.
Yeah.
So out of the 8 shares, we're dealing with pineapple. How much pineapple we had? What was the share for the pineapple?
3.
3? Yeah, so you're correct thing because
Because 8 of 24 is 3.
and the number of shares for pineapple was 1. And we know 1 share is 3. Right? So the answer is 3. Healy, let me just say they asked you for, let me just say apples. How would you figure out apples? How much apples did they pack?
2 8 of 24.
Right? Or even simpler. How much we know 1 share is? 1 share is what?
3.
3. And how much shares did we give to Apple?
2.
So 3 by 2 is?
6.
Right. If I ask you about oranges now, if I ask you about oranges, how much shares did we give to oranges?
5.
And how much is 1 share?
3.
So that'll be?
15.
And if I add up all the shares, what's supposed to get?
24.
6 plus 15 is?
21.
21 plus 3 is?
24.
We good. So you fully understand that.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
If I
nice.
do it a different way, Rajeev.
That's okay. let me guess, you do it. You say you said 2/8. Wait, no, you would have say 1/8 by 24. That's
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine. So the alternative way to work this question, you write each as a fraction of the share. So altogether, you would have 8 shares. So if we have 8 shares, then the pineapple would be 1/8 of the 24. So that's what you did it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So let me just explain that real quick. So altogether, we have 8 shares. So we know that the total is 8 shares. And of the 8 shares, 1 was for pineapple. And we also know that the total is 24. So that would make pineapple 1/8 of 24. Now be 3. If we're dealing with apples, apples would just be 2/8 of 24, which is 6. And pineapple, when we do pineapples already, pineapples is 3. Which one I didn't do? I didn't do oranges. Oranges would be 5/8 of 24. So that would be 15. So both methods are valid, are equally correct. Equally correct. Equally correct, right? Let me know if both of the methods are you understand.
Yeah.
So we're good, right? Healy, which method are you using?
Bergeron's method.
Okay, right? So whichever method all you understand. So let's move on. Let me see if this question really invalid. Because I seen pineapples over here. Let me see what's going on. So Amy, I'm calling upon you.
Yeah.
Right. So Amy, give the question I read.
The profit gained from selling all the boxes of pineapple juice is $35.64. Each box of pineapple juice was sold at $3.34. Show that the cost price of a box of pineapple juice is $2.35.
Right. So they are telling us that the profit gain from selling all the boxes of pineapple juice is 35.64. So by selling all the boxes of pineapple, I'm getting 35.64. Right? So the profit here is 35.64. And each box of pineapple was sold at $3.34. So each box is $3.34. Show that the cost price, so they want us to figure out the cost price. The cost price is $2.35. So how I would do this was, I would have taken the number of pineapple juices and I would multiply it by the cost with the profit. So that's 3.34. And in doing that, I would get the cost with the profit. I would subtract that from 35.64 and I would get the original cost for the pineapple juice. And I would divide that by the number of pineapple juice. So let me see if we have all those pieces of information. So, okay, Amy, I see why the question is invalid. In the prior question, according to this, they just said that you had 3 pineapples in each box, but it didn't specify the number of boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is an invalid question. The reason why it's invalid is because they didn't specify how much boxes. They didn't specify how much boxes it have. All we know is how much pineapple juice it have in one box. In the first part, we just found how much it have in one box. Yeah. So this was an invalid question. Right? And I guess if this is an invalid question, that would make B invalid as well, right? Oh no, you could actually figure that out.
Oh yeah.
You could actually figure that out, right? Because they told us what was the selling price and the cost price. So if I want to figure out the percentage profit, I would say the profit, it would be the profit over the cost price multiplied by 100. That's when you understand that? Profit over cost price multiplied by 100.
Yeah.
All right, so what was the profit? If you sell it for $3.34 and you buy it for $2.35, what's the profit? So you sell it for $3.34 and you buy it for $2.35. What's the profit there? What's the profit margin? I'm waiting for somebody to tell me. What's the profit margin there?
99 cents.
99 cents. So we're going to say 0.99 all over the cost price. What was the cost price that's wrong?
Cost price is $2.35.
Right. And I'm going to multiply this by 100. And so somebody plug that into your calculator, let me know what you're getting.
$4.21.
4.21%. That's even kind of low.
Oh, no, that's not. Sorry.
Because like 0.99 is kind of like half of $2.35.
I typing the wrong thing. That's not.
I get that too.
Let me check. Okay, multiply by 100.
Yeah.
42.12.
That make a lot more sense. So Haley, logically, look at this, right, Haley? 0.99, that's basically a dollar, right? That dollar is like close to half of $2.35.
Yeah.
So your answer had to be like 50 to 40 something logically. Logically. So the answer should be 42.1%. Typically, if they don't specify a round off to three significant figures or two decimal places. Does everybody go with this question?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. Oh, they should be real good in this. Healy, you already know I'm calling on you. You already know that. Because we do a real thing on this.
Yeah.
So this one over here, what are looking like?
What do you mean?
What is it looking like? What cases is it looking like? Are we going to use grouping? Are we going to use difference of two squares?
Grouping.
Grouping? No. Nah.
I don't know the name, but I know when
That's
you
with
use
D.
D.
I'll give you a hint, right? So we have x squared minus 49. What's another way I could write 49?
7 squared.
So it's a difference of
2 squares. Oh, okay.
right. And anytime you have a difference of two squares form, which is x minus a by, okay, I'll give you the answer, gentlemen. If you have something in the form x squared minus a squared, it will be x minus a by x plus a. Someone probably sees in this form, a squared minus b squared. That'll be the same thing, a minus b by a plus b. So Healy, all we had to do now is recognize ways A and B. Let me just use this one. So Healy, if we compare this on this, you could recognize what A is and what B is.
Yeah.
Wait, this can't be B. Tell you that, Healy, this can't be B. For it to be B, it would need to be represented in a squared form. So this is a more appropriate form. So A is what? What is A in this case? What is acting like A?
A is X.
And B is?
7.
Right. So with that being said, this is going to be, tell me what it's going to be.
It's gonna be X minus 7 and X plus 7.
Perfect. And guys, if you all said this is an alternative answer, could I write and is equally correct. If you wrote x plus 7 by x minus 7, this is also correct. Amy, you want to tell them why correct?
Because multiplication, cognitive, how you pronounce it? You know what I'm talking about?
Commutative.
Yes, that.
Yes. So multiplication is commutative, and that's a big fancy word. If you don't know what I mean, let me show you. So 5 by 7 is what? What's that, Amy? It's 5 by 7.
35.
7 by 5 is any difference?
No.
No. So it doesn't matter the order in which you multiply. So you can multiply you could put the x plus 7 first, the x minus 7 first. It don't make a difference. You multiply and you get back the same answer. Right. Okay, and while on this topic, you all should remember how to do expansion. You should remember how to do expansion. So Haley, while we're at it, let us do the binomial expansion, right? So Haley, you remember how to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw my arrows. I wanna expand this out, and I'm supposed to get back the original expression.
Yeah.
We're supposed to. So x by x is
X squared
x by minus 7 is
minus 7x
plus 7 by x is
plus 7x
minus 7, 7 by minus 7.
minus 49.
What is minus 7x plus 7x?
X.
What? What the bomb cloud? No, 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 no. Imagine you had no, that wouldn't make sense. Okay, imagine if you had $7 and you spend $7. How much money you have?
None. Oh, okay.
None.
0.
Okay, imagine if you had 7x's and then Amy see you and she take the 7x's away. How much x's you have?
None.
Amy bad enough. So you're gonna end up back with x squared minus 49. And then that's the original expression.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get it correct there. So you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Gotta watch Amy, you know. Right. So let me continue with this question. So we have a quadratic over here. So because we have a quadratic, I'm going to open up two pair brackets. So here, remember the method. I'm looking at the first term. What do I multiply to get back x squared?
X.
So I'm saying x by x, and then I'm looking at the last term. So how can I multiply to get minus 35? Tell me some ways.
Um, 5 by minus 7.
5 by minus 7. But if I add 5 and minus 7, will I get back plus 2? To get a positive number, the positive number has to be bigger than the negative number. And what is bigger in this case?
7
7. So where should put the negative?
in front.
Should be by the 5. Because where is 7 minus 5?
Positive 2.
Right. So your answer is x minus 5, x plus 7. So you remember that well. Nice. Again, how you just do it? By the way, this is a simple trinomial. We say trinomial because it's three terms. And we call it simple because the coefficient of x squared is what, Haley? What's the number? You can't see it, but what's the number in front of x squared?
A.
No.
Oh, sorry, 1.
1. Yes. So A is 1. And while we're at it, B would be 2 and C would be
35. Minus 35.
minus 35. Right. So let me run through this method one more time. In this method, you're looking at the last term. You're looking at the last term. To get minus 35, I'd say minus 5 by 7. The two numbers you pick, I have to add to give you the middle term. So if I go in the calculator and I say minus 5 plus 7, and I'm going to get 2.
Yeah.
So this is the answer. So let me expand it out very quickly to see if we are correct. So expand that out from a quick Haley. Tell me.
X by x is x squared.
Mm-hmm.
And minus 5 by x is minus 5x.
Wait, that's not the order I always do it in. So x by x, then we move on to x by 7.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
X by 7 is 7x.
Mm-hmm.
And minus 5 by x is minus 5x. And minus 5 by 7 is minus 35.
Right, 7x minus 5x. If you have 7x and Amy take away 5, you remain with 2x.
Yeah.
See how Amy staying quiet? That really has something going on there, you know. Kelly, you and Amy have any beef?
No,
No? Okay, okay.
Amy is my girl.
Right, let me continue. Let me continue, right? So anytime you have a question like this, you need to write the both terms as a product of factors. So that's wrong. X squared minus 49. We found that that was the same thing as what by what?
X squared minus 49. Is the same as
Check
you
it out.
want x minus 7 and x plus 7.
Right. So that's the same thing as x minus 7 by x plus 7, right? And Aliyah, x squared plus 2x minus 35 is the same thing as what by what?
X minus 5 by x plus 7.
Are there any terms that could cancel off?
Yeah, the x plus 7.
Right. So what would we be left with?
X minus 7 over x minus 5.
Now, Aliyah, for everybody that are looking at this video, so Aliyah, maybe sometime in the future when you're a big lady, small kids like all their age will be looking at this video on YouTube. You have anything to tell them? You have anything to tell them about this?
You can't do that. Do not ever make that mistake.
Don't do that. It's not so easy to get rid of your ex. Don't do that. Right? So that's the final answer. I can't simplify that any further. That's it. So let's move on. Rearrange the formula shown below to make M the subject. So if we want to make M the subject, we need it to be on the left-hand side. And we also see a square by M. So Aliyah, if we are seeing a square by the M, what do you think we'll eventually have to do to the expression?
It could turn into the square root.
Right, because we would need to get rid of the square by the M. So you'd have to do the square root. Yeah, awesome. So here we're going to do, right? So Aliyah, do we want the minus, first things first, do we want M to be on the right-hand side?
No.
So I would move it across, right?
Yeah.
If I move across minus M squared, what's going to happen to it?
The minus could turn into positive, so it
Right.
would be M squared plus S.
Right, do I want the S on this side?
No.
No, because I want to find for M. If I want to find for M, M should be the only thing on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So that will be M squared is equal to?
K minus S.
Right. And we have M squared right now. We want to get M. What is the opposite of square?
Square root.
Right. So M would be equal to the square root of K minus S.
Yeah.
This will sound real bad, but I see in KS, and right now things so bad, I see in kill yourself. But
Oh my God.
I see enough for me. I don't do that. I'll go and kill the maths people. That's what I'm going to do. I'll go and kill the maths people. Right, so everybody go with that. If you have any questions, let me know. Desron, I know this used to give you some trouble. Healy, I know this is giving you trouble.
No, not this one specifically, but had one that gave me trouble. If I find it, I'll send you.
Okay. So are they okay with this, right? Desron, you want a quick run through again?
You're running back one more time now, please. Yeah.
All right. So Desron, they want us to make what the subject? What do they want us to make the subject?
So we make M the subject.
M the subject. So if we want to make something the subject, typically it is be on the left-hand side, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that being said, we're going to locate the M term. Now, Desron, in this expression, what is the M term?
M to M squared?
Not just M squared, it's minus M squared.
Minus M squared.
Right. Don't forget, we're also looking at the sign attached to the unknown. And we want that on the left-hand side, you agree, right? Left-hand side.
Yeah.
So to get on the left-hand side, I'm gonna carry it across. Anytime you move across something, the sign is gonna change. So that minus M squared is gonna turn to what? What is a minus M
Yeah,
squared?
we have plus.
That's gonna turn to plus M squared. Right? And what we have on the left-hand side as well?
Oh, you have K and S.
No, K is on the right-hand side. The only thing we have on the left-hand side is
Oh,
S.
yeah. Yeah.
But hence we move across the M squared now by the S.
Yeah.
So it come like we add an M squared to the left-hand side. So I'm going to say M squared plus S is equal to K now. Let me know if you catch that.
Yeah.
So again, on the right-hand side, I have minus M squared. I want it to be on the left-hand side. So I would need to move it across. Now, moving it across is the same thing as adding M squared on both sides. So I'll end up with M squared plus S is equal to K. Just Ronnie, understand that if you were to add M squared on this side, the positive M squared and the negative will cancel off, right?
Yeah.
You can see that. Nice. Right. So we have M squared plus S is equal to K. Let's run. Let we not lose the vision. We want to make M the subject. If you want to make M the subject, that had to be the only thing on the left-hand side. The only thing. So what we're going to do with S?
Yeah, that's an across S.
Right, because S don't
It'll
have,
be negative S now.
it'll be negative S, correct. Because to get rid of the S on the left-hand side and talk about a minus S from both sides,
Yeah.
right? So M squared would be equal to K minus S. And you have M squared. This means M squared. Do you want M squared or do you want M?
So
So what's the opposite of squaring something?
yeah, the square roots.
Right, you have to square root the whole right-hand side. Bam. So you good?
Yeah.
Okay, wood. All right. Anybody confused by this at all? Anybody? Can't take it. Everybody go with that. All right, so let me do this question. I'm going to reach question 3. I'm going to take a little break. Kira, if you see WhatsApp messages, oh God, if you see WhatsApp messages, that's
Advertising fail.
oh God, I need a secretary to decide on me, you know. This is what the hell? Hey, it's the
Actually, you was gonna get famous, you know.
hey, right? Okay, so Kira, while you're unmuted, let's just look at question C, right? Let's look at question C. So give question C a read for me.
Lisa has $56 to buy a total of no more than 70 red balloons and green balloons for her party. She buys more green balloons than red balloons, but must buy at least 15 red balloons. Each red balloon costs 75 cents and each green balloon costs 50 cents. Let X and Y represent the number of red balloons and the number of green balloons, respectively. Write two inequalities in X and Y other than X greater than or equal to 0 or Y greater than or equal to 0 to represent the information above.
All right. That's a lot of information to soak in, but let me take it one step at a time. So how much money she have? That will the amount of money she have will kind of cap everything. So how much money she have?
$50.
$56, right?
Yeah.
So automatically, right, Kira, if you're working with $56, and that means you could spend less than or equal to $56.
Yeah.
So anything to do with 56, it's going to be less than or equal to, because it can't spend more than 56, right? It can't be more than
Yeah.
56.
Okay.
And she has to buy a total of no more than 70. What does no more than 70 mean? What does no more than 70 mean?
Less than 70.
Less
Or
than or
would it be?
equal to.
I'm not going to say is either like less than or equal to 70.
Yeah. And the reason for that is because it is, if we say no more than 70, that kind of saying that 70 is the cap. So you could buy a total of less than or 70 balloons. I mean, if you understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
All right. So she has to buy a total of no more than 70 red balloons and green balloons. So we could come up with an inequality for that one time. Do you agree?
Yeah.
All right. So we're talking about no more than 70 red balloons and green balloons. So we're going to add there because and we're buying red balloons and green balloons.
Yeah.
So what are we going to use to represent red balloons in the question?
X.
Right? So we're going to say 70x.
And then we'll Well, yeah.
70, yeah?
Plus 70y.
We're making a little mistake there. What are we doing? What are we doing? So, Kira, you understand that X is the number of red balloons and Y is the number of green balloons, right?
Yeah.
And we're saying that, yeah, she can't buy more than 70. So,
Mm-hmm.
to write that expression, I would say X plus Y, and it has to be no more than 70. That's the answer there. Let me run that back one more time. So, Kira, any
Mm-hmm.
question is saying that Lisa has to buy a total of no more than 70
70.
balloons and green balloons. So the red balloons and the green balloons have to add up to less than or equal to 70. I'm going to catch what I'm saying,
Yeah, that's amazing.
right? And then they're saying she buys more green balloons.
Than red balloon.
So what sign is that one time?
Um, more
More.
green balloons.
What was the sign for more? It's the symbol, right?
Yeah.
She buys more green balloons and red balloons. Okay, so we come up with something one time, right? How
Mm-hmm.
to buy more green balloons and red balloons. So that would be for more. So Y would have to be more than X. So the number of green balloons has to be more than the number of red balloons,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let me see what they're saying again. Um, right? So she buys more green balloons and red balloons, but must buy at least 15 red balloons. Oh, there's a condition. So we can't just say that just yet. So Kira, they're saying that she has to buy more green balloons and red balloons, but she must buy at least 15 red balloons. Each red balloon costs $0.75 and each green balloon costs $0.50. So what do you think we should do here, Kira?
Mm,
So they're saying that she has to buy at least what?
at least 15 red balloons.
So what does that mean? So if they're saying that she must buy at least 15, at least, what does at least mean?
Like,
If I tell you,
15 or more.
yeah, that's correct. 15 or more. So what do we use to represent red balloons again?
X. X.
Right. So that'll be X is more than or equal to 15.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier we found that they said that she buys more green balloons and red balloons, right? So that's another valid one. I don't know why I erased it. So that would be Y is more than X. You okay with everything we've came up with so far?
Yeah.
All right. What next? Let X and Y represent the number of red balloons and write two inequalities in X and Y. So, Kira, did we answer the question?
Yeah, I would think so.
Right, because we have three inequalities here. Can
Yeah.
any of you guys see another inequality? There's one more. There's one more. And it involves the 56. Kira, can you see what I'm talking about? It involves the 56.
Um, would it be like
So, where's the most amount of money she could spend here?
I could answer.
$56?
Yeah, Haley, you could answer.
Wait, I don't know if it's correct, but is it 75 cents plus 50 cents must be less than or equal to 56?
No, you're going in the right path, but that's not it. Haley, let me just say you buy 10 red balloons. How do you find the cost for that? Would you just say 75 cents or what would you do?
Oh,
If I bought 10 red balloons and one cost 75 cents, how would you find the total cost?
I'll multiply it.
Right. So you're supposed to say 0.75 times the amount of red balloons I bought. What are we using to represent the amount of red balloons? What is the sign symbol?
Oh, why?
No, red balloons is X. Check it out. Let X and Y represent the number of red balloons and the green. So X first, that means red first. Y second, that means green second.
Okay.
You sure you catch that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So this would be the cost I spent on red balloons, and I'm also buying green balloons, right? So I would say plus, and what's the cost for a green balloon?
50.
My question is why two of them are different prices? Is it like some kind of racial thing going on here? Why is red costing more than green?
Because who like red?
Uh, when you and see when
I was thinking the same exact thing.
great minds think alike, that means you're gonna get one. Right? So let me not play the fool. So you understand that we're spending money on red balloons and green balloons. So
Yeah.
to figure out how much money I spent altogether on red balloons, I would say $0, and I would say 75 cents by X, because X is the amount of red balloons you buy. So to figure out the total you spent, you'd multiply the price for one by how much you buy. And you'd have to do the same thing for the green balloons. So tell me, what would I say for the green balloons?
50 cents wide.
And that has to be less than or equal to
56.
right. Now let's just say you don't want to write it as decimals. These all of these are correct, eh? All of these are correct. But let's just say you don't want to write this as a bunch of decimals. Or alternatively, I could write it as fractions, and you'll see where the problem is. Nothing is wrong with this. If you put this in, you get it correct, but I'm going to show you all some extra steps you could take to level up your answer. Desron, do we like fractions? Tell me fast, Desron, do we like fractions?
No.
So is there anything I can multiply throughout to get rid of the fractions here? So look at the denominators. We have 4 as the denominator and 2. What's something I can multiply everything by that will get rid of both 4 and 2? In other words, what is a number that both 4 could go into and 2 could go into?
Yeah, can you use 4?
We could use 4 because end 3/4 by 4. The 4 and the 4 will cancel off, right? And I'll get 3. And ends with a half. A half by 4, the 2 into 2 is 1, 2 into 4 is 2. You get 2, right? So once we get rid of
Yeah.
the fraction, yeah, we get rid of the fraction. So what we could do is, alternatively, you can multiply by 4 on both sides. So just run. If I multiply 3/4 by 4, what am I going to get? What is 3/4 by 4? Check it.
You'll get 3.
Right? So that this would turn to
Yeah, 3.
3x. That would turn to 3x. What is a half by 4?
You'll get 2.
Right? And what is 4 by 56? Remember, anything you do on one side, you have to do on the other side. So what is 4 by 56?
You'll get 2, you'll get 224.
Right. So these are the 4 possible expressions you could have come up with. Nicholas, Amy, are they have any questions? Are they good? Healy, Aliyah, everybody all right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, wood. All right, let's keep pushing. Oh, look, inversely proportional. Nice thing. So, Nicholas, I'm gonna call it help me with this question. So give this question a read.
But not y is inversely proportional to x minus 2 and x is equal to 11 when y is equal to 9. Find the value of y when x is equal to 20.
All right, so Nicholas, before we even do anything, when you hear inversely proportional, what are you thinking about? Oh, before we even say that, when you hear proportional, what do you think about?
I think proportional, I think in equal.
I guess we could say that. Let me explain what proportionality is. An example of proportionality. Remember when you was doing physics, right? And we were dealing with springs, and we said that the force applied is directly proportional to the extension.
Yeah.
Right. What I mean is the more force you apply, any spring is going to extend.
Yeah.
So what proportional means is that if one increases, the other one increases. If the other one decreases, the other one decreases. Understand what I'm saying, Nicholas?
Yeah.
Right. So, Nicholas, if you gain more aura points by answering this question correct, any ladies gonna come flocking towards you.
Of course.
Is that a proportional relationship there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you get the question wrong, that'll be like an inversely proportional relationship.
Uh,
But but let me just summarize, right? So Healy, a way to understand this. Proportional means if one of them increases, the other one also increases. If one decreases, the other one decreases. So if that's the case for proportional, and let me show you how to handle proportional. Anytime we have a proportional expression, in case it's coming in the exam tomorrow, let me just say that they said that y was proportional. This is how you would say it. You would say y, this over here is the symbol for proportionality. Y is proportional to x. And then you would say y is equal to kx, where k is the constant of proportionality. So just do that quickly. So Healy, basically what happened in here is that if x increases, y increases, vice versa.
Okay.
Let me give you a quick example of that. If I had y is equal to 2x, let me check out something. Let me see what happens when x is 1 versus when x is equal to 20. So Healy, when x is 1, what y will be equal to? I'll look at our functions here. When x is 1,
2,
when x is 20.
40.
So when x increases, what happens to y?
It increases.
Correct. So that's proportionality. So if that's proportionality, what do you think inverse proportionality will be? Make a wild guess. Tell me, Healy.
The opposite.
It would just be the opposite, right? So if one increases, the other one would?
Decrease.
Right. So the way we represent that is using a fraction. So check this out. So Nicholas, they're saying y is inversely proportional to x minus 2. So that would mean y is proportional. Would I say x minus 2 or would I say 1 over x minus 2?
by x minus 2.
Right. And I will explain this logic to you all quickly. Haley, look at this, right? Haley, check this out. Haley, imagine I give you a function y is equal to 1 over x. Haley, if the number in the denominator gets bigger, what's going to happen to the fraction? If this number in the denominator gets bigger, what happens to the fraction? Imagine I keep cutting pizzas into slices. The slices going to get bigger or smaller?
Smaller.
So, where you going to tell me is bigger, 1/5 or 1 over 100? Or bigger?
1.
1/5 bigger, right? So,
Yeah.
if I increase x, y going to get smaller?
Yeah.
Yeah, because when x is 5, y is bigger than when x is 100. So this is an example of a proportional relationship. If one increases, the other one decreases. And we utilize fractions for this. So let's continue. It's the same line as this. So after, when you want to get rid of the proportional sign, you're going to say equal. And you're going to add in the what there, Nicholas? Starts with, I'm not going to say. Well, we'll have to add in the next line.
Okay.
Key. Kiera, we got it. We got an Kiera here. Place mash up. Right, so Nicholas, you good, right?
Yeah.
And they want us to find the value of y when x is 29. Okay, so Nicholas, to do that, we first have to figure out the constant of proportionality. By the way, guys, k is the constant of proportionality. Right. So Nicholas, to find k, or this real similar to a straight line equation, I want everybody to unmute. Until you know sometimes when you're finding for y is equal mx plus c, you go plug in the gradient and you go plug in an x and y value and you go find for c. That's one, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Keely, you know what I'm talking about? Like you have a straight line, you will find the gradient, and you will have a point on the line xy, and you go plug it in and you will find for c.
Yeah.
This comes like the exact same thing. So Nicholas, let me incorporate that. So Nicholas, they gave us a condition, right? They said when x is equal to 11, y is equal to 9. Using that, can we figure out for k?
Yeah.
We could, right? So I'm gonna say 9. So 9 is gonna be equal to k all over x minus 2. That's gonna be 11 minus 2. So what is 11 minus 2?
And
9. I want to find for k. Right now, k is being divided by 9. What is the opposite of divided by 9?
multiply.
Right, so I would multiply both sides by 9. For those who can't see it, check this out. If I multiply both sides by 9, The 9 and 9 is going to cancel off, so we end up with k. So k is equal to 9 by 9. So k is actually equal to 9 by 9, which is 81. Haley, did I lose you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah? Okay, if I lose you there, then you might prefer cross multiplication then. So 9, and another way I could write 9 is 9 over 1.
Uh-huh.
So if I cross multiply this, 1 by k is,
K.
9 by 9 is,
81.
I think you would prefer that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you answer one time. Right? So that's k. So Haley, since we know what k is, what's the total expression now? What's the final expression? Y is equal to what? So we know what k is, and we could plug that into the original expression here.
Oh, yeah.
So what is k?
K is 81 over x minus 2. Over 11. X minus 2?
Yeah, x minus 2. And let me move on to the actual question. So Nicholas, what do you want me to find?
So we will find the value of y when x is 29.
Right. So they're giving us one, and we have to find the other one. So they are telling us that x is equal to 29. So what is y? So Nicholas, I know you know the answer, right? You have infinite order points here. I know you're real bad. I know you're bad. Let's run. How would I find for y? So I completed the expression. How would I find for y? I want anybody to answer. How would I find for y? So they tell me x is 29. How am I going to find for y?
You substitute x with 29.
Correct? So anyway, I see x, I'm going to put 29. So I'm going to end up with 81 over 29 minus 2. So what is 81 over 29 minus 2? So 29 minus 2 is 27. I think that's supposed to be 3. I think it's 3, from mental maths.
Yes, true.
See how bad like that, Nicholas, I order farming right now too. But yeah,
Yeah, of course.
a couple things, I know user is good. I don't know why is we talking. I really don't know why is we talking, yes. So the answer is 3. Let me just give a quick run through of the question, right? There's run. You want to run through back of the question?
Yeah.
All right, so let's run. Anytime you see inversely proportional, that means whatever they give you would be 1 over that. So you see how they said y is inversely proportional to x minus 2? That means y is inversely proportional to 1 over x minus 2. So notice, I said 1 over x minus 2. See now? If they said y is inversely proportional to z, I would have said y is inversely proportional to 1 over z. Cool?
Yeah.
Right. The next step, to get rid of the proportional sign, you put in an equal sign. Right? So I slap in the equal sign and I replace, basically I multiply the whole expression by k. So let's run. You see this whole thing here? If I multiply this by k, and 1 by k is k.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not confusing you. Remember, with a fraction, and you would multiply the numerator by the numerator.
Yeah.
So 1 by k is k. So that's how I get k over x minus 2. Now they told me that x is equal to 11 when y is equal to 9. So typically with these questions, you need to find for k. Let's run. To find for k, you would need x and y. Let me understand why. So let's run. How much unknowns I have in this question? If just by looking at this, how much unknowns?
Yeah, 3 unknowns.
Right. And you could only find for one at a time.
Yeah.
So and it told us what 2 of the 3 are.
Mm-hmm.
So using that, I could plug it in and I could make k the subject. So they said y is 9. They said x is 11. So I plug that in and I end up with 9 is equal to k over 9. Then I cross multiply. 1 by k is k and 9 by 9 is 81. So k is 81. So now I can plug it in into the expression. I know what k is now. K is 81. So you with me so far?
Yeah.
Right. They want us to find the value of y when x is 29. So let's run. How much unknowns I have now? Now that I find for k, how much unknowns I have?
There are 2.
And in the question they gave me the value for
Give you value for X and Y.
they gave me the value for x. I'm not talking about x is equal to 11, and and y is equal to 9. I'm talking about here now. They want me to find the value of y when x is 29. So
Yeah.
they want me to find for y, and they give me what? So they want me to find the value for y.
Give you they give you 29.
They gave us 29. So with that being said, and we can replace x for 29.
Yeah.
And how much unknowns we have now?
1.
1, right? And we can easily solve for that because 81 over 29 minus 2, and you can plug that into your calculator and you get your answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? So I trust that all you understand this. Would you guys like to do one more question on this? Let me know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will do a question on this. Right, and after that, we'll take a 5 minutes break. I had to respond to a bunch of WhatsApp messages. So yeah. All right. Let me get some questions in. Talk some amongst yourself. Let me just ask ChatGPT to make up some questions, Make up ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a real homie.
I forget I had to buy pen and thing for the exam tomorrow, so I'm gonna run down the road real quickly and come back.
Forget the what?
Yeah, and I do have geometry set either.
Where the jail are you in here, boy? What is this?
Yeah.
Okay, let me give all some questions, right, guys? So the first one, if y is proportional to x and y is equal to 15 and x is equal to 5, write an equation for y in terms of x and find y when x is equal to 9. So there's run. And Healy, I feel like you also, I feel like it's a little bit new to you as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you done proportionality in great detail before? Can I hear in Healy? Aliyah, what about you? Aliyah, hear me?
Yeah, I think so.
Really.
All right, so let's run. Let me go, right? So let's run. Read the question very fast.
If Y and X Y and X, right?
So this means proportional. So what if y is proportional to x?
Proportional to X and Y equal 15 and X equals 5. Write an equation for Y in terms of X and find Y when X equals 9.
Right. So guys, we're gonna do the same steps, right? So let's run. We have y is proportional to x. Now this is proportional. This is not inversely proportional. So we're just going to replace, watch, if it is proportional, this is all they're going to do. So let's run. To replace this, you're going to put equal and key, or kx. That's it. Let me know if you catch that.
Yeah.
All right. And typically you have to find the key. So let's run. How much unknowns we have here?
We are 3.
Any question? How much information they give us after?
So y equals 15 and x equals 5.
So we have 2 pieces of information. So 2 out of the 3. So that means we're going to have 1 missing and we could find for that. So let's run. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to plug in y and x. So tell me what to plug. Let's run. Tell me what to write.
We have 15 equals k k5.
K by 5, right? So I want to find for k. Right now I have k being multiplied by 5. So I want to find for k. Right now I have 5 k. So how do I find for 1 k?
I'll divide
I'll divide both sides by?
by 5.
Right. So that'll be 15 divided by 5. And so k is equal to?
We are 3.
Right. So where is the expression now? Now that I know what k is, what is the expression?
So is um so is 5. No.
Now, check out the previous question, right? Look at what happened. We did the same thing more or less. And once you found for k, you're gonna plug that in into the expression. So it's the same concept over here. So we just now found for k, so we're gonna plug that in into what expression?
So that y equals 3. 9.
No, 3x.
3x.
Oh, you was gonna find the answer one time. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? But we're just taking it out step by step here. Right? So after you find the constant of proportionality, you're gonna plug it in into your expression and then you can solve for anything. So let's run. Any question, they're saying find for y when x is 9. So now we know that x is 9. So that'll be y is equal to 3 by 9. So y is equal to?
I go 27.
Yes, that's correct. So how you find it is?
The normal one. That's how the practice.
Let me give Ole one more question. Give Ole one more question. If y is inversely proportional to x and y is equal to 12 when x is equal to 5, find the value of y when x is equal to 10. So, Desron, I want you to make a distinction, right? I want you to get a distinction too. That was a good joke. That was a good one. Yeah, so Desron. In the first one, we looked at proportionality. Anytime you have proportionality, you're just gonna multiply. So we had y is proportional to x. So in the next line, we said y is equal to k by x. Understand?
Okay.
Anytime you see inversely proportional, you're gonna use fractions. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's run. In the next question, they're saying y is inversely proportional to x. So what that means is y is proportional to what? Will it be just x or what am I gonna say? Since it's inversely proportional.
You got 1 over x.
1 over x. And then y would be equal to?
Y equals to 1 over x.
No. Remember, you're gonna multiply that by k. So you're going to multiply this by k. If you multiply that by k, we're going to end up with,
K over X.
yes, man, that's the thing, k over x. Right. And as the same steps, notice, and it tell you y is equal to 12 and x is equal to 5. If they give you that way, you could find for x. If they tell
Let's
you y,
um, you find for K.
find for k. Let me do that real quick. So y is 12. So y is 12. Um, and x is 5. So let me do cross multiplication. Healy, check this out. Healy and 12 is the same thing as 12 over 1.
Yeah.
And then if I cross multiply, 1 by k is k, and 12 by 5 is
60.
bam. Desron, look at that now, man. You could do this. You could do this. Right? So Desron, now that I know what k is, I can write my completed expression. So y would be equal to,
Y equals to y 60 over 5.
no, 60 over x. And then write this,
60 over X.
and plug it in. Then plug it in. Right? So Desron, now we're gonna read the rest of the question. What do you want me to do?
Find the value of y and X is 10.
Correct. So y would be equal to,
Um, y 60 over 10.
correct. And what is 60 over 10?
Over 6.
Bam. Waiting.
Yeah.
So if it's proportional, you just multiply. So y is equal to k by whatever. If it's inversely proportional, you'll have a fraction and you'll have to multiply by k. You're going to put k over something. Simple. Right? So take a 5 minutes break. And yeah, I'll see you all 1:35. Keely, you have any questions so far? Aliyah?
No.
Nah? All right. Cool. Anybody have any questions? Oh,
No,
Kira.
no.
No? Kira, I have a question. Kira, you there? Okay, Kira, not here. All right. I'm gonna start back at 1:35. All right, gang, I'll be back. I'm gonna follow you back. Nicholas.
Rajiv, you had a question. Sorry, I went to get water.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to say, Kira, you real bad. 1 minute use 3, next minute use 60. That's crazy. Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah. So Nicholas really gonna buy us Subway cookies? Or he on the fence about it?
tomorrow? I don't know. He said he went home right after the exam. So I
Wait,
might
I
have to.
see I gained some too, boy. Where the hell?
So I feel after CXC, I'll just have to jump him, take all his money, and then go and buy the Subway cookies myself.
Say no more. Knock it on him. Yeah, take it one
Hey,
time.
hey, hey, is I in here?
Take it one time. Nicholas never stood a chance. Yeah.
Set them up.
All right. Okay, everybody feeling refreshed and thing? Healy, what's your plan? You good? I healing out Healy and she not answering. Healy, you there? Okay, I want to have Amy here. Amy, you there?
Yeah, I hear.
Okay, cool, cool. So Amy, you could just do whatever in the meantime. I trust that you do this paper already and you're very proficient in it. So you could do any questions. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do the construction question. Probably after the session, I could probably send a video on how to do it. But it's kind of tough to show you how to do it now.
Rajiv, and you say like you had
I
a
had
video
boy,
and you
I
send it.
real look for that. I real scour for that. I didn't see it. I don't know, like I deleted or something. It's crazy. I really remember doing that with I don't know if you're gonna shy on them. I think you're gonna know them.
And that was like the other math class.
You're my favorite class. Favorite class.
Okay, Rajiv. Okay.
Sorry.
We take offense. We take a lot of offense.
Sorry. Fine. You see, I had so much fun memories of that class. Like I even have a whole picture with that class. I even have like a whole picture. I had to take a picture with all you. Here what?
Exactly.
After CXC, we will go out and your sponsors food, please.
Exactly.
I
Go
will
to
see.
Pizza
I
Hut.
will see. We could go C3. Actually, I don't even know how to invite Nicholas. We could just see him in C3. We just see Nicholas in C3 with the
Is
permanent
that?
thing.
Hannah.
All right. So let we go. Question 3. All right. Who wanna help me with question 3? Ali, are you looking like you want to help me in question 3 or no? You're looking like you're very excited. I can't see you back. I feeling the
Not really,
excitement.
not really.
This is also a very rare thing that has come. Finding the
Oh my
interior angles of a hexagon. Yeah. Right. So let me start. Give the question I read earlier.
The diagram below shows a regular hexagon LMNOPQ whose side is 8 centimeters. Show that the value of angle PQL is 120 degrees.
All right. So anytime we're dealing with a polygon and you want to find the angles, you need to use this formula. So the formula is n minus 2 multiplied by 180. Aliyah, have you seen this formula before?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good. Well, this formula basically tells you the sum of angles for all the angles in a regular hexagon. Now, Aliyah, since it's a regular hexagon, wouldn't that mean that all of the angles are the same?
Yeah.
So if we find the sum of all the angles, and you can just take that and divide it by the total amount of angles you have,
Yeah.
it's a hexagon. How much angles does it have?
6?
It take a long time to that, you know. So it says 6. It will say fully 6.
Fully 6.
Fully 6, right? Yeah. So we have 6 angles. And so in this formula, n corresponds to the number of sides. So let me just write this formula neatly. Total angle So, right. And n is just simply the number of sides. Okay, so Aliyah, in this particular question, how much sides do we have?
6.
We have 6 sides. So if I want to figure out the total, like the sum of all the angles for that shape, I would say, so sum of angles, sum of 6 angles, that would be equal to 6 minus 2 by 180 degrees. What is 6 minus 2?
4.
Boom, quick maths. All right, so 4 by 180 is? Tama?
720.
720. Right. So 720 degrees is the sum of all of the 6 angles. And so if we know the 6 angles is 720 degrees, what would one angle be?
One angle would equal 720 divided by 6.
Perfect. And that should give you the 120 degrees that they want. So everybody okay with this? Let me know.
Yeah.
All right. Healy, you good?
Yeah, I'll come back to home.
I say you going to make water and thing.
No.
I I see like you went to make KFC. But anyways, this is a formula you need to remember. If you have a regular polygon and you want to figure out the total angles, it's n minus 2 by 180. N is just the number of sides. So if you have a hexagon, you have 6 sides. 6 minus 2 is 4. 4 by 180, 720. I mean, if you're good.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's
And
just for a hexagon or
as for, notice I said regular polygon. Regular polygon. This works for every. Do you know what a polygon is? Did you know a rectangle is an example of a polygon?
no, actually.
Yeah. Watch this. If I use this formula, right? We see some angles in a rectangle.
Four. Oh, sorry. Oh my
Wait,
God. I thought you asked like the sides.
no,
Oh,
we see sum of angles in a rectangle. What's the sum?
is it 180? I'm not sure.
Let me think about it logically, right? Here, you could actually figure this one out. What's the angle here?
Oh, 90.
Yeah, I think you can figure that one out. How much 90s we have?
4, so it's 360.
And if we use the formula, let me see if that will be correct. So we have 4 sides, so 4 minus 2 by 180 degrees. 4 minus 2 is 2. 2 by 180 is
360.
um, a hexagon and a rectangle are examples of polygon. A polygon, a triangle is an example of a polygon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a polygon is just a shape that has sides. All shapes are technically polygons.
Ah, okay.
Because watch, a triangle has 3 sides, right?
Yeah.
And hence we know that it adds up to 180.
Yeah.
So it has 3 sides. So if I say 3 minus 2 by 180, that's 1 by 180, I get back 180. So this formula works for any shape once it's regular. Once it's a regular shape.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's one. Let me know if you go with that. That's one. Let me know if you go with that.
Yeah.
Okay, word. Say no more.
Rajeev, I could tell you an easier way that I do it, and I get the same answer.
I think I know. Wait there. You do something like that?
Uh-uh.
No? Tell me,
So
tell me, tell me.
you say that, well, the size is 8 centimeters. So like if you did draw a line from L and M, you get isosceles triangle. So if that was 120, you could have proved
Oh,
that the other two sides
that bad,
you
that bad.
yeah.
That bad, that
Yes.
bad, that bad, that bad. I really bad. Pick up yourself. You see,
Yeah.
big brain energy with Amy, big brain energy.
Yeah, that was so much easier than remembering that.
But you know hard, I would say it's hard to
Yeah.
remember. Yeah. All right. So let's move on. So Amy, help me with this question.
Okay.
Let's run. You just not ball it. Let's run. You just not ball it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. You'll be fine. We cooking. We cooking. All right. So Amy, get the question I read. Also, I can't help but notice we have some outside children here. Amy, you notice that?
Yeah, one is my friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, hello, outside children. Like,
You can invite people then. That's
wait,
somebody who want to come on.
say that again. You can invite anybody.
I said we can invite people then.
You can invite anybody. I see the chat going crazy. You must go join in. You can invite anybody you want. Yeah, this is
All
my
right, no problem.
this is my
It
service.
have a limit.
No, don't have a limit. Anybody could come.
Okay.
Anybody could come. This is my service to the community. Little do you all know I committed a crime and now I have to do community service. I'm being forced to. Amy, what do you think I get charged for?
I don't know. Oh no, you know what? You
Wait.
remember when you were saying that how you was bad at maths, like calculating like how much a grocery bill is come up to?
Oh God.
You probably insult the cashier. Tell them that it
Yeah.
was wrong. Yeah.
You know what I always do though? When I go in KFC, I just always order a combo and I just tell them I order extra fries or extra biscuit. And they don't check. So I just get free extra biscuits and fries all the time. Infinite glitch. Yeah. Yeah, try it. So let me go. The vertices, you give it a read.
The vertices of a rectangle W, X, Y, Z touch the sides of wait, your mouse blocking.
Sorry.
Touch the sides PQ, QL, MN, and NO of the hexagon in part A. ZY and WX are parallel to LM and PO. Calculate the value of angle LWX. Yeah.
Right. So they want us to calculate the angle LWX. They could already put I over here, so we could mix up the question. Right? LWX. So we need to figure out where LWX is. So LWX. Yeah, that will be angle by W. So Amy, let me hear some suggestions.
Okay. What I did, like I make a 90-degree angle triangle. So
Mhm.
like from L touching the line of WX. So since that was 90, and in the past question, like what I did, like find that angle L and P was 30 degrees, you just take 180. Well, add up the 90 and 30 and minus it from 180.
Run it back one more time. So you did this, and you recognize that
Right.
this will be
That
90,
was a 90-degree, right?
right?
And you remember before I say that it was an isosceles triangle.
Right.
So angle L and P, right? Those would have been 30 degrees. So you just add So you just no,
Because you
like
cut it in half. So this will be 60. Wait,
wait, I need to
60
no,
degrees.
like
Make it
wait,
60
I could
degrees from.
annotate. I
Yeah, you
could
can annotate.
annotate.
You
Okay.
can annotate.
Like this entire thing at the cut, right? This would have been 90 and this would have been 30.
Right.
Then then you add up this side and this side and you minus it from 180. So it's like
Ah,
the triangle.
I see, I see. I see. That's very, very smart. Amy, you're bad, but you're bad. You're real bad.
Yeah, I like these shape questions. It was nice.
So let's run. Let's run. Let me explain what's going on here, right? So let's run it there.
Yeah, right here, trying to understand.
All right, let's run. So earlier they said that all of these sides are 8 centimeters. If we are dealing with a regular hexagon, regular means that all of the sides are the same, right? Right? You with me?
Yes, sir.
Skirt, skirt. Right. So with that being said, Desron, if I connect L to P, what kind of triangle are gonna form?
Yeah, what isosceles it look like?
Yeah, it could be isosceles because where's the length of QL and QP?
Yeah, the same.
It's the same, right? And do we know what this angle is here from a previous part?
Um, yeah.
Where's the angle?
120.
120, right? So that's so 120. That's when we're cooking, right? So if this is 120 degrees, and it will be possible to figure out for these two angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know in an isosceles triangle, the base angles are equivalent, right? We know that. So try to figure
Yeah.
out these. Let me reply to
Yeah,
some
50 and 50.
yeah, to and to. If anybody confused by that, the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. We have an isosceles triangle here. Isosceles meaning two of the angles are equivalent. So if I subtract 120 degrees from 180, I will be left with 60 degrees, and 60 degrees is what will be shared amongst these two. And since since it's an isosceles triangle, the base angles are equivalent. So I will say 60 divided by 2, because these two angles have to be the same. So 60 divided by 2, you get 30. Right? So that's running fully understand, right?
Yeah.
Nice. So that is 2t, that's 2t. And there's run. If we draw a line from L to touching WX, what kind of angle is, what kind of angle we gonna have over here?
Yeah, 90 degrees.
All right, so let me look at this small triangle. Remember, earlier they wanted us to find for double LWX. LWX. So that's
Yeah.
this angle over here, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if we know that this is 30 and this is 90, is it possible to figure out for that angle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Because we have one unknown, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Remember what I tell you about more than two. I mean, more than one. More than one is pressure, right?
Yeah.
Real pressure. You hear that, Nicholas? Nicholas. More than one is too much.
No. I just frightened. I watch in this chat right now. I get frightened.
Yeah, I wouldn't lie to it. Looking intimidating. It looking a little intimidating, boy. Oh God. Look at people, boy. And I have like 20 people message me here. I still had to reply. Woody Bumbo Clark. Hey,
Yeah, so my soul is on the message going to
boy. This is crazy.
Algebraic tonight.
Real work tonight. Hmm.
Grinding till morning.
Boy, I telling you, that's run. I probably have no shame for saying this, eh? But that's run. Sometimes in finals, right? Sometimes the exam is at 8 o'clock in the morning. No blow up for this, eh? But I saw someone that do it before. In which case, if I see only one I do it, that kind of be shameful. That's run, sometime I would just pull out all night and just go straight to the exam. Straight to the exam, no beat or nothing. I just go straight to the exam.
Real.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, it'll be real dread and you. And people come into school with their pajamas and thing, boy.
Send me the link for the group day. I'm gonna send it to one of my friends. Frightened the message.
It's in the group chat, in
Oh,
the thingy thing.
Wait, I will send all this. Send this message. Link up that. Right, there we go.
alright.
So that's Ron, I was saying that this is 30, this is 90, so we could find for the missing angle because we know what two of the angles are. We could find for the last one because the sum of angles in a triangle is 180.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I'll
So
be 70.
70, let me see.
Um,
90 plus 30 is
oh,
120. That should be 60.
yeah, 60.
That should be 60. Right? Oh, Amy, I see another way to do this question now. Amy, you want me to show you?
Yeah.
All right, check this out, right? This is 120 degrees. That being said, this could also be 30 and 30. If this is 30 and this is 90, then sum of angles in a line is 180, you get 60.
Oh, that's mad.
Yeah. I swear to God, the combined IQ in this class is probably over 9,000, you know. The aura points is crazy. Right. So 60 degrees, that's the answer there. If anybody confused by this, outside children, if they're confused by it, let me know. Calling them outside children.
And nice some section.
Step children, we right. So there's Ron, is there anything you want me to re-explain or do you understand the question? It's hard, but let me know if you understand it.
Yeah, understand.
Okay, good. Right. Oh, and Amy, there's another way you could do the question. You want me to show you that? I look at the question and I just don't see it. Amy, watch this, right? What the angle here go be? Those two angles.
120.
So 120 plus 120. LM. So this shape over here, right? That shape is quadrilateral, meaning that the sum of angles is 360, right? Now, this is a regular polygon, a regular hexagon, and all of the lengths are uniform. That being said, if I know that this is 120 degrees, and I know that this is 120 degrees, I can add that, take it away from 360.
And divided by 2.
Yeah, you get 60 as well.
I think that was the method and they use for fast pass.
Oh,
Yeah, I
well,
think.
I'll let me know if I do anything different from them. I just hear talking it out. We all hear talking it out. So Desron, I think you don't understand this method a little more. So Desron, check this out, right? Desron, once you have a shape with 4 sides, what is the sum of angles? Once you have a shape with 4 sides, do you know? Anybody drop any comments?
Yeah.
Tell me, 4
Within
sides,
360?
360. And Desron, hence we knew from the previous question that the angles would have been 120 degrees.
Yeah.
So Desron, if we know that the top here is 120 and the top here is 120, and we know that in a quadrilateral it adds up to 360. And I can say 360 minus 240, and that will be 120.
Yeah.
And then that 120 go how to
Then
go?
you by 2.
Yes, man, that is it. That is it. You get it 20, you get it 60. We bad, you know, we bad. As I can't help you with this question. Maybe after I'll record a quick video, but nah. We'll be able to help you with construction question. All right. We can do this one or this one real easy. So I call in, who took 12 by? Haley. Haley, is it? Haley, let me know if you're hearing me. Actually, don't get shy and thing, you know. Don't let them outside share and bother you. Use the co-host. Amy, talk to Haley now. I think Haley a little nervous.
Yeah, you should totally do this question.
Should totally do it.
Oh God, how old am I?
How we know you're here? You know, it is girl say, how we know she there?
Kelly, your camera was on.
Yeah, yeah,
What?
come on. We will see in there. Hey, dog, we will see in there. Yeah, I'm
Oh
down with
my
that
God,
talk.
I don't do that because I can't see my screen right. Well, me.
No, Haley, we will see in there eating your curry chicken and rice.
Oh my
We'll see in
God.
here. Right, so Haley, give this question a read.
A line segment joins the points C minus 5, 6 and D 7, 2. Calculate the midpoint of the line segment CD.
All right, so Haley, this is so easy, you're gonna lose your mind. When you have midpoint, what do you think of? Midpoint. What do you think of? Like, okay, if you have this line here,
Middle.
let me just call this line CD. I don't know about CDs or they're like too young.
I had a CD thingy.
Oh, okay. So the midpoint is just basically the middle, right? And the formula we use to figure out the middle of the point, it's quite simple. It's quite simple. All you have to do is just add up the x components and divide it by 2, add up the y components and divide it by 2. So it'll be minus, I'm going to try the formula first. So it's going to be x1 plus x2 divided by 2, comma, y1 plus y2 divided by 2. Amy, I want you to tell them something. Does it matter the order in which you add? Amy,
No.
it doesn't matter, right? I could say x2 plus x1. I could say y2 plus y1. Wouldn't matter. Outside Sharon, if I don't understand this, check this out. If I say 7 plus 5, that is 12. And if I say 5 plus 7, that's also 12. So it doesn't matter in what order you add it. You get the same thing. You get the same result. So don't be concerned if you do, let me just say in the exam, you say x2 plus x1 over 2. This is equally correct. Right. So no, Healy, let me work this question out. So Healy, it doesn't matter. You could pick Healy, you could pick anyone to be x1, y1, and anyone to be x2, y2. Which one do you want to pick?
Minus 5 and 7.
What's that? Right. Yeah. So Healy, which one do you want to call x1, y1, and which one do you want to call x2, y2?
Minus 5 and 7.
Wait.
For x1, x2.
So you're saying that minus 5 will be x1 and 7 will be x2?
Yeah.
Okay. How I like to do it, I like to assign the coordinates one time. So I'm going to call this one x1, y1, and I'm going to call this x2, y2. All right. So let me go, Haley. So the midpoint would be equal to, that would be minus 5 plus 7 over 2, comma, 6 plus 2 over 2. Tell me if you understand that.
Yeah.
So minus 5 plus 7 is 2, 2 divided by 2 is 1. 6 plus 2 is 8, 8 divided by 2 is 4. So midpoint should be 1, 4. Now, Desron, do you think you'll get a different answer if you choose a different point to be x1, y1? Do you think you'll get a different answer?
No.
No, and let's try that. I want to
So
make
there's two standard points.
Say that again?
There's two standard points. They're not moving and going anywhere.
You're not moving and going anywhere, right? So once you do the maths correct, even if you switch around the points, you should get the same answer. So let's test that.
Yeah.
So let's run. We're gonna call this x2, y2 now. And we're gonna call this x1, y1. Let's see if it makes a difference. So I'm going to say, so x2 is now minus 5. Right? Actually, let me use the same formula. Let me keep the same formula consistent. Because if I were to plug it in here, I will get back the exact same thing. Watch, I'll get back minus 5 plus 7 divided by 2. And that'll be 6 plus 2 over 2. There's one, you notice I get the exact same thing. The exact same thing. There's one, look at that. Notice I get the exact same thing back, right?
Yeah.
And now let me try something even crazier. What if we said x1 plus x2 over 2, comma, y1 plus y2 over 2? Let me see what happened. So there's one. We said that x1 was 7, and we said that x2 was minus 5, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be 7 plus minus 5 over 2. Y1 now is 2. So that'll be 2 plus 6 over 2. Let's see if we get a different answer. So let's run. What is 7 plus minus 5?
Yeah, we'll get 2.
I'll get 2. And 2 over 2 is 1. 2 plus 6 is 8.
Yeah.
8 over 2 is 4. No matter what you do, you'll get the same answer. Once you do the math correct, that's the main thing I want to show you. Doesn't matter what you do, you'll get the same answer, and the answer is 1, 4. All right. Healy, you understand what's going on?
Yeah.
Healy, I was just showing you that even in the exam, if you switch up things, once you do the maths correct, you get the same answer. But I want you to go with a standard procedure. So Healy, all you're gonna do, right? You're just gonna add up. You're gonna add up the two x values divided by 2. You're gonna add up the two y values and divide by 2. That's it. That's it. Good?
Yeah.
So I just add up -5 and 7. Boom. That is 2. Divide by 2, 1. 6 plus 2, 8. 8 divided by 2 is 4. Bam. Instant. So now they want us to find the gradients of the line segment CD. So Desron, let's work this question out. So we have points C -5, 6, and we have points D 7, 2. Desron, does it matter in the order in which I pick x1, y1, or x2, y2? Does it matter?
Your gradient, yeah, I think so.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
So I'm gonna do two instances. I'm gonna do two different scenarios. So Desron, just remind me fast, what is the formula for gradient?
Y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1.
Right. So here what? Let me say this is x1, y1. And let me just say that this is x2, y2, right? So if that's the case, it will be 2 minus 6 all over 7 minus 5. Did I confuse anybody there? If you get confused by that, raise your hand or say something, guys. That's not confuse you with anything there?
No.
Nope. Well, I just want to run it through one more time because I know some people that get real confused by this. Look at what's happening, right, Desron? So it's y2. We said y2 was 2. So I replace y2 with 2. Then minus y1. y1 is 6. So I say 2 minus 6 over x2. x2 is 7. I replace x2 with 7. Minus x1. Now, if you look over here, x1 is -5. So you need to put that in brackets. If you don't put it in brackets, you get it wrong. You need to put it in brackets. So that's what we end up with.
Yeah.
Right? So 2 minus 6 is what? What is 2 minus 6?
-4.
Right? And what is 7 minus -5? So it's a minus by minus.
A plus.
A plus. So we end up with 7
Yeah,
plus
12.
right? So we have -4 over 12. So and 4 could go into 4.
Yeah.
4 could go into 4 how much times?
Once.
4 could go into 12 how much times?
Yeah, got 3 times.
So our final answer is for the gradient is minus a third. I mean, if you catch that.
Yeah.
All right. So Healy, I'm gonna call upon you now. And we're gonna look at what's gonna happen if I change x1, y1. Let's see if anything will happen. Healy, you there?
Yes.
Healy, I know you feel a little nervous and when you see plenty of people, but remember, you're the co-host.
Uh-huh.
You're the
Mm-hmm.
co-host of Math Vibe, so you can't be scared, right?
I'm not scared.
But sometimes I hear you a little quiet and thing. Sound like you're a little nervous. But it's good to hear you're not nervous, right? So let me continue pushing on Healy. So Healy, I was saying that it does not matter what you select as x1, y1 and x2, y2. Once you apply the maths correctly, you get the same answer. So let's try and switch it up now. So Healy, what if instead I did this, I said, what if I said that this is x2, y2, and I said that this was x1, y1? Let's see what will happen. So remember the gradient is y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. So what is y2? Summer Healy, what is y2?
6.
So that'll be 6 minus, where's y1?
2.
What is x2 minus x1? What is x2?
-5.
What is x1?
7.
What is 6 minus 2?
4.
What is -5 minus 7?
-12.
Right? You'll get the same answer. 4 into 4 is 1. 4 into 12 is 3. So your final answer is what?
A third.
Negative a third. Oh, this is another place where people just make mistakes. Guys, pay attention to this. If you notice, we have negative divided by positive. Negative divided by positive is negative, right? Same thing over here. Here, you notice on top, we have a positive term, and in the denominator, we have a negative term. So where's a positive divided by a negative?
A negative.
Right, a negative. So you see, you get the same answer, it doesn't matter. Does anybody have any questions with regards to this? Let me know. Amy get that wrong? Wait, Amy, you get that wrong?
No, I didn't get it wrong. That is a lie because it's written.
Agent Boston here files away.
But then some dark rumors there, you know, boy. Oh God. Amy, if you get this wrong, I have a window right here now. I'll jump it off. I'll jump off the window. I can't, if you get this wrong, like, no, you can't get it wrong. You can't get it wrong.
No, people seeing things.
All right, so this is a lovely question. We have to find the equation of the perpendicular bisector. Aliyah, are you there? Aliyah, let me know if you're there.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so Aliyah, what does the term perpendicular bisector mean? So first of all, what does perpendicular mean?
It don't meet like
No, I think you're talking about parallel. Perpendicular means 90 degrees too. That is what perpendicular means. So 90 degrees too. And bisector means cut in half. So Aliyah, let me know if you catch that. So perpendicular means 90 degrees too. Bisector means cut in half. Aliyah?
yeah.
Yeah, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aliyah, if I draw this line here, I'm going to draw a line, CD. Guys, this is not the actual line. A CD wouldn't actually look like this. This is just for demonstration purposes. So Aliyah, the perpendicular bisector is a line that would be perpendicular and it will be at the half mark. Can you annotate that on the screen?
Yeah. It could be like this.
Yeah, exactly. It would be like that, right? So that would be the perpendicular bisector. Now, guys, do we know the point at which the perpendicular bisector cuts the line CD? Aliyah, if it's a perpendicular bisector and I'm cutting the line in half, what point would this be?
1, 4.
1, 4. Perfect. For anybody that did not catch that, in the previous part, we had to find for the midpoint. They are setting us up in a good way. So the midpoint would be the point that the perpendicular bisector is passing through. So we have a point that is on the perpendicular bisector line. It's 1, 4. That's good. Right, so Aliyah, we need to figure out the equation, right? To figure out the equation of a line, we need a point on the line and we need a what?
You need the gradient.
You need the gradient, right? Now, do I know what the gradient for the CD is? What's the gradient for CD?
Minus at it.
It was minus a third? Yeah, it was minus a third.
Yeah.
I was tweaking for a second. All right. And Aliyah, if we have two lines that are perpendicular to each other, how are the gradients related?
It would be
If Aliyah, remember?
is the negative
Negative reciprocal, as it. So if two
yeah.
lines are perpendicular, the gradient is the negative reciprocal of each other. So Alia, if the gradient of MCD is minus a third, then what will be the gradient of this line here? I'm just putting blue. Yeah, what will be the gradient of that line, Alia? Since it's
It could be
perpendicular to MCD.
it could be 3.
3, yes. Okay. Outside children, and they confused, or they could say, or they could say, or they confused or not. Right? Alia, sounding like a horn man, eh? How I saying outside children.
Outside children like that, yeah.
Yeah, really sounding like a outside. Not really sounding like a horn man. Yeah. So Alia, once you have two lines that are perpendicular, the gradient is the negative reciprocal of each other. Just a reminder, perpendicular means 90 degrees too. And so if the gradient here is minus a third, then the negative reciprocal, all that means, that just means to flip it and change the sign. That's all it means. So if I have minus a third, if I flip that, it's going to become negative 3 over 1. And if I change the sign from negative to positive, you'll be left with 3. That's it. Everybody understand that? Haley, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, Haley. I trust in you. I trust in you. You're good. All right, so Haley, that being said, do we have all the information we need to find the equation of the blue line, the perpendicular bisector?
Yeah.
So again, guys, to find the equation of a line, if you have a line, to find the equation of a line, you need a point on the line, and you need the gradients of the line. Amy, you think I should call on one of the outside children?
Yes, you
Yeah,
should.
yeah.
On the outside children.
Call on Adrian Jagman.
Adrian Jagmohan. Let me go. Show me how the badnesses go. Let me hear. How I go find the equation of the perpendicular bisector?
Yes, sir, yeah, Mary.
Yeah, hearing you. Tell me.
Sub M equals 3 and the point 1, 4 into Y equals to MX plus C.
Let me talking about it. Man sound like he know what he doing. Right? So
Sir. Once you know, I get a question. Well, the one that Amy get wrong, I get a correct.
we
Right? And after I call, she delete the screenshot. Sir. A whole screenshot. But she work wrong.
all right, so let me continue, right? So the point that we have on the line. Oh, I want to ask somebody else. Guys, for the perpendicular bisector, could I use the point C or D? Drop in the comments. Drop in the chat. Could I use C or D? Is C or D on the perpendicular bisector? Drop it in the chat. Just by looking at it, the C and D interact with the perpendicular bisector. Adrian, if you were to see it looking like that, it's looking like the perpendicular bisector passing through C or D?
Yes, sir.
Yes? No? The only point that passing through is the midpoint.
So I changed my mind. And I'm watching it. It really looks so.
Wait, the only point it passing through is here, right? And just seeing that the only point it passing through is here.
Yes, sir.
It's not passing through C. It's not passing through D. It's only passing through the midpoint. So you cannot use C or D. If you use C or D, you're going to get it wrong. So you need to use a point that is on the line. So you have to use M14. So if I'm using M14 and I'm using the gradient here is 3. I'm saying MPB because the gradient of perpendicular bisector. PB is perpendicular bisector, and in case anybody confused. So if I'm using this, Adrian, I want you to tell me what would be the X and the Y value I'm using. M1.
X is 1 and Y is 4.
Right. I like you. You only have 1X. That's good. You're a loyal man. Sound like you don't play the fool like Nicholas.
Now, sir, the 1 is too much.
Yeah. Yeah, because Nicholas, why you have 4? Right, let me go. So let me go, right?
So how you know the man have 4X?
He have more, to be honest. The things he say in class. But anyway, let me continue, right? So we know that X is 1, Y is 4, and M is 3. So I'm going to plug that in into my expression to find for C. So Y is 4, M is 3, and x is 1 plus c. So I need to find for c. So I'm going to simplify. 3 by 1 is 3 plus c. Now, Haley, how would I move from this point? How would I find for c? Tell me, Haley, how would I move on past this point?
If you want, you could rearrange the equation. So it'd be like c plus 3 is equal to 4.
Right.
And then you carry the 3 and it'll be minus 3.
Perfect.
So c will be equal to 1.
Right. So what is our final equation of the line then? So Haley, when you're writing the final equation, you need to plug in the gradient and you need to plug in the y-intercept. C is the y-intercept, by the way. So I'm going to say y, what's the gradient of the perpendicular bisector?
1, 4.
No, 3. 3 was the gradient. Let me remind you, right? So Haley, in the past question, we found that the gradient of CD was minus a third, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the perpendicular bisector would be the line that is perpendicular to CD. If two lines are perpendicular, then the gradients would be the negative reciprocal of each other. So if this is negative a third, this would be 3. Again, if you're confused, negative a third, you're basically flipping it and you're changing the sign to 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the gradient of the perpendicular bisector is 3. So y is equal to 3x. And what do we find the y-intercept to be? C is the y-intercept. What do we find for C?
1.
1, right. So if you have anybody that need me to run through back this question, let me know. Outside Sharon, or I could ask too. If you're not brave, I could unmute, like Adrian. That's running fully on the sound, all right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, say no more.
I just forget like what MX and thing now.
Ah,
But I remember. I know the equation and everything.
so
Just to put it in, I forget sometimes.
so the main thing I want to take away from this is that the perpendicular bisector cuts the line in half at a 90-degree angle.
Rajeev,
Remember that? Yes, Kira?
you could go back through it. One of my friends, joined back, and she just wants to know if you could go back through it.
All right, so can she unmute?
Um,
She's shy,
yeah. I don't know if she would, but yeah.
We don't bite here. Right? But basically, in the question, they gave us 2 points, C and D, and they asked us to find the midpoint. So to find the midpoint, you just add the x values divided by 2, you add the y values, and you divide by 2. So I add minus 5 and 7, divide by 2. I add 6 and 2, divide by 2. That's it. I get 1, 4. To find the gradient, you're going to choose one of the points to be x1, y1, and the other point to be x2, y2. It does not matter. Then you use the formula y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. Plug that into your Casio, now you're sharp, and you get your answer. So that's the gradient for C to D. This is a real question you need to understand. So you have a line CD, right? You have a line CD. Now they want us to find the equation of the perpendicular bisector. Perpendicular bisector means that's a line that's cutting the line in half and is 90 degrees to the line CD. So this is the perpendicular bisector. Now, anytime you have two lines that are perpendicular to each other, the gradients are the negative reciprocal of each other. So if the gradient for CD is minus a third, then the gradient for here would be 3. And the reason for that is because, check this. So negative reciprocal just means I am flipping it and I'm changing the sign. So if I flip this, that'll be negative 3 over 1. And if I change the sign, that's just 3. So in doing that, I found the gradient of the perpendicular line. Additionally, we know that the perpendicular bisector cuts the line at the half mark. So we have to use the point 1, 4 when trying to find the equation of the perpendicular bisector. So that being said, we know our point on the line, so we know that the perpendicular bisector cutting at 1, 4, and we know the gradient. The gradient is 3. So I'm going to plug that into y is equal mx plus c to find for c. And once I find for c, I'm just going to plug it in and I get my answer. So in the final equation, it's supposed to have the gradient and the y-intercept, which is c. Yeah. Right? So let me know if you understand that.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to move on now. Right. So, Ali, I give this question a read.
Another line AB is parallel to CD and passes through the point 0, 1. Write down the equation of the line AB.
All right. So let's read that one more time. So AB is parallel to CD. If two lines are parallel, what does that say about the gradient of the lines?
It do change. Like
Same gradient.
Is he same? Yeah.
It would have the same gradient but different y-intercept. So we have, so that being said, if this is CD and this is AB, both of them would have the same gradient. And we found that CD had a gradient of minus a third. And so this gradient would also be minus a third. You following?
Yeah.
Okay. And it passes through the point 0, 1. So Aliyah, remember, to find the equation of a line, you need a point on the line and you need the gradient. Do we have a point on the line for AB?
Yeah.
Because it said another line passes through the point 0, 1. So AB passes through 0, 1.
Yeah.
So we're going to do the same thing like what Adrian suggested. I'm going to use y is equal to mx plus c, right? I know that my point is 0, 1. My x value is what, Aliyah? What is my x value?
Yeah, x value is 0.
Yeah, x value is 0. What's the y value?
Your y value is 1.
Y value is 1, right? And what's the gradient?
Minus a 2.
Minus a third. So we're going to plug that in and make c the subject of the formula. So y is 1, m is minus a third, x is, what is x?
X is 0.
X is 0, and c. We're trying to find for c. So we're going to leave that blank. So Aliyah, what is minus a third by 0?
0.
So c is equal to?
1.
Bam. So where's the full equation then?
Y is equal to minus a third x plus 1.
Yep. If anybody confused by that, let me know.
Yeah. Run it back one more time for me, please.
All right, give me a second. Okay, no problem, Keely. All right, so let's run. If two lines are parallel, what does that say about the gradient of the line?
You have the same gradient?
Right. So if the gradient of CD is minus a third, then what will be the gradient for AB?
Yeah.
And then if
That's the same gradient.
same gradient, and do we have a point on the line?
Yeah.
What's the point on the line?
Yeah, 0, 1.
Right, so I know x is 0, I know y is 1. So with that being said, I'm just going to plug in y as 1, and I'm going to plug in x is 0. Check it, y,
Mm-hmm.
x is 0. I plug in the gradient 2. Anything by 0 is 0. So I get 1 is equal to 0 plus c. So c is equal to 1. Yeah, let me know if you understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And now I know what c is, I can plug it into the final equation. So y is equal to minus a third x plus 1. Let me know if you understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
Nice. So question 5 now. Let me go. So Aliyah, I know I'm called Kira. I didn't hear from Kira in a while. Kira, wait to help me in this question. Kira, give me the question I read.
Hi, the table below shows the marks out of 10 that 40 students in a class gained on a essay writing test. Calculate the students' mean score on the test.
All right, so we need to figure out the average, right? Now, I want to go through this in a way that even if I forget the formula, or they could figure it out. One of the outside children, I want to call upon earlier, because I think my students will kind of know how to do this. Adrian, you there?
I think so, you know, sir.
You think so? All right. So Adrian, if you have to find the average of something, and you would add up all and divide by the total number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, would I just add up 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 and divide by 40?
Nah, sir.
You
You
can't
can't
do
do
that.
that.
You can't do that because how much people get a mark of 4?
3.
So if you wanted to figure out the total mark there, you'd say 4 by 3, right?
Yeah.
So you would have to do that for all of them to figure out the total
Yes, sir.
marks everybody get. And how we write that? We write that as sum fx.
Summation of fx.
Nice. And we would divide that over the sum
And
of f, or just simply n. It's the same thing. You realize if you add the total number of students, wouldn't you get back 40?
yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's the same thing as n. So you could either write that, or you could write this. Either one is correct. So let me say that one more time. Amy, do you have anybody else you know in this class that might potentially answer? Any outside children?
I know outside children, but they wouldn't want to talk.
They
They're
do.
a bit shy.
They're all of us. Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's drop something in the chat, right? So, Amy, you understand what I'm saying, right? You can't just add 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and divide by 40. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Because 3 people get 4. So if 3 people get 4, what's the total marks for that section then? Tell me, Amy, if 3 people get 4, what's the total marks for that section?
12.
Right? So 12 people would have so because 3 people got 4, then altogether they would have a mark of 12. We're gonna repeat that same process. So Amy, 6 by 9 is
54.
7 by 8,
56.
7 by 8,
56.
9 by 8,
72.
10 by 5,
50.
50. Right. So now we need to find the sum of fx. So what's it called? Desron, I want you to understand what we're doing again. Again, I want to find the total number of marks, right? If you want to find average, you need the total divided by the number. So Desron, for me to find the total number of marks, you understand why I need to multiply the number of students that got the mark, right?
Yeah.
Right, because 3 people get a mark of 4. So altogether, that group would I get 12 marks. 9 people get a mark of 6. So altogether, then would I get 54. So the average, or we represent the average using x bar. So x bar is the average, and x bar would be equal to the sum of fx over the sum of f. So the sum of f is just the number of students. You add up the number of students. And in the question, they said there are 40 students. So we know that in the denominator, you're going to have 40. And on top, Adrian, you have a Casio or a Sharp?
Sharp, sir. Sharp.
Mm-mm.
Oh God, nah. We should put him out of the class, sense. All your phone like camera and showing the cast, you know, it's a real thing, you know. It's a real thing. What that sharp? Wait, you don't do hard maths?
Yes, sir. I'm not driving me crazy right now.
Listen, if you had a Casio, your life would have been so much easier. You'd have find hard maths to be very easy.
Yeah, but the sharp hockey, don't worry yourself.
Your sharp could do this. Like if I want to be in a fraction, this
You
here,
could do it, to them, but not like that.
you had to do this. What should we have to do? You had to do this, and you use brackets and all kind of thing.
Nah, not really, yeah.
Trust me, for complicated expressions here. Either that's you go work it in parts, but with the Casio, you do everything one time. 12 plus 54 plus 56.
300 to, yeah, I had to add all that.
You get 300? Anybody else get 300? Anybody could confirm that? Yeah, that's correct. 300. So 300 over 40 is what? What is 300 over 40?
7.5.
Right. So on average, somebody would get a mark of 7.5. Awesome. So everybody understand this? If you're feeling nervous, drop something in the comments or raise your hand or something. Let me know if you understand. So that's when you fully understand, right? This cake.
Yeah, man.
Who's with the zestiness, boy? Who's the zestiness here, boy? That's when you used to say this thing. I forget what you used to say.
Real.
Used to be like real, real. Nicholas,
Really?
Nicholas, you know what we are?
Is that?
You know what we are?
What is?
We see real bad man.
Right,
Right. So now we need to figure out the modal mark. Anytime you see modal, it just means the most frequent. So what score did most people get? So if you look at this table, you'll realize that most people got a mark of. You're looking at the number of students and what mark it corresponds to. Somebody tell me. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Nicholas, show him the sign there.
I'm waiting.
6.
Yeah, six is the answer. I find most of the answers is 6, you know. Fully 6. Right? So the answer is 6. In case anybody confused, well, if you notice, 9 people got a score of 6. That's like the most people. Most people get 6. So the answer is 6. As the modal score is 6. Right? The median mark. Median is just the middle mark. The middle mark. So let's remember how you just find the median mark? Remember how to find that? Do you remember how to find the position of the median mark?
Yeah, it's, yeah, to add the lower boundary and upper boundary and something like that.
No. To find the median mark, it's first of all, define the position. So the position of the median mark, to find that, by the way, median is represented by Q2. So to find the position of that, it's going to be a half of n plus 1. N is just the total number. So there's one in this question, how much number of people we have? There's one, how much number of people we have?
Yeah, 40, I think.
Yeah, we have 40. So where's half of 40 plus 1? Where's half of 40 plus 1?
Upper 40 plus 1 is 21.
Nah, 20.5. So there's Ron, if we're talking about the 20.5th term, think about it. Where would 20.5 be in the middle? I mean, like where would 20.5 be? Like between what two numbers?
Between 20 and 21.
Between 20 and 21. So our answer will be between the 20th and 21st term. That's what my answer is going to be. So let's look at the table. So to do this, I'm going to figure out the cumulative frequency. So over here would be 3, 12, 20, 27, 28. Something not enough there. 3, 12, 20, 27, right, and 35. All right, so there's one. I'm not sure if you remember this, but stay with me. So 3 students would have gotten 4. So if you line it up, 3 students would have get 4. And then you'd have 9 more students, then would I get 6. Then you'd have 7. Then you'd have 8 more students who get 7. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So this is what we're gonna do. So 3 students, the first 3 students would have gotten 4. And between 4 to 12 would have gotten 9. Would have gotten 6. And between 13 to 20 would have gotten 7. Between 21 to 27 would have gotten 8. You understand what's going on there, Desron?
Yeah.
Right? So and our answer is between 20, the 20th and the 21st value. So the 20th and the 21st value will be between what two numbers? So that's right.
8 and 7.
8 and 7, right? Because the 20th term would have been 7, and from 21 to 27 is 8, right?
Yeah.
So that would be 7 plus 8 divided by 2. Right. So our answer would be 7 plus 8 divided by 2, and that will be 7.5. That's the answer there. Right. Let's run and go with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right. Let me keep pushing. If anybody confused by this, let me know. A lot of students will get confused by this. Adrian, you confused by this? About how I get a median?
Nah, sir, that easy thing.
Okay, cool. Right, so let me keep pushing. Right, so there's one. Give this question. I'll read here from now. Wait, tell me. Yeah. Yeah, there's one. Get I'll read from you.
No, I'm going to the toilet. Hold on, eh? I need to use the toilet.
Let me call somebody else then. Nicholas. Nicholas, help me with question 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, help me with that. So give us a read
All
it.
right. Right. So, calculate the angle. That. Let's see. So, you take your 9, you put it over 40, you multiply it by 360.
Yeah, that's it.
Very skillful movements.
Yeah. So let me explain what he did, right? So 3 students got a mark of this, 9 students this, 15 this, and 13 this. So that being said, the total number of students would be what? To figure out the total number of students, you just have to add F. So you find the sum of F. So 3 plus 9 is 12, 12 plus 15 is 27, 27 plus 13 is 40. So the total number of students is 40. So then we need to figure out what fraction of the 40 got 5 to 6. So that would have been 9 over 40. Nicholas, you agree, right?
Yeah.
Right. And since we're dealing with a pie chart, and for a pie chart, the full 100% will be 360 degrees. You would need to find the fraction of 360. So this fraction over here represents those who got 5 to 6. And to figure out what angle it would be, I would find that fraction of 360, which is the total angle. If you plug this into the calculator, you should get 81. Anybody get 81 degrees?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's run and go with that, right? Let's run. Oh, he went to use the washroom. What could I ask, boy? Let me ask an outside person. Chloe, drop in the comment section or the chat. I mean, if you understand what I just did. Chloe, if you can hear me, drop in the chat if you understand what I did here. Or Kajal, or Nick. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correct, but drop in the chat if you understand what I just did. Let's see what they say. Okay, that's good to hear that you understand. So again, it's just the fraction of the total amount of people multiplied by 360 because 360 is the full angle for a pie chart. Remember, a pie chart is a circle. So the full angle will be 360. All right, so let me keep pushing. Right, so Amy, let me go. Wait, Amy, watch add maths, add maths, add maths. Wait, boy. Amy is bringing back add maths memories, huh?
That's what I saying. Until the paper is basically advanced.
For those who are not doing add maths here, let me show you what we just do in add maths. Let me show you what we just do in add maths. The probability that let me get a probability question real quick. It have dice on thing too. That's a hard maths question, Loki. I find that they really placing emphasis on probability questions in these rounds. A lot of questions. Look, you see, in add maths, we just had to look at dice and thing. It's kind of interesting. But let me go. So Amy, give the question I read.
The diagram below shows two fair six-sided dice, P and Q. The six numbers on die P are 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. The six numbers on die Q are 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3. When a dice is rolled, the score is the number on the top face. So part 1, die P is rolled once. What is the probability that the score is not 2?
All right. So for anybody that is not familiar with probability, maybe a simple example. Imagine if I ask you to toss a coin and ask you what is the probability you get heads. Until you tell me half, 50-50. The reason for that is because I can either get heads or tails. So the sample space is 2. So that's the total amount of outcomes that could happen. I can either get heads or tails. So if we're dealing with a dice, right? If we are dealing with a dice, I want somebody to drop it in the chat. Where's the total number of outcomes? Somebody tell me, a dice have how much sides? How much sides does a dice have?
6.
6, right? So I could get six possible numbers, right? And that makes sense? So, Amy, that being said, right? That being said, if we want to figure out the probability that we don't get 2, we'll be looking at everything that is not 2 for die P. So, Amy, for die P, we have 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. So, Amy, how much we have altogether?
6.
So we have
Wait.
6. Yeah, we have
Yeah.
6. And how much of them are not 2?
5.
5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 over 6, that's the answer. So you have 5 out of 6 chances to get something that is not 2. And you can see that over here. Watch. You have 6 to choose from, 6 you can possibly get. And if you do want to get 2, you would basically look at everything that is not 2, which is 5. So I trust that everybody understands that. Let's move on. All right, so Amy, read part 2.
Die Q is rolled twice. What is the probability that the score is 1 both times?
Right, die Q is rolled twice. What is the probability that the score is 1 both times? So, Amy, anytime we're talking about events are following up each other, and we're talking about it happening after the other one, what do we do?
You multiply the probabilities.
Right, because I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain to people who are not doing hard maths, but think of it like this. Okay, anytime you have successive events, just multiply. Anytime you have multiple events, just add. So Amy, in this case, you're rolling it twice. So you're rolling it one time, and then you're rolling it another time. So and means multiply. So die Q is rolled twice. What is the probability that it scores one both times? So let me figure this out. So Amy, in the first rounds, just tell me, what is the probability again at one? If we're dealing with die Q, how much ones it have?
3.
I have 3 ones, so you get 3 out of 6. Right, and I'm going to multiply that again by 3 over 6. Because I roll it twice, and I want to get 1 both times. So what is 3/6 by 3/6?
A quarter.
Right? Right. So you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Adrian, you say you add math, so I think you should understand this. I was somebody who on the outside who's not like one of my native students. If I could unmute, and I was somebody that don't do hard maths either. I was somebody that is just do maths. Anybody feel they're brave enough? I was somebody that's just do maths. I want to explain something here. Amy, everybody real shy boy.
Yeah. My friend doing add maths, so don't call on she. She real shy.
I see, I see. Let me explain something, right, guys? Anytime, I make a little note about this. For successive events, so what do I mean by successive events? I'm talking about events that follow each other. You multiply. For multiple events, you add. So you see over here how you're rolling it twice, you're rolling it one time, and you're rolling it again. That means you multiply. So in the first try, I would get 3/6. I have 3 in 6 chance of getting a 1. And in the other chance, I have a 3 in 6 chance of getting a 1 again. So I multiply them. So another thing, anytime you see and, that means to multiply. Anytime you see or, that means to add. Right. So let's move on. So Amy, last probability question, I presume. Nope. What? You have a probability space diagram?
That's what I saying.
Very jail.
If I was doing maths alone, I would have pulled my head in that exam.
And then this, which is like odd maths here, basically,
Oh,
sector.
yeah. Mm.
Yeah, well. So let me go. Yeah, so Amy, read part 3.
The IQ is rolled 72 times. Calculate an estimate of the number of times the score is true.
Okay, you roll it 72 times, right? So remind me, Amy, in how much chances would you get a 3? If you look at the IQ, if we're looking at the IQ, right? The IQ is 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. So in every chance, how much times are you likely to get a 3?
1/6.
1/6. So I want a little pay attention to this. If every time you roll the die, you have a 1/6 chance of getting a 3, then if you roll it 72 times, then you just multiply this by 72 to figure out how much times you get a 3. Think about it again. So every time you roll the die, you have a 1/6 chance. So if you roll the die 2 times, you have a 2/6 chance, so on and so forth. So in 72 tries, it multiplied by 1/6 to figure out the total amount of, like an average of how much times you would have got 3. All right, so what is 1/6 of 72?
Well,
12. Amy, do you understand what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And another thing, actually, never mind, but it kind of makes sense. So let me do this question here. So Amy, read out for me.
Each die is rolled once. The product of the scores is recorded. The sample space diagram is shown below. Find the probability that the product of the scores is 2 or 3.
Oh, okay. So let's see the word or. As soon as I see the word or, that means to add, right? As soon as you see the word or, that means to add. So Amy, let me go. So they want us to find the probability that the product of the scores is 2 or 3. Now, that being said, Amy, based on what we have here, we need to look at the dimensions of our probability space diagram to figure out the sample space. In other words, all the possible outcomes. So Amy, how much rows we have here?
6.
And how much rows we have here?
6.
So altogether, we have how much outcomes?
36.
Right. I mean, obviously, you could just add it up if you want. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but that's too long. Just count the dimensions and multiply. So the total outcomes is 36. Right? What is the probability that you'll get at 2? Let's count that. What is the probability that you're going to get at 2? So Amy, let me go.
5. Sorry.
So to get at 2, it's a very simple way to do it. So
Have 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So that's going to be 7 over 36. And they said or, so you have to add. And what is the probability of getting a 3? How much is
5.
that? 5, right?
Mhm.
So altogether, you'd get a probability of,
1/3.
right, 12 over 36, which is equal to 1/3. Right. Again, guys, don't feel shy and think, if you're confused, let me know. Now is the time. Exam is tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
All right, that's wrong. So here what? Take a 5 minutes break and we'll come back. Take a 5 minutes break. All right, so Amy, let me start back. You there, right? All right, Aliyah, let me know if you're there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, Ma.
Yeah, here and here.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, Aliyah, let me continue. So Aliyah, give this question I read from there.
A piece of wire 61
Wait,
centimeters.
You miss the opportunity to say a piece of land. Right, yeah, so a piece of wire.
61 centimeters long is bent from a sector as shown in the diagram below. The sector of the circle is Q O P Q has a center O and a radius of 18 centimeters.
Right. And then part one.
Show that the value of x is approximately 80 degrees.
Now, guys, please don't take your protractor and put it down on the paper and try a thing. What I mean by that is don't do this. I feel, Aliyah, I feel you. Would you do this?
No, I won't.
Let me measure it just for curiosity now. Let me see what went on. Let me see what's plan here. Yeah, it looked like 80. But let me do the maths behind it. So first things first, Aliyah. We have a piece of wire that's 61 centimeters long and they bend that to form the sector. So with that being said, Aliyah, if I add this and this and this, what's supposed to be?
61?
Supposed to be 61, right? And
Yeah.
additionally, O to Q would be a radius, and O to P would also be a radius, right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, what would this length over here be?
18 plus 18, and you minus that from 61.
Correct. So what would that be equal to?
25 centimeters.
You got 25?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a very tricky question. We have to utilize the formula for area of a sector. So for those who come from TikTok, or they've probably seen a video where they did the tricky area problem and they had to use the sector. So we have to use that formula. So Aliyah, remind me, in regular maths, if I want to find sorry, not area, if I want to find the it's the same concept. If I want to find the circumference or the length of the arc, if I want to find the length of the arc here, how do I do that in maths, regular maths? Okay, let me step back a little bit. Aliyah, do you know how to find the circumference for a full circle? Like for a full circle,
Yeah.
what is the circumference?
Is 2 pi r.
2 pi r, right? And
Yeah.
so if you have a sector is really just a portion of a whole circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you understand that this is the situation we have. We're trying to figure out this length, but we know the length is 25. So if you
Yeah.
want to figure out the length of an arc, you need to figure out what fraction of the whole circle you are dealing with. And you're going to multiply that by 2 pi r. Aliyah, let us soak in. So you're finding the fraction of the whole circle and you're multiplying that by the normal or the full circumference. Because, Aliyah, think about it like this. Any full circumference could be 360 degrees.
Yeah.
This is 360 degrees.
No.
It's some fraction of 360, right?
Yeah.
So we had to find that fraction of 360. So you're with me so far?
Yeah.
Right. So what's the length of the arc? By the way, the length of the arc is this over here. That's the length of the arc. So Aliyah, what's the length of the arc?
25 centimeters.
So we have 25. So 25 would be equal to, we don't know the angle, right? We don't know the angle, so we're going to leave it blank. What is pi? What did it tell us to use for pi?
22/7.
Right? And what is the radius?
18 centimeters.
Right. Here what we're going to do, we're going to simplify all of this. Plug it into your calculator and let me know what you're getting.
Okay. I get 113.14.
I want it as a fraction.
792/7.
Right. Aliyah, is there any further simplification you could do?
The 360 into the 729.
I don't think that will work.
Yeah, me neither.
No, that wouldn't work.
Or you could divide. No, that wouldn't work either.
But you could simplify it, but I'm not. So here what I would do next, right, Aliyah? It's a tricky question. And if you had written it as a decimal, that'll make it easier. But I'm going to show you how to get the exact answer. So Aliyah, we have x by 792, right?
Yeah.
You understand we can't really simplify it. So we're going to multiply the top by the top. So that'll be 792x on top over what's in the bottom.
360 by 7.
What is 360 by 7?
2,520.
Right. So are we in a situation now where we could cross multiply?
Yeah.
Right? We could cross multiply. So you're going to say 1 by 792x. Then you're going to say that number by 25. So you end up with 792x is equal to 25 by 2,520.
Yeah, you'll get 63,000.
Right. Aliyah, you can give me 63,000.
No.
We I have more to know. Right? And so we have 792 by x. But I want to find for 1x. I have 792x. How do I
So
find for 1x?
You could divide.
I divide both sides by?
729.
Right. What would you get?
86.4. To one decimal place, or
They didn't specify, so let me do it to 2 decimal places. Actually, no. Use 3 significant figures. Shouldn't matter. Right? So you would have got, I want to make sure I'm not skipping any steps for anybody that might be watching this. So you would have gotten, wait, no, Aliyah, when I plug it in, I get 79.5.
how? Wait.
Watch. That's crazy, bro. Check back that.
79.5?
Yeah, 79.5.
Okay, yeah.
And so since it said they wanted it to be approximately 80, I guess we could round it off to the nearest degree. Right? So when you work this out, you're gonna get 79.54 degrees, which is approximately 80 degrees to the nearest degree. So let me know if you catch that. This was a tricky question.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really tricky question. I can imagine a lot of people not figuring out this one. Yeah. Any of you guys wrote January, and were you able to figure out this question? Drop in the chat. Ali, I guess you didn't figure out this one in January.
No, I do it.
You get through?
Yeah.
Ah,
It
boy.
was just use the formula.
Nice, nice, nice. I mean, you could have used the odd maths formula too. L is equal to
Yeah.
theta, but you would have had to convert the angle to degrees because that would have been radians.
Yeah.
All right, so if any other confused, I want to know. Amy, you understand this 100%, right?
Yeah,
Amy, did you do this?
yeah, from before.
Okay. Right. All right. Take a second. All right, so let's continue. Dejon is a real person. I'll ask if you understand this, Dejon in class? No, Dejon not in class. Kira, you understand how to do this question?
Yeah.
All right. So you could explain it then.
Rajiv, you know I'm terrible at explaining things.
Let me hear. Maybe it might be entertaining.
No, please don't do this. Not today, not today, not today.
It only have what 15 people in class size, nothing like nothing.
No, it isn't.
Kira, use a confidence boss. You could do it. Explain something fast. Okay, fine.
You might apply today now, please.
Okay, I'll lie. Maybe a easy question of ask you to explain. So for those who just came in, I'm going to explain it back one more time. So they said a piece of wire 61 centimeters long is bent to form a sector. A sector is just piece of a whole circle. Now, if you have a wire that's 61 centimeters long and you bend it to form this shape, that would mean that the whole the perimeter of the entire shape would have to be 61. Because if I use a wire that's 61 centimeters long to make it, and if I add up all of these, it should be 61. So that being said, the length of the arc would have to be 25. By the way, an arc is just like a piece of the circumference. Keep that in mind. So the length of the arc is 25. Awesome. And we know that the radius is 18 centimeters. From regular maths, we know that to find the length of an arc is x over 360 by 2 pi r. If you're feeling very confused, wait, it's not that bad. If you have a whole shape and to find the circumference, which is the perimeter, it will be 2 pi r. The only difference is in this shape, we have a fraction of the whole circle. So that's why you see me put x over 360 by 2 pi r. And so we know the length of the arc is 25. We know what pi is. They said pi is 22 over 7. And they said that the radius was 18. So I plugged in everything. I simplified, I cross multiplied, and I made x a subject. And I got 79.54. Definitely one of the harder questions. Right, so let's move on. Kiara, I want you to help me with question 2. They want us to calculate the area enclosed by the wire. So what formula we had to use for this one? Find the area of a sector. How do we find the area of a sector?
So is 0 over 360 by
Let's say that again. Run through that again.
so basically 0 over 360.
0 over 360.
No?
You mean theta? You mean theta?
Yeah. Theta, sorry.
Oh,
Theta over 360 by pi r squared.
right. So for anybody that is confused, again, a sector is just a piece of a circle. And we know that the area of a full circle is pi r squared. So all we have to do is just find the fraction of the whole area. All right. So I'm hearing somebody. Yes. I think that's Gideon. I was hearing you just now. Everything all right? Let me know if I have something that I didn't catch. That was a mistake. Okay. Man went quiet. Yeah. So, Kiara, let's continue. Let's continue. All right, small thing. So let me continue, right, Kiara? So you understand that pi r squared is the area of a whole circle. But since we're dealing with a sector, which is piece of a whole circle, we're going to find the whole area and find the fraction of the whole area. Kira, what do we find the angle to be here? Approximately what? Kira, remind me, in the previous part, what do we find the angle to be, approximately?
80 degrees.
Right, so we're going to say 80 over 360 multiplied, and we know pi is 22 over 7, and the radius here is 18, so that'll be 18 squared. So I want you to plug that into your Casio, then your sharp, and tell me the answer.
Okay, that's on. You wanted to two decimal places.
Yeah, give me the two decimal places.
226.29.
0.29, and what's the units for that? Is it centimeters? Is it meters?
Centimeters.
Right.
Yeah.
If all they don't put centimeters squared, all you gonna get 0, right? I'm joking. You'll get like one more. You get one more. You need to put the units. Right. Cool. Let me move on. Any other like cheese in class? Nicholas, you there? I want to have Nicholas in class, boy.
Yeah.
Well, Nicholas, I know you know plenty cheesy pickup lines.
Yeah,
Hit you
what's
with
this
one.
one you tell me?
Hit you with
Aki
one.
tango.
Give up. That mob there.
Yeah, that been up, that been up.
Did you use a pickup line on any girls yet?
I ain't even talked to a girl in like 16, 17 years.
Okay. I guess you're gonna call the mass paper cute. You're gonna be raising up the mass paper.
Just like last night.
Oh god. I swear, and Nicholas, imagine if you go on TikTok and you just see people reposting that.
I see some of my soldier and them send me that TikTok. Ask me what I was doing.
I don't know what he was doing, but there we go. Right? So read this question for now.
A cylindrical block of cheese has a radius of 12 centimeters and a height of 8 centimeters. Cheese is divided into equal slices. The uniform cross-section of a slice of the cheese is a sector whose angle is 18 degrees, as shown in the diagram below. Calculate the length of the arc AB.
Okay. All right. So we need to figure out the arc. Again, an arc is just a portion of the circumference. So Nicholas, when they talk about the arc, they're talking about this, right?
Yeah.
Right. And how do we find the length of the arc in maths?
Um,
I know you attempted to say r theta.
and I was thinking of this, but then I remember theta over 360 by 2 pi r.
Nice. So the length of the arc would be theta over 360 by 2 pi r. So the angle we have here is 18 degrees. So that'll be 18 over 360 multiplied by 2 by 22 over 7. And the radius here is 12. So plug that into a Casio and let me know what I get. If you have a sharp, you'd have to work it in parts. But if you have a Casio, it's quick action day. Making quick work at this question. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, so Nicholas, somebody answer again.
3.77 centimeters.
Right. 3.77 centimeters. Nice. All right, they want us to figure out the area of the curved face ABCD. ABCD. So, Nicholas, don't get tied up, eh? This is real simple. This basically is a what shape? What kind of shape is that basically?
That's a rectangle.
Basically a rectangle. If you take this and you flatten it out, you get a rectangle, right? And to find the area of a rectangle, somebody had to know this. Drop it in the chat. How you just find the area of a rectangle? How do we find the area of a rectangle? Amy, these people real shy, boy. Oh my God. But that's okay. That's okay. Drop in the chat. I'll leave it on mute. Yeah, so Nicholas, to find the area of a rectangle, it's length by width, right?
Yeah.
Right. So let me ask a question. Do we know what this is?
Yeah.
What's that?
2.77.
3.77. And what's this?
That is 8.
Right. So the area for that would just be 3.77 by 8. Right? Always 3.77 by 8.
30.16. I do that mentally. I don't look at.
I don't trust it.
I don't trust me.
30.16. You real bad then?
Great.
Yeah.
Hey.
You just now gain 30 or a point stake. Pick up yourself.
Wait.
And that's centimeter squared, right? Anytime we deal with area, it's centimeter squared. If it was meters, then it would have been meter squared. Right. Yeah, so let me keep on pushing. All right, so Nicholas, read part 3.
Given that the area of OAB is 22.6 centimeters, it calculate the volume of the entire block of cheese.
Right. So anytime you find in volume, it's always a cross-sectional area multiplied by the height. So do we have the cross-sectional area of this? Do we have the area for that? Nicholas, how are you to imagine, right? If you had a sheet of paper, that would be a 2D shape, right?
Yeah.
But if you keep stacking cheese on cheese, like if you keep stacking, right? Until we eventually make a 3D shape.
Yeah.
So how to find area is, how to find volume. You just taking the area for one of the surfaces and then multiplying it by the height. So do we know what the area for here is? Is that something?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do know. The area for that is actually we didn't find it yet. We didn't find it yet. So we would need to find it. So we would need to find this area. How will we find the area for that? How will we find the area of the top portion?
Triangle on the top.
That's not a triangle on the top, eh? That's a
Odd shape.
that's a sector.
A sector.
Yeah. Watch. That is a sector. You can see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I really want you to understand the concept, right? Because you could apply this for any prism. This is a prism, by the way. I don't know what kind of prism you'll call this, but it's a prism. So, Nicholas, and you could imagine that no matter where you cut the shape, and you could always see this.
Yeah.
Can you visualize that? Like if I slice this thing in half, like over there, and the cross-sectional view will be this still. So all this shape it's a bunch of these is a bunch of those shapes stacked upon each other, kind of like a book. Think about it, right? With a book, right? So one of the pages is two-dimensional. But if you keep stacking pages, eventually you make a 3D shape. So it's the same concept. So if I wanted to find the volume of this shape, I could find the area of the top and I can multiply by the height. And that would give me volume. So Nicholas, let me find the area of the top. The area is on top we have a sector. So to find
they give you the area in the question, part 3.
they did. Let me check. Oh, well, say no more. Say no more. So the area, it's real nice out here. So they gave us this area, and so we go multiply by 8, and that will give us the volume. And Nicholas, I want to show you something real bad. Hence, where's the units for volume? Volume is centimeters what? Right. So if you're taking centimeters squared and then multiply by centimeters and the powers will add up.
Yeah.
And you'll get centimeters cubed. Making sense. So your answer is just so the volume would just be equal to 22.6 multiplied by 18. And that would be, what would that be? That would be 406.8 centimeters cubed. So you go with that?
All right, now I'm doing this mentally, so
You do not mentally, you are real baddest.
Kaya con me so.
Say that again?
I cannot rank on me and that's
Nobody can rank on you, boy. So 406.8. Just confirm if you get that.
So I feel it's 18 and not 18.
Let me check. What shocks? What the hell? What the hell? Pressure, boy. Yeah, 22.68. That should be 160.
180.8.
All right, 180.8. Taking your word for it, you know. 180.8. Nicholas, that's correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. 180.8. So that's the answer for part 3, right? Anybody? This question was kind of tricky. Have anybody that would like me to re-explain, or are you guys good? Adrian, you good? Sound like you're real good.
Yes, sir.
Were you in Nicholas' class?
Yes, sir.
He's smarter than me, you know.
Kira, I saw you raise your hand. You want me to re-explain the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no
I
problem.
don't understand how you get the 8.
You understand how I get 8?
Yes.
Okay, so check this, right, Kira? I say your name correctly? Kira.
Yes, sir.
All right, so watch this, right? Let me show you an example with a book, right? So, Kira, if you have a book and all of the pages by itself is a two-dimensional shape, like you just have area, right?
Yeah.
So if I keep stacking pages, and I would create a two-dimension depth.
Yes, sir.
Right, so look at this shape, it's the same thing. If you notice, I have this area on top. Kira, if I cut the shape, anywhere I cut the shape, and I look down, and I would still see that?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we have the area. They gave us the area for that in the question. The area for the top part was 22.6. So this is 22.6. So you're okay with that?
Yes, sir.
And remember what I tell you, that come like a 2D shape. If you have to create a 3D shape, you would stack a bunch of those on top of each other. And so you would build height. So, Kara, what's the height in this question? If you look at the shape, what's the height?
8 centimeters.
Right. So I would multiply the top by the height to create the volume.
Oh,
Because volume is three-dimensional.
I understand.
Nice. That's good to hear.
Thank you.
Right, so let me keep pushing.
Sir, hear me out now.
Let me hear.
That question, right? They say to calculate the volume for the entire block, right? So you will have to find for the total 360 degrees, like the whole cylinder.
Oh, shucks. Wait. Okay, you bring up a valid point there. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta do that. But then why would they give us OAV? I guess they would say that because that's 18 degrees, you could find 360, which is the full thing. But even self, you wouldn't even do that. If they ask you to find the entire block, right? This is what you would do. You would have to find the whole circumference. You have the angle. You wouldn't even need the angle. You wouldn't even need the angle.
So
Radius.
all you can do is divide 360 by 18, and you get 20, and then multiply
multiply
the 180.8 by 20, and you get answer.
Okay. So tell me what they do there. Let me hear what they do.
Take the 360 whole degrees from the cylinder and divided by the 18 you have already given any question.
Okay. So you're finding for how much 1 degree is. Okay. And you multiply that by 180.8. That's
Yeah.
what. Okay. I feel like that might be a little hard to understand. So I'm going to explain it in a slightly different method and you get the same answer. So Nicholas and Adrian, what was the answer that you guys got? Tell me, what was the answer?
3,616 centimeters cubed.
3,216 centimeters cubed.
3,616.
All right, watch this, right? The entire shape would be a circle. So that being said, I could find the area of the top. Now, if I want to find the area of the whole top, that would form a circle. So the area of a circle is pi r squared. So that's going to be 22 over 7 by 12 squared. Let me know what you get for that. So plug that into the calculator fast and let me know what I get for that. Yeah. Nicholas, what you get for that?
When my calculator was in quadratic something. 22 over 7.
Tell me what you get for that.
3168 over 7.
Tell me it is a decimal.
452.57.
Right, take that and multiply it by 8.
3620.57.
Get the same answer, right?
Right.
I feel like that's easier to understand because if you do the other method, you need to find how the volume is distributed for 1 degree and then multiply it. So I feel like that might be hard to understand.
Yeah. That almost steps too.
Yeah. So thank you for pointing out that, Nicholas and Adrian. So they said to calculate the volume of the entire block of cheese. The entire block of cheese. So this is not correct. This is actually for 18 degrees. So this is not the full thing. So Nicholas, I'm going to show you 2 methods to find the volume. I showed you one already, but I'm going to use your method. I'm going to use your method, the full method you said. So Nicholas, you understand that volume would correspond to 18 degrees, right?
Yeah.
So if I wanted to find for 1 degree, or if I wanted to find the volume distribution for 1 degree, I would divide that by 18. So 1 degree would be 180.8 divided by 18. And if I wanted to find for 360, I would say 360, 180.8. That's supposed to work. Let me just verify that. Yeah. And you get your answer. Nicholas, just confirm again the answer. Adrian, just confirm it.
Yeah,
You get it, right?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
get you.
Yeah, so that is the method I just now did, but like leaving out a lot of steps. But it's fine if you understand it and you can leave out the steps, do that. So I want to call somebody who's not one of my students. Kara, by chance, do you do hard maths?
Yes, sir, I do add maths.
Okay. So when you're looking at these things, you're probably seeing R theta and thing. You're seeing radians and thing.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I want to explain this question properly. There are two ways to do it. The initial method I did was I found the volume for a portion of the entire cheese. Can you recognize that? I found the volume for this portion. But if I draw the full circle, right, you can visualize that this is only piece of the entire block of cheese. You can see that.
Yes, sir.
So what we found was we found the volume for like, think about it, Kira. Imagine you have a full circle there. We actually found the volume for what fraction of the entire circle? Think about it. This is 18 degrees. How much degrees is our full circle?
360 degrees.
So what we really found for was 18 over 360 of the whole volume. That's what we found. So you could visualize that, you can see it. So I'm going to show you two different methods to find the entire volume. The first method is this. So Kira, if we wanted to find the full volume of the entire block of cheese, if we're dealing with the entire block of cheese, wouldn't the top be a circle?
Sir, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. So do you know what our entire block of cheese looks like? Let me show you.
Yes, sir.
So it is being a circular shape. So what we have in this diagram, we actually have a piece of that. We have a piece of that. So we don't have the entire block of cheese, we have a piece of that. Now, if you wanted to find the volume of the entire block, wouldn't the top be a circle instead of piece like this?
Yes, sir.
Circular. No, a second. Check what's on the chance. Yeah, so Kira, can you visualize it now? Like if you had the full block of cheese, the top would actually be an entire circle. Look at it. So Kira, see what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
So to find the volume of this portion, and I found the area of the top and I multiplied it by the height to get the third dimension.
Yes, sir.
So if I wanted to find the entire volume, and I would need to find the full circle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You sure you understand that? Because right now we're finding for
I understand.
right now we're finding for piece, but we want to really find for the whole block of cheese. So that being said, we would have to find the entire area of the top. So Kira, we have a sector over here. We need to find the area of the full circle. Do we have all the information we need to find the area of the full circle?
Yes, sir.
How would you find the area of a full circle? What's the formula I would use? Find the area of a circle. Anybody can tell me, what formula is used to find the area of a circle? Nicholas, you want to help out it? What's the
Yes,
formula?
sir.
What's the formula to find the area of a full circle?
R squared.
Pi r squared, right? So Kira, you understand that if we wanted to find the volume of the full block of cheese, we will be dealing with a shape that has a circle on top, not a sector. So
Yes, sir.
They need to find the area of the entire circle. So that's pi r squared. So what did they say pi was in this question? They said pi was what?
22/7.
Right? And where's the radius? If you look at the shape, where's the radius? So the radius would typically be from the center O to a point. So check
12.
12, yes. You see how we're starting from the center and going to a point along the circumference? That would be
Yes.
the radius. So plug that into your calculator and tell me what you get. Let me just draw a diagram here.
So I'm getting 452 and 4/7.
Some of those are decimals, two decimal places.
0.57.
So let me show you what we have right now. So like I say, you have a block of cheese. And this is what the full block of cheese will look like, right? And well, this is the portion. If you're looking at it from the top down view, this is what you would see. You would see a full circle on top. So you can see that.
Yes, sir.
And to add in the third dimension, which is depth, how deep do we know it goes? Like what's the thickness of this block of cheese?
8 centimeters.
Right, so
No.
the full volume would be 452.57 multiplied by 8.
3,620.56.
Correct. So that's one way you could have done it. That's one way you could have done it. To find the volume for the entire block of cheese. Right? Because you understand that a full block of cheese would be a circle, not a sector. And then there's this other method over here. So this method is a bit more complicated. And if you understand this method, don't bother with this method. So what we have here, we have a sector. And this sector is actually 18 degrees off the 360. And so what I'm saying is, I'm saying 18 degrees, the volume for 18 degrees is 180.8. So to find for 1 degree, that'll be 180.8 divided by 18. And now, since I know what the volume for 1 degree would be, I can find for 360. So I would multiply both sides by 360, and I get 3,616 centimeters cubed. So, Kira, you understand what to do, right?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay, nice. Just make sure to remember your formulas, like pi r squared, 2 pi r. Remember them?
Yes.
All right. So, Desron in class. When I have Desron in class, wait. When Desron not here. All right. Aliyah, help me with question 7. Give question 7, I read.
A sequence of patterns is made of dots and lines of unit length. Some of these lines form squares. The first 3 diagrams in the sequence are shown below.
All right. So they want us to draw diagram 4. Okay. So Aliyah, feel like this one hard or easy?
That easy.
You have the 2025 paper with you?
No.
No? All right. Well, I'll just draw it. This one not hard. This is what it would be, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so that's the answer. This one wasn't that bad. So let's move on to this. Aliyah, I know you love this one. I know you really love this one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know you love this one. So let me figure out this. So Aliyah, let me go. first, with these kind of questions, you want to notice a pattern. Generally, you want to notice a pattern. So, Aliyah, tell me if you notice a pattern. So, with the number of dots, for diagram 1 is 5, for diagram 2 is 8, for diagram 3 is 11. So, what is it increasing by?
3.
It's increasing by 3. And let's notice over here now. So, we have 8, 15, 22. What is that increasing by?
7.
That's increasing by 7. All right. So now we need to figure out the expressions. So we need to figure out the expressions. That's what we need to do. Right. So Aliyah, you have any idea what to do?
Not really.
Not really. Wait, I make a mistake here. Why did I put 3? It's supposed to be what? Wait,
14.
yeah. It's supposed to be 14. And what is it supposed to be?
That's 29.
All right. So Aliyah, look at how we're going to do this. What would I have to do with 4 to get 14? Think of some possibilities. What would I do with 4 to get 14? List some possibilities.
Add 10.
No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. No. Think more along the lines of multiplication and addition.
It could be like 4 by...
No, you can't say 4 by 4. 4 by 4 is 16.
No, 4 by 3.
4 by 3, yeah.
Plus 2.
Okay, so according to what you just now say, you come up with like a general pattern, right? So you see that, okay, if I multiply 4 by 3 and I add 2 again, 14. That's what you're seeing, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if that logic works for the rest. So let me try with 3. So tell me what to write. And we know this will be 14, right? 3 by
3 plus 2. So that's 11.
Oh, so does it work then?
Yeah.
Let me try with one more to make sure. 2, when we plug in 2, we're supposed to get 8. So that'll be 3.
Okay.
Tell me.
3 by 2 plus 2.
3 by 2 is?
6 plus 2 is 8.
So we definitely onto something. So
yeah.
What is remaining constant in our expression is the 3 and the plus 2.
Yeah.
2, what is changing is the number 2, 3, and 4. So that would refer to n, right? That would be n. That's what's changing.
Yeah.
So our expression there will be what?
N by 3 plus 2.
Right? 3n plus 2. Right. Okay. So you feel like you fully understand that?
Yeah.
So guys, let me just show you how we're going to do this again. Typically, I like to pick apart one value and see what I could do with it to get the number of dots or the number of lines or whatever you have to get. And then you would apply that logic with the others to see if it works out. So let me run through back one more time. So Aliyah said to multiply 4 by 3 and then add 2. And if it's correct, I'm supposed to get 14, which I do. 4 by 3 is 12, 12 plus 2 is 14. Then I look to see if that works for 3. So now I'm going to say 3 by 3 plus 2, and that's supposed to be equal to 11. 3 by 3 is 9, 9 plus 2 is 11, it does in fact work. Then I can move on to possibly 2. 2 by 3 plus 2, that'll be 6, 6 plus 2 is 8, and that's what I'm supposed to get. I'm supposed to get 8. So we definitely know we're doing something correct. Kira, let me know if you understand that.
Yes, sir, I understand.
So, Kira, by looking at that, what is remaining the same? What is remaining the same in all expressions?
D3 and D2?
Correct.
3 and 2.
Oh, Bria, I think you're muted. Right. Yeah. So, Kira, you would just say, so you notice that the 3 and the 2 is remaining constant. The 2, 3, and 4 is changing, but we know that refers to the diagram number, right?
Yes, sir.
So that'll be 3n plus 2, and that's our expression for number of dots. And you'll apply that same logic for the number of lines. So Aliyah, let me do number of lines now. So tell me, Aliyah, what we could do with 4 to get 29? What we could do with 4 to get 29?
You could multiply 4 by 7
Listening.
and get 28
What is
and
it?
add 1.
Okay. Right, Kira, let me try that for another case. So let me try when n is 3. When n is 3, we're going to say 3 by
3 times n.
So wait, so Kira, we came up, we're just experimenting here. So we're trying to figure out what we had to do with 4 to get 29. And Aliyah said 4 by 7 plus 1. That does give us 29. So now what we're going to do is we're going to test that logic with other numbers. So let's try it with 3. So Kira, tell me, it'll be 3 by
7,
right? Plus,
1
and that's
is
supposed to,
equal to
what,
22.
what are supposed to be equal to if we correct?
22.
Is it equal to 22?
Yes, sir.
So the expression we came up with is correct. Let's try it for 2.
Yeah.
So you would say 2 by
7 plus 1
mhm.
is equal to 50.
Right? So we good. Nice. So how would I write that expression, Kara? How would I write that expression? Look at how I wrote this one. I said 3n plus 2. How would I write this one? What is remaining the same?
The 7 and
So,
the 1.
right. And the 2, 3, 4 is changing. That corresponds to the number. So I'll say 7n plus 1. That's
Yes, sir.
so nice. That's some maths bosses here, boy. Right. So Aliyah, let me answer row 2. Let me answer row 2. So Aliyah, to answer row 2, I would need to figure out what n is. So
Yeah.
in this column, they're saying that the number of dots here is 59. Is there any formula I could use to figure out what n would be?
Yeah.
What formula I would use?
3n plus 2.
Right. So I would say 59. I would say 59 is equal to 3n plus 2.
Or we could put it the other way.
Yeah, that'll make it easier because the n will be on that side one time.
Yeah.
So we're going to do next.
You want to find for n, so you carry across the 2 on
Right.
the other side. So it'll be 59 minus 2. That's 57.
So 3n is equal to 57. And so what would 1n be?
1n would be 57 over 3.
Yep.
And
would
that
be,
would be 19.
boy, there we go. I can't see you, but I'll show you you dap them up too. Sure. So n is equal to 19, right?
Yeah.
So that's the answer. So, Kara, now that you saw an example, let's calculate what this would be. Actually, you wouldn't have to do that. It would be a slightly different method. So, Kara, the expressions we came up with, look at how they work. If I want to figure out what the number of lines is, I just have to take 4 and plug it in into this, and then you'll get 29.
Yes, sir.
So if I want to figure out the number of lines when n is 19, we think I'll do.
Plug in 19, which is
Yep.
7.
Yeah. Someone will get
So I got 134.
134.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just verify that that's correct. So, yeah, that's correct. Excellent job. So you're feeling a little more confident in patterns and recognitions now.
Yes, sir.
Nice. So Aliyah, feeling good? You understand the general trend?
Yeah.
All the questions come like this, My advice is just take a value, do something to it. It typically wouldn't be subtraction. It normally be multiplication and addition. So try to figure out a number you can multiply the n by and then add something to it to get whatever in the column and do it for other values and see if it checks out.
Okay.
But that's anybody want me to go over this again? Just drop something in the chat. Drop something in the chat if you want me to go over this. See somebody say something in the chat. Nah, okay, we keep pushing then. Keep pushing. Emmanuel, you want me to re-explain now or are you good?
Sorry, good.
All right, say no more. So, Aliyah, question C. One of the diagrams in the sequence has 148 lines. Calculate the number of dots in this diagram. So they are saying that the number of lines is 148. So which column are we looking at? They're saying it has 148 lines. So which column are we looking at?
The last one.
Last
7n
column.
plus 1.
So we're going to put 148 equal to 7n plus 1. So 7n plus 1 is equal to 148. And they want us to find the number of dots. So Aliyah, run maturity logic. When we work this out, we're going to get n, but is n the answer?
No, you use the formula for number of dots to find for it.
Yep,
Or
that's
to find
itself.
the n.
That's itself. So we want to find for n. So we leave it on the left-hand side and we move across the 1. If I move across the 1 Aliyah, that'll be 7n. 7n would be equal to what?
147. So n would be 147
I have a
over
bad
7.
feeling about this. Actually, no, it'll be 21. That should be 21. Aliyah, that was quick maths. Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, quick maths day. Bam, bam.
So
Right, so n is equal to 21. So, guys, what we just now did, right? So here what going on, guys. They're telling us that it has 148 lines. Hey, Nicholas, you hear him, huh?
Yo,
You just fight for land?
of course, I mean,
So you had a tree line now.
All the time. That's the favorite thing.
You could show me the tree line now. Or?
maybe.
Okay. So in the question, they gave us 148 lines and they're asking us to find the number of dots. Before I could find the number of dots, I need to know what n is. Kira, ain't you seeing that? To find n, or to find the number of dots, and you need to know what n is to plug it in.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we need to find n. So how are we going to find for n? That being said, they gave us the number of lines, and we know the expression that governs the behavior of the lines. So that's 7n plus 1 is equal to 148. So from there, you could find for n. To find for n, you just make n the subject. If anybody confused by how I would jump from there to there, I had 7n, and I want to get 1n. So I would divide by 7 on both sides to get 1n. And we found n to be equal to 21. So now that we know what n is, we could plug that in to figure out the number of dots. Right? So let's go. So Aliyah, since n is 21, we're gonna plug that in, and we should get 3 by 21 plus 2. That is 63, 65. So you get 65.
yeah.
All right. 65, let's go. All right, so we're going on functions. Let me see how this is function. Functions is the best, not gonna lie. Aliyah, and functions real easy. Like easy maths, right?
It is, yeah.
It genuinely is, guys. For those here who are not my students, a function, real simple. You just take in something, putting it into the function, and you get an answer. And easier yet if you have a Casio. If you have a Sharp, it might be a bit hard. But if you have a Casio, you don't have an excuse. Aliyah, you could have well put on the camera and show them the Casio.
No.
Could have flex the Casio on them. Knock it on them. Right? So let me move on to question 8. They want us to calculate the value of f of minus 2. So, Aliyah, that being said, which function are they referencing? Are they referencing the first function or the second function?
The first function.
Right. Guys, don't get confused. If you see this notation, another way to write it is like this. You would say f of x, and f of x would be equal to 1 plus 3x over x minus 1. It means the same thing. Could somebody who doing hard math, so anybody, could somebody tell me why x cannot be equal to 1? For this function here, why can't x be 1? Aliyah,
Because that will be undefined.
say that again?
Because that will be undefined.
That's correct. You can't divide by 0. Can't do that. So that could be a possible question, you know. They could ask, why can't x be equal to 1? And you have to say it will be undefined at that x value. And this notation, again, it would just simply be g of x is equal to 5 minus x. Now, in the first question, they wanted us to find f of minus 2. So they want us to use the first function. So Aliyah, and all that means is wherever you see x, you're going to put minus 2?
Yeah.
Right. So we're going to say f of minus 2, and that would be equal to 1 plus 3, open bracket. Anytime you deal with negative numbers, please put an open bracket and a closed bracket. Otherwise, you're going to lose marks. All over minus 2 minus 1. So plug that into the calculator and let me know what you get. You should
Something.
say that again?
I was gonna tell you, I'm going for 10 minutes today.
Okay, well, I'm going to give a 10 minutes break after we finish with this question.
All right, I'll wait.
Yeah. And I got a bunch of people. My phone rail blowing up, boy. What is this on my cellular device? This is crazy, boy. Boom, flat.
You would get 5/3.
Right? I get 5/3.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I like the confidence. All right, so that's the answer there. All right, now they want us to figure out a simplified expression for fg of x. Now, this has tied up so much people, oh my God, but it's really not that hard. Again, I want to call somebody that's not my student. Who want to volunteer? Kira? Kira, I want to show you how to.
Yes, sir.
So Kira, you understand that in a function, you're just taking something and putting it in, right? You're replacing something for x.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the first question, anyway, you see x, you replace it with minus 2. Cool. In this question, they want me to find for fg of x. So fg of x. Let me show you what I mean. Another way you could think about it is fg of x. So, and Kira, what is g of x? Remind me, what is g of x? What is g of x?
5 minus x.
Right. So, Kira, according to what I just now do and what I just now say, I said that in a function, you just replace an x for whatever is inside the bracket. So if you look at over here, what do we end up with inside the bracket?
G of x.
Right, g of x, but what is g of x?
5 minus x.
Right. So, Kira, what that means is, anyway I see x in f of x, I'm going to replace it for?
5 minus x.
Yes, that is all it is to it. Like it's real simple, I promise. Check it out, right? So let me just recall what f of x was. So f of x was equal to 1 plus 3x over x minus 1. And so, Kira, we said anywhere we see x, we're going to replace it with 5 minus x because it's f of 5 minus x. So I'm going to say, and Kira, do you think it's good? Do you think it's a good practice to put brackets?
Yes, sir.
It's a very good practice to put brackets. You don't want to not have brackets. Give me a second. Yeah, all you see in the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, Aliyah, Kira, Nicholas, whoever here, anybody,
Yo,
all I'm saying is whatever is inside the brackets, you go and put it, you go and replace it for X. It come like you're moving on. And Nicholas, it come like you're replacing your X for somebody. Why we want to get
yeah,
class, right?
right.
So, Kira, let's identify where we have X in f of X. We have an X over here and we have an X over here, right? So I'm going
Yes.
to say 1 plus 3. And again, it's a good practice to put brackets. I'm going to say 1 plus 3, and I'm replacing X with 5 minus X. You can see that. I just want to replace it. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. Cool. Now, be very careful here. Very, very careful. Some students would in the next line, they would just say 15 minus X, but that's wrong. Kira, do you know why that's wrong?
Say because you have to multiply everything in the bracket by 3.
Correct. Take a dab. Big up yourself, big up yourself. So you have a 3 on the outside, and 5 minus X is the whole term. You have to multiply everything by 3. Right? Can't leave anybody out. So what is actually will become, it'll become 1 plus 3 by 5 is 15, and 3 by minus X is minus 3X. All over 5 minus X minus 1. Kira, are you seeing anything being multiplied by this term? Or just by itself?
It's just by itself.
Like me. Think stuff out here, no, I'm joking. Right? Aliyah, you know what being alone calls for?
For what?
You know, if Bryce will say, he'll say it. If Bryce will say, he'll say it. I'll check my TikTok. I'll check my TikTok videos. I'll go see what I'm talking about. It always has some flash of what I'm talking about. But yeah, Kira, you don't have anything being multiplied here. So if this just by itself, like me, then you don't have to expand it by anything. I could just write back 5 minus X, and I could just write back 5 minus X.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And so on top, we could simplify. If you look on top and just see in like terms, like 1 and 15, they are like terms. So 1 and 15 is what?
What? So you mean 1 plus 15?
Yeah, what is 1 plus 15?
16.
Right, 16. So 16 minus X, and what is, so in the denominator, we have 5 minus X minus 1. So the like terms here will be the numbers. So 5 and minus 1. What is 5 minus 1?
4.
Right, so that would be 4 minus X. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, Aliyah, again, note to younger kids who might be looking at this video like 10 years from now. Can we do this? Is it so
No,
is
you
it so
cannot.
easy? Is it so easy to get rid of the X?
No.
No. You have to do a substitution if you want to get rid of the X. You do a
Yep.
substitution. Give me another life advice here, no?
All that pressure together at the end. So,
Yeah, boy, real pressure.
real pressure, pain and struggles out there.
Yeah.
You sound like you're depressed.
This is Nicholas here by himself. I'm gonna make a joke. Next thing he don't show up in the exam tomorrow. Right? So that's it. If any of you all didn't understand what I did, let me know. This works for all these types of composite function questions. They wanted us to find fg of x. So what that means is they want me to find f of gx. So g of x is 5 minus x. So anywhere I see x in f of x, I'm going to replace that with 5 minus x. is the exact same thing like what I did over here. Anywhere I saw x, I replaced it with -2. It's the same thing. So guys, anybody confused? Drop a one in the chat if you're confused. Drop a one in the chat and a 0 if you understand. Things real dead out here, boy. Nicholas, start off a movement, boy. Start off a movement.
No scene, no scene. Hold on, Wait.
Why they keep on sending the amount of money in my bank account? Wait, that's crazy.
Eh,
Okay, I got a little $1 in my bank account. Nice. I got a little $1. Shanice, you actually confused? Or we just playing along with the joke? I mean, if you're confused, I'll go it over. I don't mind. I presume everybody understand. I would think so. Give me a second, guys. Un momento, por favor. Right. All right, no problem, Shanice. Let me go it over. I'll go it over from scratch one time. Actually, look. Yeah, we're going to do it over from scratch. Let me get this real quick. Right, so after we finish with 2025, I want to do completing the square, and I want to do simultaneous equations. Right? My students requested that, and then I will accept any recommendations or any suggestions from the outside children. That's what I call it now, the outside children.
that you're on.
Rajeev, request matrices, please.
Say no more. Matrices fit. Right. Let me go. So, Shanice, is it possible for you to unmute? If you're on mute, we could like run it through together and make sure like you fully understand it. I know it's about good with people in class. Yeah.
It's my cousin, right? He right next to me now. So he don't understand.
Okay, which part are losing maths?
So calculate the value of f minus 2.
Okay, so Shanice, our function as function, you're taking whatever it have inside the brackets, you're taking that and you're replacing it with what x is. So let me I'll do back the question from scratch. It's easy, Max. I can't catch all you lacking with this one.
So you see you're gonna join on the next device, right?
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so don't explain it just yet. Or explain it, or just continue explaining.
Organize the punching and the monster for tonight.
Boy, the only thing I have here, I have rubbing alcohol, and I have wintergreen.
Go keep it up.
This is in case my girlfriend come out, give she a kiss, but we smelling nice. And well, this is to kill the bad vibes. This is to kill the bad vibes.
I know, see, go.
And you see this bottle here? This bottle don't have water in it, you know.
Oh, I catch that gasoline.
It's actually water. I don't think I'll want me to be drunk when I teach earlier. Next thing I tell her, wrong thing. Next thing I tell her, 1 + 1 is 3. They're going to knock me down.
Yeah, John said that he going for a haircut when he come back, he had a boy and he camera for you.
Okay, say no more.
Hey, the class are short,
Nicholas, I see Nicholas in the TikTok video yesterday. Check him out.
I show you near them how to
Watch him watch. Check Nicholas, check Nicholas, check Nicholas.
do it now, them how to do it now. My time gone.
Nicholas like to set up people.
I
How
feel
to do it.
he like to do that too much. But when you go to set him up, he does be unbothered, so it really affects him.
Really harass me so.
Oh,
You sure about that, Nicholas?
I see Sarah say she only have a man punching. She thing now. Pass through. I get a chance to buy the monster and the white oak. Right? I'm joking, guys. Next thing one I'll get offended and leave. Saying I'm promoting alcohol abuse. I'm joking. I don't mean anything by it. I see the number went from 26 to 35 just now. We all right. Shanice, your cousin get a separate device?
Yes, so you're currently joining.
Okay, can he hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so with a function, you're just taking whatever inside the bracket and you're plugging it in. You're replacing it for x. You're replacing it with x. So if I have f of minus 2, anywhere I see x, I'm going to replace it with minus 2. That's literally it. Anywhere you see x, whatever you have inside the brackets, you're going to make a substitution. And well, you just have to plug it into the calculator from there. Shanice, your cousin understand that?
You say yes, sir.
Okay, maybe if I do it with a regular number, it will make sense. I know the negativity just be kind of bad, so let me use a positive number. Let me just say 1. Actually, let me just say 2. So if I use 2, right, that'll be 1 plus 3 by 2 all over 2 minus 1. So again, whatever x is, you're just replacing it with what's inside the brackets as all. And again, if you have a Casio, you're making light work out of this. If you have a sharp, good luck, guys, good luck. If you have a sharp, though, I cannot catering for everybody. If you have a sharp, you would have to work each portion separately. So you would work like 1 plus 3 by 2 separately, and then you would say divide by 2 minus 1. So that's it there. That's it there, right? That's how you would do this. All right, so give me a second, guys. Okay, let's keep pushing. So guys, again, with a function, whatever inside the brackets, just making a substitution. So like Nicholas, if a girl break your heart, you go substitute.
You can't break my heart, darling.
Or ladies, if the man being like Brandon, make a quick substitution. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. So I trust that everybody understand the functions. I'm going to make up a functions question here and give it to you all. So let me just say we had a function n for Nicholas. Let me just say the function was nx. And the function was 5 plus 3x. I want you guys to figure out what n minus 1 would be. And I want you all to figure out, let me just say we had another function. Let me just say the other function was a of x. And this function was 1 plus 3x over 2 minus x. Try to figure out n a of x. Or they want me to do the question with all you, or they want to try it and drop it in the chat. Let me hear. Watch this. Yeah. Guys, come now, talk. I feel lonely here, boy. Are they gonna really make me drink the I gotta spray this. Come on.
We could try it, please.
I want to try it. Okay, no problem. So try to find for n minus 1. and then try to find for NA of X. So question 1, question 2. All right, so try that. Yeah, right, I think we go cross 100 on each chat.
Yeah, probably, most likely.
Oh, I don't think my brain could comprehend it. My forehead probably, but my brain nah. Ugh. Like here, are you seeing this? Waste boy.
I tell you, you will get famous, you know.
Uh, all right, so I give you only 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes, attempt something, and send it to me. Just I'm scared to see how much things you go have in each chat. But send something in each chat. Okay, so I see somebody say the answer. Let me just tell you if that's true. Yeah, neat. That's correct. That's correct. Nicholas, we had to take a picture, right? So I hope you do it here and thing. I will we'll take our picture, like when we crashing out midnight.
And average again.
Yeah. But like,
Cameras on again. Oh.
yeah.
I no sin. I don't put my makeup on thing for them.
When your little blush and thing.
Australian.
Right? So Chelsea, that's correct. That's correct. I'm really interested in though. I want to make sure you all could do NA of X. That's like the tricky one. Make sure you all could do that. Okay, for question 2, you're not gonna get a numerical answer. For question 2, you're gonna get an algebraic expression. So any numerical answers are out of the picture. Right? Amy, are you there? By the way, Amy, this was in your
Yeah.
paper, right? This was for you and Aliyah.
Oh,
Yeah, and this was for Nicholas, because Nicholas is a real one. You know, he just put on the camera and yeah, Nicholas is a real one. Yeah, so Aliyah or Amy, one of you guys, know that Aliyah will get it correct. So do it neat and send your answer in the chat. So Amy, if you're showing them the model answer, take your time and make sure you do the full working, right? Here, I want to know the craziest part.
What is that?
I didn't promote that post, you know. I just posted. I literally just posted. I didn't promote it to
Me
anyone.
and Nicholas promote for you.
No. Like normally you can make a sponsored on like TikTok to promote it to audiences. I didn't do that.
Really?
That good thing I didn't do that. It's a good thing I didn't do that. I would not be able to manage that. I would have not off. I would need like a secretary or something.
And care, I'll post it up all over.
Big up on yourself. Okay. Let me work down, let me know if again that's get a okay, let's see this quick. All right, so Chelsea, I'm gonna tell you if you're correct, right? In a moment. But I would prefer if you do the working on paper and send it on the chat. So that way I can see you working because you don't just get work, you just get marks for your answer. You get marks for your working as well. But this question I make, it kinda hard, eh? I'm not gonna lie, kinda hard. It really is the other way around. But like if you can figure out this is a real boss. Or a real boss. Now I feel like it's gonna be borderline too hard. Yeah, that'll be borderline too hard. I'm gonna switch up the question a bit, right? So this will be more CSEC level.
So those switch yet. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay. Because with that one, you're gonna end up having to find the LCM on the top and the bottom, and then you'd have to multiply and then switch on. It's real hard. But I like some people here who won't accept the challenge. It's good to accept the challenge. Yeah, still give you the answer for that one. Send my picture. Send my picture, you working. Kira, I have a message for you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What is that?
If you don't get one, you'll get put out.
Oh my god, mommy, come on, tell me that just now. And she told me if I don't get one, I get put out. I thought she let me at least get two, and she said no, I won. So,
Really, I think they would. Okay, never mind. The question that I had. Yeah, the question that I had. I thought I was imagining something else. Yeah, the question easy. All right, Chelsea, let me tell you if you're correct. Okay, Chelsea, you're correct. You're correct. Chelsea is a boss. I see to get the same denominator, you'd have to multiply by 2 minus x on the top and bottom. I see you do it one time, one shot. You're bad, you're real bad. Big up yourself. All right, so I go into Adrian, you want more time to try it or run the solution there? Yeah, yeah, Adrian, that's correct. So I'm going to do the question on the board now. Right? So the first question. So wait. Oh, if I could send all the answers on the chat, it's kind of hard to go through everybody when sending the answers separately. All right. All right, so there we go. So Kiara, in the first question, anywhere I'm seeing -1, I have to replace the -1 with
You mean anyway you see
What's
X?
saying, boy? What's saying? Anyway,
Yeah.
anyway, you see the X, you gotta replace it with the minus 1, right?
Yeah.
So that will be 5 plus 3, open bracket, minus 1. What is 3 by minus 1?
Minus
Yeah, that'll be
minus
minus 3. Where's 5 minus 3?
2.
So the answer is 2 for the first question. Big up everybody that get that correct. Let's move on to question 2 now. So in question 2, we have to find NA of X. So another way I could write that as N, and A of X is 1 plus 3X all over 2 minus X. So what this means is, anywhere I see X in N of X, I have to replace it with 1 plus 3X over 2 minus X. So let's recall, Sasha, you okay? So let me recall what N of X was. N of X was 5 plus 3X. And so we're going to replace the X with everything over here. That's what we're going to do. So that's what we're going to do. So that'll be 5 plus 3 by 1 plus 3X over 2 minus X. And so, Kira, if I lose anybody, put it in the chat. I mean, if I lose anybody.
Rajeev, I'm gonna send my picture and answer in the chat. I'm not sure if it's correct.
All right. Joshua, class going indefinitely. I hear indefinitely until the exam until it's time to wrap up though. I will, in other words, I willing to go as long as it takes until the morning. So, or they could stay if all they want, or they could leave. It's really just for if anybody have any questions and they needed to clear up, you could ask me now. So this class is going on till whenever. I don't know when you're not gonna finish. It's going straight into the exam. It's like a boot camp. Yeah. Real craziness. I kinda crazy. Yeah. All right. So Kira there, right?
Yeah, I'm doing ice just now.
Chewing ice. Okay, Nicholas, you there, right?
Yeah.
Let me take your time with this question. You have 3. Now, is 3 a fraction or is that a whole number?
3.
Yeah, 3 is a whole number, right?
Yeah.
So what I have to do here, I have to multiply 3 by all the terms on top. So 3 by 1 plus 3x all over 2 minus x. You understand what's going on so far?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to expand. I'm going to say 3 by 1 is 3. 3 by 3 is 9x. So I have 3 plus 9x over 2 minus x. But can I combine 5 and this fraction? Can I do that? I can't do that because I have different denominators. So I need to find the LCM. So 5 is the same thing as 5 over 1. So the LCM would be 2 minus x. So 1 into 2 minus x, 1 into anything is 1, right? So, you know what's in? 1 into 5 is 5. So 1 into 2 minus x is 2 minus x. So you would end up with 5 by 2 minus x. And then we're going to ask ourselves, 2 minus x into 2 minus x is 1. So 1 by 3 plus 9x is 3 plus 9x. If this method confusing earlier, I will show you a much easier method just now. Just stick around. But Nicholas, you understand what I do so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. If anybody confused, let me go back to basics, right? Imagine you was in standard 5, we learned in standard 5. What do you LCM for that will be, Nicholas?
Yeah, LCM of that is 4.
And I will say 4 into 4. How much time is 4 could go into 4?
1 then.
And I will say 1 by 1. Then I will say 2 into 4 is 2. 2 by 1 is 2. And let me ask that question. If it was, let me just say it was 1 plus 1 2. What my LCM gonna be? What would that be? Where would that be?
3.
So 1, how much times 1 could go into 3?
10. I mean 3 10.
Right? And then they go say 3 by 1 is 3. So how is this any different? This is the same thing. 1 into 2 minus x is 2 minus x. And then 2 minus x by 5, 5 by 2 minus x. It's the same thing. Right? So now we expand on top. That'll be 10 minus 5x plus 3 plus 9x all over 2 minus x. On top, we look to see if it have any like terms. So you have minus 5x and you have plus 9x. Minus 5x, if this confuses you, in a calculator, go and put minus 5 plus 9 and you'll get the answer is 4x. And then we have 10 plus 3, that's 13. So you're supposed to get 13 plus 4x over 2 minus x. And this is the full detailed working. Now, let me show you guys another approach that's very simple. So Adrian, you there? I left Adrian here, boy. I want a scholar to answer this. I say Adrian look like a scholar, but I'm not hearing him. Nicholas, like he leave or?
He did.
He just quiet.
Huh?
I don't see him in class, you know.
Oh, probably going to be haircut then.
You trying to raise up somebody in this class. Tell him
Nah,
tell him the
probably.
thing he had to raise up is he maths. Is he maths? Forget.
Tell him now.
Boy, man too distracted. But
Come back this now.
okay. Chelsea, you there? Okay, I'm not hearing you, Chelsea. Shauna, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me show you something real cool, right? So the problem with this is that you have different denominators, so you can't group it together. Now, and you would agree that if I multiplied by 2 minus x on the top and bottom, I didn't change the meaning of the expression. It's still 5. Still 5, right? And you can agree. Because by me multiplying by 2 minus x on top and 2 minus x in the denominator, this and this could cancel off and it would still be 5. The reason why I would do that is so that I could get the same denominator of 2 minus x. So when I do that, look at what will happen. And this is a trick you could use all the time. So Shauna, you understand that this over here means the same thing as 5. Like if you would simplify that, you would get back 5.
Yes, completely.
So all you would have to do now is just have to expand it, and you get 10 minus 5x over 2 minus x. And that is the equivalent expression for 5, but with the same denominator. Instead of having to do LCM and thing, you could just use that.
Okay.
And you can see since this now has a denominator 2 minus x, and I can now group it together with 3 plus 9x over 2 minus x.
Yes.
Right? And it's quick movements from here. Check it out. 10 plus 3 is 13, minus 5 plus 9, 4x. 2 minus x, get the answer one time. Bam. So yeah. So that's it for this question. This was a kind of tough question. This is probably the hardest it will come for the exam. I don't see it coming harder than this. So let's move on. So now we want to derive an expression in terms for x for the inverse function f inverse x. Kira, just remind everybody, what does the inverse function do? Now, you don't need to know for this particular question, but I'm going to go through it anyways because it could come in other questions. Kira, what does the inverse function do? Kiana here and Kira. Okay, I hear Kira. Okay.
Like, it's basically like it does undo the action of a function.
Yeah. If you want to figure out the y value, you would plug in the x value. Right? So that would be f of x. You would use f of x to go from x to y. If you want to go the opposite way, let me just say you have the y value and you want to go to x, you will use the inverse function. So that's just quickly what the inverse function does, and I'll show you guys a way to see if you're correct. So quickly, Kira, let me recall what f of x was. And f of x was equal to 1 plus 3x over x minus 1.
Yeah.
Right, if I want to figure out the inverse function for this, the first step you have to do is you're going to let the function be y. And we know that makes sense because when you plug x into a function, you get y. So y is equal to 1 plus 3x all over x minus 1. Right? So after you do that, what's the next step?
Interchange.
Right, so we have to interchange the values for x and y. So let me just put on the steps. So let f of x be equal to y. Then you're going to swap x and y. So Nicholas, if I swap x and y, what will I end up with?
X equal 1 plus 3y over y minus 1.
Right. And here's the thing. You need to find for y, right? The next step is to make y the subject. And that's the next step?
Yeah.
Now, you notice that y is in the denominator. We really don't want that. So what you would have to do is, you would have to cross multiply. Somebody open up our voice chats. Nicholas, you go join the voice chat and back up from us. See what's going on.
Right, nothing.
Yeah. All right, so Kiara, we have to make y the subject. Y isn't a denominator. We don't want that. Anytime you have two fractions, you have to do what? Starts with C. Tell me, Kiara, starts with C. I'm waiting. Okay, Shauna, what's the next step? I have x is equal to 1 plus 3y over y minus 1. Y is in the denominator, so I need to get it to the top. What can I do?
I would carry the denominator across by the x and multiply by the x. So the same thing is said cross multiply. And
Okay,
then I would multiply it out.
right. And we understand that x is the same thing as x over 1. Nice.
Yeah.
And so when we cross multiply, we're going to end up with, so 1 by 1 plus 3y is just 1 plus 3y. And then you would end up with x multiplied by y minus 1. What that means is you have to multiply x by all the terms inside the brackets. So that'll be xy minus x. So Shauna, you notice that you have multiple y terms, multiple terms that have y in it.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to group it together on one side to factor it out and to find for y. So 3y is already on the left-hand side. Xy is on the right-hand side. So we need to get that on the left-hand side. Because all the items need to be on the left-hand side. This one has no business being here. This is not the one for you. You send it across. So you move it across. So with that being said, you'll end up with 3y. You move across the xy, so that will become minus xy. And that will be equal to minus x. You move across the 1, so that will be minus 1. I lose you anyway, you understand that?
I understand.
Right. So if you notice, you're seeing a y in both of these terms. So what I mean?
Means you could factorize y out.
Right. If I pull out the y from 3y, I'll be left with 3. If I pull it out from xy, I'll be left with minus x. So I have y by 3 minus x is equal to minus x minus 1. And I want to find for y. Right now, y is being multiplied by 3 minus x. So the opposite of that would be to divide by 3 minus x on both sides. Let me know if you understand that 100%.
100% understood.
Say no more. Right. And the last step.
Surprise for me?
Somebody say something? Okay, I think that was a mistake. Yeah, so Shauna, the final answer for y, well, for the inverse function would be minus x minus 1 all over 3 minus x. And the very last step is to replace y with f inverse. So that'll be f inverse x is equal to minus x minus 1 all over 3 minus x. That's your final answer. Yeah, that's it. All right. So Shauna, you sound like you're well into maths and thing. You love maths?
It's normal.
Okay, well, let me show you something really cool. At the start of class, well, at the start of this question, I said the inverse function maps y onto x. So if you have the y value and you wanted to figure out what the x value was that gave you that value, you could use the inverse function. Let me show you what I mean, like real fast. Let me just say, I find f of 2, right? To find f of 2, and that will be, and I just plug in 2 into f of x.
Yeah.
So that will be 1 plus 3 by 2, 2 minus 1. So that will be equal to 3 by 2 is 6, 6 plus 1 is 7, 2 minus 1 is 1. So the answer is 7. So you understand y is 7, right? So when
Yeah.
x is 2, y is 7.
Mm-hmm.
And watch this. If I were to plug in 7 into the inverse function, look at what's going to happen. Minus 7 minus 1 is minus 8. 3 minus 7 is minus 4. What is minus 8 divided by minus 4?
2.
Bam. So you see, that's what the inverse functions do. You could use it to figure out what the x value was to get that value. So you see any connection?
Okay.
See it there. So, you sure you see it?
Yeah, I seen it.
Okay, cool. So, guys, check it out. The inverse function is just, let's take the y value and give you the x value that you had plugged in to get an answer. So, Nicholas, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if I had plugged 2 into the function, I would have got y. And if I wanted to figure out what value of x would have gave me the value of 7, I would plug it into the inverse and I would get 2. And that is the value that gave me 7. So that's what the inverse function will do. For anybody that like maths or interested in it. And so, Shauna, you can actually use that method to see if your answer is correct. Because if your answer is correct, you're supposed to get back the input when you plug in the output into the f inverse function. So you could use our method to see if your answer is correct.
Okay.
Right. So this was definitely a kind of tricky question. If you have anybody that want me to run it through, let me know again. Let me know. Yeah. If anybody confused, let me know. I mean, I know it's a difficult question. Drop in the chat. I'll go it over one more time. If anybody confused again. I want to make sure they're like prepared. Okay. I take it everybody understand. All right. So let's move on. So we have things looking let me keep pushing. I keep pushing. So Nicholas, help me with this question here. We have a velocity time. Yeah, Nicholas, we have a velocity time graph over here. Right?
Yeah.
So let me answer this question. So anytime you have a velocity time graph, let's go through the basics. What does the gradient give you? Anytime you have a velocity time graph. So if you have a velocity, the gradient gives you, tell me, Nicholas.
Acceleration and retardation.
Yeah, it gives you acceleration and deceleration. The positive gradient would be acceleration, and the negative gradient would be deceleration. So this is an example of acceleration. This is an example of deceleration. And these are areas where you're not accelerating at all. So if you maintain the same velocity, you're not accelerating. For those who don't know what accelerating means, it means to change your speed. You can either change your speed, like increase your speed, or you could decrease your speed. So acceleration is increasing your speed with respect to time, and deceleration is dropping your speed with respect to time. So like when you march brakes. And with a velocity time graph, if you want to figure out the area traveled, what do? Somebody tell me, if you want to find the area traveled for a velocity time graph, what do you have to do? Or the distance traveled. Let me just use that instead, distance traveled.
So you just measure underneath.
We have to measure the underneath, right? So we have to find the area under the graph. So to find the distance traveled, they find the area under the graph. Area under the graph. So there we go. So Nicholas, read the first question.
Complete the following statement. During stage 4, the car is traveling at something meters per second with an acceleration of some meters per second squared.
All right, so during stage 4, boy, they make it sound like it's cancer here, boy. Wait. They want to make we depressed.
Really pressing that thing out here.
During stage 4, the car is traveling at, so like stage 4, what is the car traveling at?
45.
45, right? If you guys notice, this is directly in the middle of 40 and 50. You don't have to really know scales. I mean, common sense could tell you that's 45. That's definitely 45. So at stage 4, it was traveling at 45 meters per second with an acceleration of 0. Because, and the reason why it is 0 is because from the time from 35 minutes to 50 minutes, you were maintaining the same velocity. If you're maintaining the same velocity, you're not speeding up or slowing down. So your acceleration is 0. Right? Right. Yeah, Nicholas, somebody drawing something there? Drawing that.
That was a mistake.
Oh. Yeah, so Nicholas, answer part 2 for me. They're saying to determine the maximum acceleration of the car during the 70 seconds. Now, now, Nicholas, tell me something, right? We know that for a velocity time graph, gradient gives you acceleration. What would be a higher, what would be a greater acceleration, a steep gradient or gentle gradient?
Greater acceleration, a steep gradient.
A steep gradient, right? Because that would mean you're increasing your speed in a shorter time. Hence?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, which looking like the steepest region? 1 or 3?
3.
You understand why we can't consider V, right? Because V is deceleration.
Yeah.
Right. So 1 and 3. So 1 and 3. So it definitely looking like 3. 3 is definitely steepest gradient. So to find the gradient, we're gonna take 2 points. So Nicholas, take that point from me, read it off. Tell me what that point is.
That is what with no 35, 45.
35, 45, yeah. What would this point be?
That is 25, 20.
Or a common mistake students make. Anytime you're reading off from the Cartesian plane, I say that fancy. Anytime you're reading off from an X and a Y axis, you're always reading the X value first, not the other way around. Notice in all of my points, I said X first, not Y, X first. So Nicholas, let me find the gradient now, which it doesn't matter what you select as X1, Y1, but you had to select something, right? So tell me which one to select as X1, Y1.
25 and 20.
Right? 25 and 20, that makes sense. X1, and what's the name? X1, Y1, and this could be X2, Y2, right?
Yeah.
And we know that the gradient is given by, tell me the formula real quick.
Y2 minus Y1 over X2 minus X1.
Right. So that'll be, so Y2 is 45. Oh, Nicholas, if you get a negative gradient, what does that say about your answer immediately?
That's saying that is a gradient going downwards.
Yeah, and that's clearly acceleration because you start off at 20 and now you're at 45. Right? So it'll be 45 minus 20 all over X2, which is 35 minus 25. By the way, anybody here that do physics? Anybody here that do physics and hard maths?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me show you a very easy way to do this question without, I mean, it's technically gradients, but it's very, very simple. Those who do in physics will understand that, and hard maths too. By the way, I do not crash course with the both of them. If you're interested, you go send my message. If you want to find acceleration, it's just the change in velocity over the change in time. So we started off with a speed of 20, and now we're at 45. So that's a difference of 25. And the time it took to do that was 25 to 35. So that's 10. So I can tell you immediately the answer is 2.5. Now, that's what you're doing when you find gradient, but I think that approach is a much simpler way. But you understand what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that the change in velocity over the change in time. That's acceleration. Yeah or no? Nicholas, you
Yeah.
can't explain?
Yes, I'm a physics student.
Okay, cool. So I'll show you both methods. So Nicholas, let me see if this be correct. 45 minus 20 is 25. And what is 35 minus 25? 10.
It's 35 minus 25.
Yeah, 35 minus 25, that's 10, right? And what is 25 divided by 10?
25 divided by 10, 2.5.
You're locking there, you're real locking.
Yeah, locking.
And since it's
All time.
acceleration, it'll be meters squared per second. What's it, boy? No. Meters per second squared. If I'll ever forget the units, this is what I could do. Acceleration is just the change in velocity over time. So change in velocity over time, and that would be meters per second multiplied by 1/2, and you would get meters per second squared. That's how you could figure out the units if you ever forget. Just look at the formula, right? But yeah, Nicholas, the acceleration here is 2.5. You really want to chance it, or you want to find a gradient for the other part where it was accelerating for?
Finally, gradient for the other part.
Right. And let me show you how simple this is, right? Look at the method I was saying. The change in velocity over the change in time. You start off at 0 and now you're at 20. So you change your velocity by 20, and the time it took was 15. So 20 over 15, what's that?
1.33.
So where did I accelerate faster? Which was a greater acceleration? 3. But Nicholas, it's how easy this method is. It's so easy,
Really
right?
serious.
Real easy. I want to call somebody in class, somebody that's normal students. Anybody want to volunteer? I'll show you the method real fast. I like 45 people in class. Anybody want to volunteer?
Show us the methods.
All right. So check this out. My computer is bugging. Give me a second. I'm not sure. Okay, I fix it. So you could find the gradient. I'm not saying that wrong. You'll get your full marks, but there's an easier approach. Acceleration is just the change in velocity. The change in velocity over the change in time. So, Shona, are you there?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so Shona, check this out, right? You're a physics student as well.
Yeah.
All right, so you should see this formula before. Change in velocity over change in time. Right? So check it out. So acceleration is just basically how fast you change your speed at. So we start off at 0 meters per second and we reach 20. So what was the change in velocity there?
20.
Right? And how much time did it take to make that change?
15 seconds.
That's your answer one time. That's it. You get 1 point.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you find a gradient, you get the same answer because you are finding the gradient. This is what the gradient is. Right? And let me apply that same concept to this part. So Shona, check this out, right? We start off at what speed in this section? What was the speed I started off at?
20.
And I increased my speed to?
45.
So that's an increase of what?
25.
25 over a time period of?
10 seconds.
Bam, look your answer right there. Not real easy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, gradient is also very easy, but I think it's easier than gradient. So yeah. So I will put both methods down because I know some people learn differently, and that's fine. So you could use the standard approach. Anytime you have a velocity time graph, acceleration is given by gradient. Or you could use the physics formula. Acceleration is equal to change, or if they want to be real fancy, or they could say dv dt. All the odd students will catch what I'm saying there. Because dv is the change in v over the change in time. So that'll be equal to, so the change in velocity was, that was 45 minus 20. And the change in time was 35 minus 25. So Sean, I realize that if you write it down, I realize that you're essentially doing the same thing. Watch. You see now, right? You're essentially doing this.
Yeah.
But even though you're doing the same thing, I just think that it's easier. I don't know. I just, like, it's just very, very simple to read off and do that one time. You get the same answer. Right. So that's the maximum acceleration. The reason why I'm saying that is the maximum acceleration is because when we found the acceleration for this part, it was actually less. It was 20 all over 15, and that was like 1.33 meters per second squared. So that's definitely less than 2.5. So we're going to move on now. So if I kind of confused, let me know. I'll re-explain. If you're confused, let me know. This is time. Have anybody confused? Let me check the chats. Yeah, you could, after this, we're going to take an hour nap. Well, I'm going to eat some food and thing. We'll take an hour break, and we'll come back, and we'll do the individual topics. Yeah, so that's the plan. Straight till whenever all they want. I don't want to sleep. Right, so I take it that everybody okay with this. Let's move on. So, Nicholas, now they want me to find the distance traveled by the car during the first 25 seconds of the journey. So where's the first 25 seconds?
First 25 seconds.
Yeah, 25 seconds. Right, 25 seconds, that would be here, right? So we would need to find the area under the graph for this region. Just by looking at this region, what shape is this? What kind of shape is that? Nicholas, you're slacking.
No. I was just saying, I just can't remember the formula for that.
You're really losing aura points here, boy. Wee.
Area of
Right. This is a trapezium we're dealing with here, guys. So, yeah, they asked us to figure out the area traveled in first 25 seconds. So this is what they're talking about. Sasha, you understand? Mm-hmm. So this is the shape we have in the first 25 seconds. This is a trapezium. Do you all remember the formula for area for trapezium? You need to know that for tomorrow. The formula is well, you need to know the sides first. So you'd have parallel sides and you would have the height. So to figure out the area of the trapezium, that would be a half, right? You'd say a half A plus B by height. Nicholas, another day? Unless I'm tweaking.
Nah, that's it.
I say no more. But I was tweaking there, yes? Right. So we need to recognize what A and B would be. So Shauna, just by looking at this diagram, what do you think B would be? What would that dimension be?
B would be 25.
Right, B would be 25. And what would A be?
10.
Right, A would be 10 because that's the difference between 15 and 25. So that's 10. And the height, what would the height be?
20.
20, excellent. So the area would be equal to a half 10 plus 25 by a height of 20. Right, so let me just let's take this. Any other here that use good notes as well? Drop in the chat. Any other that use good notes? Good notes on top. Yeah. right? So Shauna, plug into a calculator and let me know once I get. You should get like 325, I think. Yeah, I think you should get like 325. I think.
I got 350 unless I do something wrong.
Wait,
Oh.
I think you catch me locking. I'm gonna just make sure. Yeah, it'll be 50 because 25 by 10 is 35. I mean, that is 35. 35 by 20 is 700. 700 divided by 2 is 350. Yeah. Right? I get caught locking. That's crazy. So you got 350, right?
Yeah.
And listen, you're not gonna say meters squared. You're not gonna do that. Look at this carefully. Shona, what is the dimension? What is the unit for the dimension on the y-axis? What is the unit here? What are we measuring?
Meters per second.
Right. So when you find an area, you're multiplying two dimensions. So we have meters per second on the y-axis. And what do we have on the x-axis?
Seconds.
So watch. And you could see it for yourself that when you multiply meters per second by second, you're getting meters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you find the area for a velocity time graph, area is not meters squared. Area is meters. Tells you the distance traveled. And if you don't remember, look at the units. So your answer is 350 meters. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I did this with my class. We nearly finished. So everybody that was in my class, all they don't have to worry about this. I'm going to run it through with everybody that wasn't though. Right. Shauna, would you prefer doing it from scratch or looking at the answers that was already there?
I would prefer to do it from scratch because I have trouble with this personally.
All right, okay. Say no more. So I'm going to send a handout for all the circle theorems that I use in my class. Let me send it real quick. Last time, what is the circle theorem nights? Yeah, so I want to use that. All right, everybody who interested in my physics crash course, I'm an add maths crash course, or they go just message me privately. I can't really see the chat too much, but they go just message me privately. Right? The cost is 400, it's 4 days, and it's 3 hours each. But most likely I'll go over 3 hours. It'll be a lot of past paper questions. All right. So Shauna, would you like to do this question with me? Since it was
Sure.
All right, so I want you to keep circle theorems on standby. What's it? Keep it on standby. How I tell my students to do this is just by when you first look at the question, forget what they're even asking you. Just try to see how much you could solve for. So let me go through the circle theorems real quick. So this one over here, anytime you have two angles and they are standing on the same chord, they are equal. This one comes a lot. I think you could see it here. And you seen it?
Yeah.
Right, see that one there. A line drawn from the center of a circle to the midpoint of a chord is 90 degrees. This one rarely ever comes. This one comes all the time. The angle at the center is 2 times the angle at the circumference. That one comes up. This one comes very, very often. Anytime you see a tangent and you're seeing there's an angle between the tangent and a triangle, you need to use this theorem. Are you seeing that in this diagram? Are you seeing a tangent?
Yes.
Seeing a tangent? Are you seeing an angle being formed between a tangent and a triangle?
Yes.
Yes, so we've seen that one time from the start. This is a very easy one to remember. Anytime you have a diameter, the triangle formed in the diameter and the semicircle will be 90. It's a very easy one. This one is a very easy one as well, but it doesn't come as often. I don't think this will come. But basically, if you have two tangents starting from the same point outside the circle, it would intersect. At the point of intersection, it would form the same distance. So when they bring questions like this, they're going to ask you about isosceles triangles, for sure.
Okay.
And for this one, cyclic quadrilaterals. Cyclic quadrilateral is a quadrilateral, 4 sides, and each vertex touches the circumference. If you have a shape like this, it wouldn't work because notice this isn't touching the circumference. So that wouldn't work. Make sure all of the vertices are touching the circumference. And then lastly, we have this one, the angle between the radius and the tangent is 90. I think you go with that one because the radius and the tangent are perpendicular to each other.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me go. So before doing anything, I realized that maybe I might have to use this theorem. Let's see in that. So I have this angle, it's one angle, and I have this angle, and both of them standing up on the same chord. So you can see that. By the way, I should probably say what a chord is. Sure now, a chord is just a line that goes from one end to the circumference to the other end. That's what a chord is.
Okay.
Have anybody else in class who is brave and would like me to re-explain this topic to them as well? You all could do the question with Sean and I. Yeah, let me know if you have anybody in class who want to do it with me as well. I take it as a no. So Sean, you're seeing that theorem for sure. And can you tell me what chord both of the angles are standing up on? What chord are both of them standing up on?
NE?
NA. NL. That's NL.
Oh, NL. It looked like a E, sorry.
Sure, that's okay. Right, so NL, right? We might also have to use the fact that the angle in a semicircle is 90. You see in that? So you can see that PL cuts the circle, it passes through the center, so that's automatically a diameter. And are you seeing any tangents in the diagram?
Yeah, MR.
You're seeing MR. And so it have a tangent and it have an angle between the triangle and the tangent. So with that being said, you could probably use this theorem. Good?
Yeah.
So there we go. Explain why angle X and angle NQL are equal. So a lot of times when students see NQL, they get confused. NQL. And you can see that the angle will be formed by Q.
Yes.
So anytime you're given a 3-variable notation, the middle variable is where the angle would be. So NQL, angle will be by Q. And so the theorem I would have to use here is the fact that they're in the same segment and they're standing on the same chord. So they will be equal. You agree?
Yeah.
Right, so tell me the theorem.
Angles in the same segments and standing on the same chord are always equal.
Right, and I want you to specify what the chord is. We get marks for that. What is the chord we're talking about?
NL.
NL, right. Cool. So let's move on, right? Determine the values of each of the following angles. Show detail working where possible and give a reason for your answer. So we need to figure out for angle X. Shona, look what I'm going to do, right? And I also know that this angle over here is X.
Yeah.
Right, so put that in. And they want me to figure out for X. Are you seeing any theorems here that could potentially help me find for X?
Yes, the one with the angle between the tangent and the side of the triangle is equal to the interior opposite angle.
Correct. And I might blow your mind here. Check this out. Tell me if I'm wrong, right? But ain't you seeing they have an angle being formed with 2 triangles? You seen that?
Yeah.
It would apply for both, you know. Watch. So this will be 63. So how I like to tell my students, right? I like to tell them, if you have an angle on the outside here, it would be equal to the interior opposite angle, and that would be given by a straight arrow across. Kind of like a formula X. You can see what I'm talking about with the X, right? Just like directly.
Yeah.
So with that being said, this angle, X would be 63. And if you consider the other triangle, it would also be 63.
Yes.
And wait, and this standing on the same chord.
Yeah.
So Antigo, you see, no matter how you take it, you'll get 63, 63.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So you think that kind of cool? Because check it out. If you use the first theorem we discussed, you'll get 63. And even if you find 63 for this, and since both of them standing on the same chord, and this will also be 63. Right? So excellent. So angle X will be 63 degrees. Or 63? Yeah, 63. And where's the theorem for that?
The angle between the tangent and the side of the triangle is equal to the interior opposite angle.
I apologize for not writing us neat as on my TikTok videos. we are on business here, right? So the angle between the tangent and the triangle is equal to the interior opposite angle. Right? Let me move on to angle Y now. Angle Y. So to find for angle Y is not necessarily a theorem you have to use, more so a property with the triangle. I'm gonna let you see if you can see it. Try to see it.
Okay, I think I see it.
Tell me.
Wait, no, I don't think I see it. Wait, yes, I see it. Okay. So it looks like an isosceles triangle there,
Right.
which means angle NLQ will be 63 as well.
Correct. Angle NLQ will be 63. That is 63.
Yeah, all the angles in a triangle add up to 180. So yeah, subtract 63 times 2 from 180.
Yes. Right, and you'll get 54. Quick maths. Okay. Give 1 second, guys. Right. Let me start back. So Shauna, you see it now, right? 54 as the answer. We have to state the two reasons. We didn't just use one reason for that. We used the fact that it was an isosceles, and we also use the fact that the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. So you need to say that. First thing we said that so we said base angles in an isosceles triangle oh my god, I'm crashing out here. Triangle are equal, right? And they also use the fact that the sum of angles in a triangle is 180 degrees. And if you put it working down here, as 180 minus 60. Right. So Shauna, you're feeling good about that. That's like a real easy 2 marks now. Right. That's it. That's it. You can believe circle theorem so easy. What do you think?
Yeah, I understand it better now.
Nice. When we do individual topics, maybe we might touch on it a bit more. Right? So let me move on to something that has confused a lot of people. Trigonometry and bearings. There we go. Anybody else want to volunteer to do the bearings question with me? Nicholas, you in class?
Yeah.
Okay. Robin, it's all fine. It's coming off. Okay, look you coming up there. Right. What did you? Yeah, my Apple Pencil dying. Oh,
That's a sign. We need that break. We need that break. I run in 5 hours now.
all right, all right. Oh, they want to take like an hour break and come back and push.
So I
Yeah.
think, so I'm not sure, but I think Nicholas wants to do the work now.
He wants to do what?
I'm not too sure, right? But I think that Nicholas might want to do all of the work right now.
Are you risking my
I
life?
don't think
Why?
so. I don't think so. I find since we going since 12 o'clock, I find we should get we break and then we'll come back and look back again.
Okay, well,
Are you
I think
risking
Kira
my
wants
life?
to
Why?
assist him,
I
so
agree.
that's a valid argument. I am a
Yeah.
need sense morning. So we go take an hour break. I will catch all back at 6:30 and we go in, right? Um,
I
once we finish with this paper, I want to let you create a list of topics that you want me to do in the chat. So don't be scared to message on the chat. Everybody in the chat real cool. So I'm gonna make a list and like you just add to it. So quadratics. Well,
Completing the square.
yeah, completing the square. We are sticking with that one. Completing the square. Like you had to know how to find
Matrices, Rajeev, please don't forget the matrices. Please.
And vectors.
vectors.
Okay.
Yeah.
So completing the square, vectors.
Matrices.
How are you with simultaneous equations?
I was not going to say that, but bring it back. We're on it.
No, simultaneous equations is like the epitome of easy. I will show you how easy that is. That's crazy easy. Oh my god.
Very, very.
Right. Computing the square are real easy. Vectors, that kind of tricky. So much simultaneous equations are real easy. What else again? Matrices. Matrices is real easy, Mark. Once you know what you're doing. All right. Just add to the list. Add to the list if you have anything that's or you think or they would need to know. Yeah. Addition is crazy.
Rajeev, so
Addition.
like you know how there is bring construction mostly in Jan, right? You think it will come tomorrow? And if like you wanna just go through it fast or you'll send me some stuff on
I
It could
it?
I go in I go into whatever, right? If I could, I might pop my phone like over here and try to show you how to construct some shapes. I can't promise anything though. I have plenty videos online. That's the one thing I feel like I can help with properly.
Okay, well then I'll
Thing.
watch your videos online then since it's a hard topic for you to teach.
It's not a hard topic. It's just like this medium makes it very hard to teach. Like if it was physics,
Yeah, that I mean like it's hard for you to like teach it online.
so yeah, guys, I will take an hour break and we're coming back. Or they want to stay on the Zoom call or what they want to do? Let me know.
Yeah, we could have back on it.
Right. Well, I'll just take off my camera and I'll thing and we go. I'll meet you back. Oh,
I
Nicholas, just remind me to start back the recording, right?
would.
Yeah, start back your somebody else too in case Nicholas forget. Uh Sasha, you can remind me. Shona, are you there? Shona, you seem like you.
Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, Shona, when I start back, just remind me to start back your recording, right?
Okay, no problem.
Right. So yeah, guys.
Crazy low.
All right, guys. Are they ready to start back? Let me know, let me know. How's things looking?
Don't forget to start back the recording.
Thank you, thank you. I wonder where everybody else is, boy. Yeah, can't play no game, 6:30 on the dot. How to be ready for them? Telling you. Right? Okay. All right. So I see some people joining up still. Right. So we have a variance trigonometry question to do again. Have that. We have a vector question. All right. And we have a matrices question. And that'll be it for 2025. And then we'll move straight on to the individual topics. As I said, I'm starting off with completing the square and simultaneous equations. All right, I'll just give the others 5 minutes to join up, and then we'll proceed. How much are they Red Bull and thing? Drop in the chat. Let me check the chat there. All right. One second. On a phone call. Chat, I want to see the hall. I think I'll see it on the group chat already, but I had a Red Bull. I'm ready for them. Check thing. For 4 months. We are playing around. Right. So, who wants to volunteer to help me with the bearings question? I'm going to start the recording back.
Sure, sir.
Wait, I never paused the recording. That's crazy. Wait. I would have to edit that in post. That's crazy. Yeah, so who wants to volunteer to help me with the bearings? Let me hear. Any volunteer?
Nicholas.
Wait, we
Nicholas, I need to do this question already with me. I think we did this question the other day.
See, we
yeah.
did this last night.
Yeah, we did this last night. This was just the other day. So he should be real fresh then. That way you say it. So you should be at the top of your performance. And Nicholas,
No. Wait, give me 5 minutes.
no, 5 minutes. Let me go.
Wait.
Let me go.
Oh, I
So,
don't.
so get the question I'll read it. Let me hear.
Hold on, wait, I'll clean my glasses something. My glasses what?
Wait, what your glasses wet for?
Does I not on bed? Yes, I just be with my glasses. I'm blind.
All right, so before we start, I want to go through the basic principles of bearings. So let's just say you are at point A and you want to go to point B. So how they would phrase it, they would say from A to B. So anytime you see they mention the word from, that's where you are at. And the other point is where you'll be going to. So let's just say you want to go from A to B. From A to B. You would connect a line going from A to B. And since you're at A, so from A to B. So you're at A and you want to go to B. So when doing bearings, the starting point, you always draw your north line. And the bearing would always be taken with reference to the north line in a clockwise direction. So Shauna, let me know if you're there.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, cool. So you understand that I want to go from A to B. So I would connect the line, and then I would put the north line at A, and the bearing would be from a clockwise direction, starting at the north line and going to the line that connects A to B.
Yes.
Right. So that's the most essential thing you need to understand when doing bearings. Another essential thing you need to know is that the sum of angles in a straight line is 180. So for instance, if I said that this was, let me just say that this was 67 degrees, what would this be?
180 minus 67.
Correct. Which should be 113, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So you need to have that in mind. So you need to be able to read the question. Anytime you see from, that's where you are at, and that's where you're going to. So I'm from A to B, you're at A, and you're going to B. You also need to remember again that the bearing is taken from the north line in a clockwise direction to the line connecting the both. And as always, you need to remember that sum of angles in a straight line is 180. Another thing you should know when working with bearings, you should know about alternating angles. Anytime we have a pair of parallel lines, the alternating angles are equal. So if this was 30 degrees, this will be 30 degrees as well. Another thing you should know is the sum of angles about a point. What is the sum of angles about a point? I'll wait till somebody tell me. What is the sum of angles at that point? See somebody say something in the chat. Right. Nicholas, what is the sum of angles about a point?
Sum of angles about a point 360 degrees.
Right. 360. So this is basically all you need to know for bearings, and you also need to know the trick. You also need to know how to deal with ugly triangles. Ugly triangles are triangles that are not 90 degrees. So if you have a triangle that does not have a 90 degrees, then you have to use either the cosine rule or the sine rule. So let's recall that quickly. Does anybody remember the cosine rule? One of my students. What's the cosine rule? Quick, quick, quick. Come on, guys, come on.
A squared equals b squared plus c squared minus 2b cos a.
That's what you say?
Yeah.
All right, where A is the what angle? A is the what angle? Cosine rulers only work for angle that is what? That's what I.
Included.
Right. So you can only use the cosine rule if you have an included angle. If you don't, then you have to use the sine rule. So that's the hint. That's like the number one hint. Shauna, do you think we have any included angles in this question?
Yes. The 52 degree.
Now we don't have any. What makes an angle included is if you have two known sides and the angle is in the middle. So watch this. Shauna, are you seeing any known sides?
Oh, okay, no, not except for the EG.
What about that? Would that make it an included angle now?
Yes.
Yes. So guys, all you need to know what an included angle is, right? So an included angle is just an angle whose lengths we know on either side. So if this was 45 and you knew that this was 8 and this was 7, this is an example of an included angle. Right? So you need to know that. And you need to know sine rule. So automatically, if you don't see an included angle, you have to use the sine rule. Could somebody tell me what the sine rule is?
A over sine A equals B over sine B equals C over sine C.
Ollie, don't get scared. I know it. Ollie, see in three things, I will show you how to figure out which two to use immediately. You'll be fine. So Nicholas, I trust that you're ready. I trust that you're putting your makeup and thing. You ready? For action. Let me go. So Nicholas, give me a question and read.
Two ports E and G are on level ground, 245 kilometers apart. The bearing of E from G is 302 degrees. A ship is anchored at F. some distance away from G on a bearing of 228 degrees. Angle EFG is 52 degrees. This information is shown on the diagram below.
Okay, not all the information is shown. They showed the 245, but they did not show this bearing. So we will put the bearing in the question. So Nicholas, if you read this, they are saying the bearing of E from G. So where are you at?
We are G.
We are G, right? And from G, where are we going to?
E.
E. So pay attention. I have the note line already. I have the line connecting E to G because I'm at G and I want to go to E. And the bearing will be like, would the bearing be that or would the bearing be this? 1 or 2?
2.
2. If anybody confused by that, now is the time, because this is like the basis of bearings. And if you don't understand, there's pressure. So again, E from G. From G, anytime you see the word from, that's where you are at. So we are at G. And we want to go to E. I'm not sure what happened there. Give me a second. Okay, I should be seeing the screen now. So we are at G, and we want to go to E. So from the north line, it measures the angle in a clockwise direction until it touches the line connecting E to G. If all you understand what I'm saying, drop it in the chat. So it has to be starting wherever you see from in a clockwise direction, and it has to touch the line joining the 2 points. So let me get some feedback, guys. Drop some in the chat. Let me see if you understand anything. Want to see. Okay, cool. So Nicholas, that orange angle would be 302, right? 302 degrees. Some of that correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And then they're saying a ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G on a bearing of 228. Did they include that in the diagram?
No.
No, so let me put it in the diagram. So they're saying a ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G. We don't know what the distance is, on a bearing of 228. So I want you to tell me, Nicholas, where did you see the word from? You see the word from anywhere here?
No.
You sure about that? I feel like I wipe your glasses a little more, you know.
I feel so. My hand.
Probably have some water on it still.
The ship is anchored at F, some distance away from G. Oh, yeah. So it's F from G. I mean,
Yeah, no, you're correct. F from G. So where are you at?
we are G.
Right. So guys, this is looking like a lot to take in, but just by seeing the word from, I know that we are starting from G and we want to go to F. So that bearing. So Nicholas, and we have a line connecting F and G already.
Yeah.
And we want to go from G to F, right? So that would be the answer. Understand?
Yeah.
Right. And this is 228 degrees. Now, I like to solve from a side. I want somebody to unmute and tell me, or just drop in the chat. Based on the 2 bearings I provided here, is there any angles you could find for? You have 2 angles you could actually find for here. And I want somebody to suggest to me how you would possibly find for those angles. This is a lot of information here. So Sasha, tell me something. So you're saying 360 minus, right? Right. So wait, Sasha, what this angle will be? To get this one, since it is if I remember, I said the sum of angles about a point is 360. So if this is 302 degrees, then this angle here would be 58 degrees. Drop in the chat if you understand that. I like to just solve from our side and it will automatically work out. Right, so that is 58. Is there any other angles I could find for, given the information?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
302 minus 228, so.
Yes, that's correct. 302 minus 228, and I'll be able to find for the angle on the inside. Right, what would that be? Tell me what I'll be equal to.
74. 74.
Right. So let's see how much information we find for. And we didn't even answer the question yet. Well, they will see when we do the question how much we already answered. So guys, check this. if we know that this is 74 degrees and this is 52 degrees, and we could also figure out this. Tell me, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we could do that. So let me figure out that one time. The more we know, the better.
54.
54. All right, yeah, that'll be 54. And to do that, you would have to say 180 degrees minus 74 plus 52 because the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. Well, you should know that by now. So 54 degrees, right? You get 54 degrees, right? Just confirming.
Yes, sir.
Right, cool. So they want us, for the notice, we already answered this question. Insert the angle 228, the bearing of F from G. So F from G, that means you are at G and they want to go to F. We already did that. That's the bearing right there. This is the bearing. And we put 228. Question B, determine the value of angle FEG. So this has confused a lot of people. The middle letter is the angle they're referring to. So watch. So FEG. I'll do it again. F to E, E to G. So enter, you can see the angle is right there. And did we automatically find for that? We did, right? And that's 54 degrees. So listen to what I'm saying. When you look at the question, if you see something you could find for, just solve it. Forget about what they're asking, just solve it. The more you know, the better. So let's proceed now. Now they want us to calculate GF. It should have changed just to find. Adrian, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Feel that, man.
No, you're supposed to say no. What? No GF and thing, no. It's just maths, no. You know what you on about. So we gotta calculate GF, right? So GF is the distance the ship is from port G. So can you show me GF? GF, where is GF?
Sir, how you finding something you don't have?
Well, worst case scenario, you might have to drink a little puncheon and stop stressing about it. But show me where GF is. Be serious, show me where GF is. G to F. Where is G to F? In the diagram. Okay, I feel like I'm waiting long enough. This is G to F. That's G to F. Oh, you can see it. Drop in the chat, yes or no, 0 or 1. Let me know what's going on. Right. Right, everybody's seeing it. Cool. So here what? I want a little tell me. This is a pretty triangle or ugly triangle. Is it 90 or is it non-90?
It's ugly, it's 90.
Exactly. So we had to use cosine or sine. As I said in the start of the question, are they seeing any included angles?
No, sir.
No, if we're not seeing any included angles, then you have to use the sine rule. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this diagram. Let me get a picture of this real quick. And let's proceed with the question. So they want me to find for GF. All right. So we said that it was a non-90 degree angle triangle. Anytime you're dealing with a non-90 degree angle triangle, you label the sides like this. So this is a capital E. So that would make this side, or would I make this side? Somebody tell me. Sasha, yes, common E. This would be common E, right? Somebody tell me, if this is capital F, what would I make this side?
Common F.
Common F.
Right? If this is capital G, that will make this side
Top G, sir.
top G. I myself prefer bottom G, you know. I think he better. Probably know what I'm talking about. But you know what I'm
Nah, sir. I don't see now, sir.
Right.
You know who you're talking about?
So everything, we have everything labeled. And we need to find for GF. Right? That was the question. Calculate GF. So GF corresponds to what side? G, F, or E? Somebody tell me.
E.
E, right? And remind me, what is the sine rule? Isn't the sine rule A over sine A is equal to B over sine B is equal to C over sine C? But here, can we use A, B, and C in this particular question?
Yeah, just here replacing with the letters, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to say E over sine E. I'm going to say G over sine G. And I'm going to say not same one, F over sine F. All right, so the problem is B to figure out which two you're going to choose. So I want you to pay real close attention to this. I'm going to show you a life hack here. So we need to find for what? Somebody tell me. Shauna, what are we trying to find for?
For E or GF.
Trying to find for GF, right? Which is E, right? And that's E?
Yeah.
So automatically, I have to select this option for sure. I'm going to select that one time. The next thing you're looking for is a pair of known values. So if we look at G, do we know what angle G is? Selma,
Yes.
do we know the length for side G?
No.
No, so we can't use G because we'll end up with two unknowns. Remember, we don't know what E is. We don't want to know what G is either. So we can't use G. Let's look at F. Do we have the length for F and the angle for F?
Yes.
But that's how you always pick the correct two. You look at what you're trying to find and what you have. So I'm going to write it now. So I have E over sine E is equal to F over sine F. Now I'm just going to plug in values. So tell me, what is E? Do we know what side E is?
No.
No, sir.
That's what we're trying to find for. What is the angle E?
54.
I'm going to say sine 54. Add maths people, make sure they calculate in degrees. You don't want to go in the exam with all the calculator in radians. They will lose real.
But deflect.
What? I hear somebody say everything all right? I don't think so. Yeah. So tell me, what is F? Fast. Tell me, what is F?
245.
245. We have
Sine 52.
Sine 52. Now we have two fractions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cross multiply. If I cross multiply, I will end up with E by sine 52. Now, guys, I cannot say sine E 52. Sine 52 is a whole term by itself. So when you're multiplying, you need to put whatever you have by multiplying it outside. So E by sine 52. So Shauna, if that's the case, how would I multiply this out? How would I write that? Would I say sine 54 by 245, or would I say 245 sine 54?
245 sine 54.
Right. And now that you have it in this format, you have to find the E. Right now we have E being multiplied by sine 52. So what is the opposite of multiplied by sine 52?
Divide by sine 52.
Right, so if I divide both sides by sine 52, it will cancel off and I will have my answer. Right? So E is equal to 245 sine 54 over sine 52. Plug that into your calculator and let me know what all I get in.
251.53.
Let me just verify that. Yeah, so like I said, that's correct. 251.53. Excellent. Let's see if they specified. No, they didn't specify how to round it off. So if they don't, you just do two decimal places or three significant figures. So that's going to be 251.53. And what will the units be? You need to put your units. What is your units?
Kilometers.
Kill me, please. I joke. Right. Let's move on. So you have anybody that didn't understand that? Tell me, did the selection process help you all? So now all you know all the time whether to use cosine or sine. Like I said, you just use sine rule anytime you do see an included angle. So this is how the process should go. You look at your diagram, if you do see an included angle, sine rule. Okay, we had to use sine rule, you had to replace your variables, and you're looking to see where you're trying to find for, and where you have. That's it. And then cross multiply and make whatever the subject of the formula. Guaranteed marks. Let's move on. So Nicholas, read part 3A.
Indicate the point H on the line EF such that GH is the shortest distance from G to EF.
Okay, this was a kind of interesting question. How much all you when I read this, all you start Nicholas, fill in the sentence.
I just hold my head on top the ball and crying.
Right, that will work. How much all you when let's see this, all you start to bug out. Indicate the point H on the line EF such that GH is the shortest distance from G to EF. Sure enough, when you read that for the first time, did you know automatically what to do?
No, I'm absolutely confused.
That's why I say, that's why I say, if I wasn't on your shoes, I'd probably be confused. But thankfully I'm not. So I will explain it. So Shauna, let me run through this thing, right? So they want us to indicate a point H on the line EF. So which line are they talking about? And this line?
Yeah.
And they want us to put a point there called H. So H could be anywhere, right? H could be anywhere. We're going to run through a couple of hypotheticals. Gil's really good at hypotheticals. I joking, all you don't come from her. I just trying to be funny. So, Shauna, I just now ran through a couple of hypotheticals there. Indicate the point H on the line EF. So I have a bunch of H's on the line EF. And they're saying such that GH is the shortest distance. Anytime you see that format, GH, that's an angle, a length, what is? Like G to H. What's that? A length.
A length.
So we have H. To connect G to H, that would be like this scenario, right? Tell me if you understand everything so far.
Yeah, so far.
So I have a bunch of GHs. And they're saying such that GH is the shortest distance from G to EF. So Shauna, which one looking like is the shortest distance? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
I think in 3.
I think in 3 as well. Right? So Shauna, imagine if you have a point here and a point here. Would you take this route? Or would you just go straight ahead? Just go straight.
I'll go straight ahead.
Exactly. Fellas, take notes. I was expecting a different answer. But anyways, you're correct. The shortest distance between 2 points is the direct path. So if I want to figure out the shortest distance from G to EF, it will be 90 degrees from this plane to G. I'll run that back again. Shauna, which one looking shorter, 1 or 2?
2.
2 for sure. And that is the shortest distance. If you take any other route, you'll be adding in extra distance. So the shortest distance from G to EF is when the line GH, remember this is GH, is 90 degrees to EF. You understand it now?
Yes.
All right. You have anybody else who don't understand it who need me to re-explain it again?
It had somebody in the chat.
Okay, Mama. I can't see the chat. Just tell me the person name.
Hold on.
I need like a chat reader here.
Aliyah.
Rani.
Aliyah, you want me to re-explain it here? If you want me to re-explain it here?
Another Aliyah.
Okay, Aliyah number 2. If you want me to explain it.
Yeah, she said she wanted to explain.
Aliyah, by chance you could unmute? If you're on mute, like we could go through it directly. Okay, let me show you the easiest way to do this question, right? I'm going to show you the easiest way. This is going to be mind-blowingly easy. Check this out. And tell you how to work with all your geometry pan, like obviously, right? So, guys, this is what I recommend. Take your ruler and place it directly in line with E to F. Then you're going to take your 90-degree angle triangle and you are going to slide it until it intersects G. At that, and then you're going to put on the line. Then you're going to put on the line here. And that'll be the shortest route. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying. Shauna, you good?
Yeah, cool.
So, again, for anybody that might be confused, the shortest route is always directly ahead. So it will always be 90 degrees to the reference plane. So the reference plane is E to F, and 90 degrees to that will be directly ahead. So to do that, you're putting on your ruler in line with E to F, and you're taking you have your geometry pad? Should have one over here. Yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about. I'll show you one time. We don't play, we don't play. All right. Never will up. We're well ready for CSEC boy. All right, so this is what we're gonna do, right? I'll let you see the camera, right? So you're gonna take a ruler and align it with E to F. And then you're gonna take your 90-degree angle triangle and line it up with the ruler and keep sliding until it passes through G. Is everybody clear with that? If you don't understand, let me know. Aliyah, tell me if you're okay with it now. Yeah, okay, no problem. Right, so let me just put an E into the diagram. And remind me, what is the angle? What would the angle from here to here? Just remind me, quickly. 90, right? 90. So I have a question for you. What do you think the next question will be about? Then make we draw a 90-degree angle triangle, right? G to H. What do you think they're gonna make we do? Well, they have to guess. They make all they draw the shortest distance. So what do you think they're gonna make all they do in the next part? Not the longest.
Find it there.
I'm gonna ask you to find the length exactly. So while we on the topic of it, you realize I have a 90-degree angle triangle. This is a sexy triangle. This is the giga tri. It's really easy to work with. So what you want to do is you can either use Pythagoras theorem or trig ratios. In this particular instance, you cannot use Pythagoras theorem. To use Pythagoras theorem, you need at least two sides. Shauna, do we necessarily have any sides?
No.
Only side we have is G to F, right? Remember, we found G to F, G to F was 251. 251, remember that? We found G to F to be 251.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the only thing we have. That's not enough information to use Pythagoras theorem. That's not. So if it's not enough information to do Pythagoras theorem, you're stuck with what? It's a right angle triangle. You could only do Pythagoras theorem and trig ratios. Tell me, guys, what we had to do. I'm waiting. 251.53. Nicholas, you're real quiet, you know. What are we going to do to figure out for this?
Sin theta equal opposite of hypotenuse.
Right. So, Shauna, you see how they give us an angle?
Yeah.
It's a dead giveaway. A dead giveaway. That you have to use trig ratios. And especially how it's 90. So, let me see if my prediction was correct. Watch. Determining distance GH. I know that. Them feel like a catch we lucky, you know. Nah. Bad like that. So we have to use the trig ratios. Now we're going to show you a life hack again. So ka, toa. Another way to remember it is soccer too, but they never hear that from me. So Shona, let's label our sides. 251.53 will be the what of the triangle. The
hypotenuse.
Hypotenuse. What side is right next to the angle?
HF.
Right, so that's the adjacent, and the opposite would be GH, right? That's the opposite. Cool. Now, again, how do we know which one to choose? You look at what you have and what you're trying to find for. So, Shauna, what do we have here? What do we have in the diagram?
We have the hypotenuse.
Right, and we're trying to find for?
The opposites.
Right. So O and H, automatically what to use?
Sine.
See, that's simple, guys. Come on, all you have it. Right, so we're going to say sine theta, and sine theta would be opposite over hypotenuse. The angle is 32. Opposite is, we don't know what the opposite is. Over the hypotenuse, that's 251.53. right? If you want, you could cross multiply. You will end up with 1 by O is O. And that'll be 251.53 by sine 32. So run that in your calculator and let me know what you get for the opposite. Yeah, anybody plug that into the calculator there? I want somebody to tell me, like verbally. Or if anybody joined the chat, or they could just tell them the link is in the description, right? Yeah, what did somebody get?
133.
133?
Yeah.
133.29, right?
Yeah.
What was he?
Yeah.
Centimeters? Was it units?
Kilometer.
In other words, kill me, right? So that's the answer. And that was the 2 decimal places. Don't forget to put it in brackets. Again, they never specified how to round it off to, so we're going to say 2 decimal places or 3 significant figures. Either one is correct. So if anybody want me to run through Pythagoras theorem again, now is your chance. I show you the cheat code. So you look at what you have, you look at what you're trying to find, that's it, instant success. And you cross multiply and get your answer. Let me check your charts. I use the wrong one? What do you mean by that? Let me check back. Did I use the wrong one? Oh, I used the wrong angle. That's what I use. It's supposed to be 52 degrees. I said that the angle was 32. My bad. Yeah, that's the only mistake I make. Everything else is correct. Right? Only a couple things will change. Yeah, plug it in now and it should be fine. Right? So somebody plug that in, let me know what all I get. I need somebody on calculator duty. Should get 198. Right, so that'll be 198.21. So everybody go with that. People in the comment section or the chat. Are they confirm? No confusion, right? Sorry about that. Yeah. All right, cool. So let's keep pushing. Right? All right, on to vectors. Let me go. Right? Is Amy in class? Amy, are you there? Okay, and I hear from Amy. Nicholas, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, Nicholas, this is going to give people trouble. So let me go. So give the question I'll read there.
The diagram below shows quadrilateral OLMN, in which O is the origin, OL is equal to 4y, OM is 4z, and ON is 2x.
I think you meant to say 6.
0.8, 6z.
Right?
Point A lies on LM such that LA. Hey, where's that?
Which part? Over here?
Here.
Such that the ratio between
Right.
EM is 1 to 2. You can see it in the diagram, right? If you observe, if we look at LM, and you can see that LA is a half of AM.
Right.
So this is LA. This is LA, right? This is AM. So LA is actually half of AM. You can see it. It would take 2 LAs to make up AM. See what I'm talking about? So I'm unsure, but keep reading. We go understand the question after. Yeah.
And the point B on Mn such that MB Bn is in the ratio 2 to 1.
All right. So let me go. A couple things before we move on, right? I think vectors is the most common sense question ever. If you, well, unless you're bad in directions. So Nicholas, let me understand what the question is asking of us. So they are saying that point A lies on LM such that LA, the ratio between LA to AM is 1 to 2. That means for every one LA, there are 2 AMs. Well, equivalent. So Nicholas, you see in any diagram, check the diagram out. Check the diagram out.
Yeah.
L to A. And how much LAs you think it would take to make up A to M?
3.
Okay. How much you taking? So you've seen it, right? 2. Let's look at the other parts. They're saying that on the point B on MN such that MB to BN is 2 to 1. Let's see what they are talking about. So M to B, actually, okay, check this out. So Nicholas, BN look like how much of MN? I mean MB. Check this out. How much BNs it would take to make MB?
2.
2. So that's how they got the ratios. If you understand how they get the ratios, drop it in the chat. You kind of need to know how the significance of that. So part 1, Nicholas, read part 1.
Express in its simplest form, M to N, in terms of X and Z.
Right. So how I just teach vectors? I just teach vectors like directions. You want to go from M to N. How are you going to do that? So Nicholas, let me check out the diagram here.
Right.
So you want to go from M to N, right? And that's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Want to find for M to N. Now, let me just say the road here you block up. And you would have to travel from M to O and then O to N.
Yeah.
Is it? So let me explain now one more time. Vectors is just simply directions. That's all. It's real simple. So M to N, that means we starting at M and we want to go to N. So we are looking at the routes we could possibly take to go make that distance. So you go from M to O and then O to N. Shona, let me know if you understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
Right. And that's actually the triangular rule of vectors, for anybody that see it. I'm just showing you all the intuitive approach. So, Nicholas, if I want to go from M to N, wouldn't I go from M to O and then O to N?
Yeah.
Right? So M to O plus O to N. But let me ask you a question, Nicholas. Is M to O going in the same direction as O to M?
No.
No. So M to O is really negative 6z, right?
Yeah.
Because it's going in the opposite direction. In vectors, anytime you see negative, that means you're changing the direction. So MO is the same thing as negative OM plus ON. So if anybody confused by that, now is the time to tell me. So what I'm saying is M to O is going in the opposite direction of 6z. It's the same distance, it's just in the opposite direction. So that's why this would be minus 6z. So it's going to be minus 6z plus 2x. Kira, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right, so let's continue. I'm waiting to see Ole in the chat. Let me know if Ole understand that. Yeah? Okay, cool. So again, I'm teaching already common sense approach. And do you understand this? It's literally just directions. Alternatively, let's look at some other routes we could have taken. So Nicholas, where's another route I could have taken to go from M to N?
Gotta go M to L, L to O, O to N.
Yeah, but that's a lot more complicated, right?
Yeah. Me and like them kind of complicated, kind of jam.
Don't worry, it's real simple, I promise. So now they want us to find in terms of X and Y in its simplest form an expression for L to N. L to N, that means you're starting at where and you're going to where?
Starting at L, you're going to N.
Starting at L, going to N. So you're at L and you want to go to N. Now looking a little bit complicated, but we will figure it out. So I need to go from L to N. So let's look at
L to O plus O to M.
Oh yeah, that righty. Right, that righty. Never mind. If you wanted to take this approach, you would have needed to find for L to M, which I'm sure they will ask you to find for. And I'm not sure if I've seen it already, but if you want to go from L to M, that's 4y plus 6c. And so it would have been 4y plus 6c. And well, you need to find for this as well. That would have been 6c plus 2x. That's a lot more complicated. Right, this one real simple over here. Right, so Nicholas, I mean, if you catch that, if I want to go from L to N, L to N, L to N is just L to O, and then O to N. Yeah, Nicholas, tell me if you catch that.
Yeah, I get you and everything.
So now we need to look at the directions. Is this in the same direction as 4y?
No.
Nah. So that's actually going to be minus 4y, right?
Mm.
And let me ask you a question. Is this in the direction with 2x?
Yeah.
That's going to be 2x. So if I want to go from L to N is equal to L to O plus O to N. Right? But we don't have L to O, we have O to L. So that'll be negative O to L. Because Nicholas, you understand we're traveling the same distance, you know. It's just in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Right? So that'll be negative 4y plus 2x. And that's it. So I trust that everybody understands that. Right. Nicholas, you go with that?
Yeah.
Right. Now they want us to show that A to B equals 2/3 of 2x minus 4y. So they want us to prove that A to B is 2/3 2x minus 4y. So let me just draw a line connecting A to B. Right. Okay, so Nicholas, do you want me to tell you how to do it, or you want to try to figure it out on your own?
Tell me now.
Okay. So there may be alternative methods, but this is how I saw it. So Nicholas, before we do anything, so we have L to N. So wait, check this. L to N. So I have L to N there. Okay, now. So Nicholas, what I would probably do is I would probably try to find for these vectors. Now there are multiple ways to solve the question, but this is how I'm going to see it. So Nicholas, is there any possible way I could find for L to M?
Yeah.
Makes sense in the end. Obviously, there are multiple ways you could do it, but this is the way I'm seeing it. So if I want to go from L to M, Nicholas, how would I do that?
L to M.
Yeah.
You're going forward or backward number, right? So you're going L to A, A to M. Oh.
Check it. No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
No, we don't know this route. So we're trying to find for that route. So we could go L to O and O to M, right?
Yeah.
Like I tell you, just directions here. So if you go from L to O, that'll be minus 4y, and then O to M would be plus 6z. You understand that?
Yeah.
All right. So Nicholas, if that is the case, right, and we already seeing that LA to AM is 1 to 2, doesn't that mean we could break up this into 3 parts?
Yeah.
All right. So let me show you what's going on. So we know that L to M, the full thing is minus 4y plus 6z. L to A will be what fraction of the whole vector? So minus 4y plus 6c is the entire vector over here. But we see now they're breaking it up into parts. So what fraction of the entire vector would be LA? Some of you understand what I'm asking.
Yeah, was it?
So what fraction of the entire vector would LA be?
1/3.
1/3, right? So this vector over here will be 1/3 minus 4y plus 6z. And this A to M will be what?
2/3.
2/3. Nicholas, you see how we coming together now?
Yeah.
Because if I know what this is, right? I'm already halfway there, right? Watch. A to M, M to B. Seen it? So now I need to find for M to B. How would I find for M to B?
You're saying that M to B, the ratio of M to B and B to N is 2:1.
Right. Do we know what M to N is? Is that something we found for previously?
Yeah.
So what I want you to keep in mind, right? Wouldn't M to N be the entire vector here? Wouldn't that be the case?
Yeah.
If M to N is minus 6z plus 2x, then tell me something, right, Nicholas? Now we have a little bit of problem over here. I'll show you what I mean by that. So Nicholas, actually no, this is like perfectly fine. So Nicholas, what fraction of the entire vector is b to n? What fraction of what fraction of the entire vector is b to n?
1/3.
Right, that's 1/3 minus 6z plus 2x. And what fraction of the whole vector is m to b? So this is our third, so what would this be? Whole fraction will be 3/3. 2/3, right? 2/3 6z. All right, so Nicholas, if I wanted to go from AM to MB, to go from A to B, right? If I wanted to go from A to B, and I could take A to M and M to B?
Yeah.
Right? So let me just work that out. So A to B will be equal to A to M plus M to B. Right? So that would be equal to 2/3 minus 4y plus 6z, right? Plus 2/3 minus 6z plus 2x, right? So Nicholas, I needed to tell me if you don't understand anything. I know there's probably a much easier solution, but this is how I saw it. But let me know if you understand everything so far.
Yeah, I understand everything.
So you understood how I found for A to M and then M to B, and you understand how A to M and then M to B would give you A to B.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's look at what we have here. We're nearly there to the answer. Nicholas, are you seeing anything we could possibly factor out?
60.
I see in 2/3.
Go.
So I'm going to factor out 2/3, and if I do that, I'll end up with minus 4y plus 6z, right? And if I factor out 2/3 from here, that's going to be minus 6z plus 2x. Let me simplify inside the brackets. You see anything I can simplify?
Yeah, you can see my way, but yeah, C and D, 6Z and 6Z cancel.
So what are we going to put inside?
Minus 4y plus 2.
Is that what we had to prove? How to be it? Yeah, that is it. If you think that is not it, let me show you something. And I could just check this out. N minus 4y plus 2x is the same thing as 2x minus 4y.
What?
Say that again.
Is it?
And 2x minus 4y is the same thing as minus 4y plus 2x.
Yeah.
If I have minus 1 plus 3, and that's the same thing as 3 minus 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 2 and this is 2. So that's the answer. But I find out was a lot of working for 2 marks. So now I'm going to see if there's an easier way you could do it. So this is the answer. Is there any easier approach you guys saw? Tell me. Shauna, did you see the question in an easier approach?
No, I saw the same way as you.
Okay. All right. So Sasha, you want me to re-explain it? You get through? Kiara, do you want me to re-explain it to you?
Well, I have a couple of people that messaged me to ask me to re-explain, so I could re-explain, like everybody.
Okay, so Kiara, a way to unmute, right? And anybody, if you're confused, unmute. This is definitely a very difficult question. There's probably an easier way, but I can't see it at the moment. So, Kiara, we want to figure out A to B, right? A to B. Oh, by the way, you understood the previous questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so we want to go from A to B. Now, to go from A to B, NJ could go from A to M and M to B.
Yeah.
You see, you're not unsure. Look at it like directly. Just look at it. If you want to go from A to B, where are you starting from?
A.
Right. You can't just go from A to B. So another way I could go from A to B is I could go A to M and I could go M to B. Does that make 100% logical sense?
Yeah.
Is anybody confused by that part? Let me know. Is anybody confused by that part? And you'd like me to re-explain it? Drop any comments. I need somebody to read the comments because I really can't see it. So, any of you all confused by this so far? It's basic directions.
Somebody say yes.
They confused still?
Yeah, they say yes to
Oh.
repeat.
All right. Kelly, does you?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to do a little diagram here. All right, so for the person that is confused, check this out. If I want to go from A to B, that means I'm leaving A and the plan is to reach by B. Let me just say you can't directly go from A to B. You would have to take an alternative route. So for the person that's confused, I want you to look at the diagram and see an alternative route. So instead of going from A to B directly, what's another path they could take to go from A to B? And Haley, do you understand it?
Yeah.
So Haley, if I'm at A and I can't go directly from A to B, what's another route I could take?
A to M and then M to B.
Right. So for the person that's confused, let me know if you're feeling all like you understand it now. So I'm saying A to M and M to B. So if I want to go from A to B, I could leave from A, I could go to M, and from M, I could go to B. That is what I'm saying. Nice. So that's what's going on. Is just think of it as directions. Now, the hardest part in this question is to figure out the vectors for AM and MB. But I'm glad you understand this so far. So, Kiara, let me guess. This part confused you bad. We're going to say a third and 2/3.
Yeah, kind of.
All right. So, yeah, this question really not for the faint-hearted. So, Kiara, I want you to stay unmuted and we're going to run through together.
Okay.
Right. So I see somebody raise their hand. Rhea, I saw you raise your hand. If you have any questions, feel free to unmute and ask directly. Right? So Kiara, you understand that to go from A to B, you gotta go from A to M and M to B, right? We already established.
Yeah.
So that being said, I need to now find for A to M, and then I need to find for M to B. So, Kiara, if you look at this L to M, and you notice that it's broken up into parts?
Yeah.
So, according to what the question said, it said that LA to AM is 1 to 2. And just by looking at this, and you can see that I could split this up into 3 parts, and this looking like 1 out of the 3 parts.
Yeah.
And this would be 2 out of the 3 parts, right? Have you seen that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Now, for those who would prefer to work with your ratios, you can also do this. So, Kira, if you have 1 to 2 shares, and altogether you have 3 shares?
Yeah.
So then LA gonna be 1 out of the 3, and AM gonna be 2 out of the 3. So you can see it there, and you can see how it work out here. So LA is a third of L to M, and A to M is 2/3.
Okay, because that was the part I was kind of confused about. Because, yeah.
Maybe if I go to like a blank page, but it have a lot of things on that diagram, and I feel like it's scaring a lot of people. I could get that it's kind of scary. Let me because I really wanted to be able to understand this and apply it. You don't necessarily have to remember any formulas for matrix for vectors, you know. You just have to understand how directions work, and that's it. So let me look at L to M. So we're gonna look at L to M. So Ria, you'll stay on standby, and if at any point you get confused, tell me. So Kiara, we need to find, you understand, to get our answer, we need to find A to M, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now to find for A to M, wouldn't you agree that it's a portion of L to M?
Yeah, it is.
So if I were to find the whole LM, and I could just find a fraction of LM, and that would be A to M?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me find L to M. I want somebody that's not my student to unmute and tell me how would I go from L to M?
Minus 4y plus 6c.
Minus 4y plus 6c, right? And to do that, and you would have to leave L, go to O, and from O you would go to M. Makes sense, right? And that makes sense. Go from L, you leave L, you go to O, and you from O you go to M. Right. So LM would be equal to minus 4y plus 6z. If anybody is confused about the negative 4y, the reason I'm saying negative 4y is because we're going in the opposite direction of L to O. So it's minus 4y. And well, this is in the direct direction, so that'll just be 6z. So I trust that everybody understands this. The next thing I need to explain is this. So, Kiara, you're paying close attention, right?
Yeah.
So, Kiara, you're seeing that LA to AM existing in the ratio 1 to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever LM is, LA would just be a third of it, and AM would be 2/3. Now, it's probably hard to see, but look at the diagram. Shauna, I want you to look at the diagram. It's just by looking at the diagram, and you could kind of see that LA, you would need 2 LAs to make up AM.
Yeah.
So with that being said, and we could possibly break up this vector into 3 parts.
Yes.
Right, so out of the 3 sections, what fraction would correspond to LA?
1/3.
1/3. So this would be 1/3 of L to M. And this one over here would be what? Your remaining fraction, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be 2/3 LM. Did I lose anybody? Did I lose anybody? Let me know. Let me know, guys. These vectors questions is no joke. So Ria, again, they said LA to AM is 1 to 2. And if you don't understand that, look at the diagram. You could visually see that it would take 2 LAs to make up A to M. So if that is the case, I could break up that whole vector into 3 parts. And out of the 3 parts, LA is a third, and A to M is 2/3 of L to M. So I trust that you understand that. Sasha, you understand that? Mm-hmm. Kira, is that something you understand? Like, do you understand it well?
Yeah.
So Kira, you understand that A to M is just 2/3 of L to M, and we find LM.
Yeah.
Right. So L to M, well, sorry, not L to M. So A to M would just be equal to 2/3 of the full vector. So bam, that's what we get A to M. And it's the same concept to find for the other one, but the other one is kind of solved for us already. I'll show you guys what I mean. Right. So Shauna, I'm looking at this portion of the vector, right? So if I'm looking at that portion, this would be M. This would be what?
N.
This would be N. What would this be?
O.
That will be O, right? And this vector over here will be 6z. And this will be 2x. And this will be b. Okay. And what are we interested in? Which vector are we interested in? Remember, how would I go from A to B?
AM and M to B.
Right. So we're interested in finding M to B, right?
Mhm.
So again, can we both agree that MB is just a fraction of M to N?
Yes.
And M to B, and Kira, M to B is actually what fraction of M to N? Again, you could see it. You could split up this into 3 parts. This will be 1 out of the 3 parts, and this could be 2 out of the 3 parts. So tell me, Kira, what would M to B be?
Is 2 out of 3.
Right, that'll be 2/3 of Mn, right?
Yeah.
And do we know what Mn is? Let me see. Yeah, we found for that previously, right? Mn was minus 6z plus 2x. So M to N, what's saying by? M to B would be equal to 2/3 of Mn, which is minus 6z plus 2x. So if you have anybody that's still majorly confused, let me know. I try to explain it. What you need to understand is that if you have ratios, you will have, that means you're breaking up the vector into fractions, into parts. Okay, well, we'll do plenty of vector questions, don't worry. So, Kira, now that we know what A to M is and M to B, and it's possible to find for A to B now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so A to B, remind me, if I want to go from A to B, let's look at the diagram. If I want to go from A to B, again, A to M, M to B. We know that A to M is 2/3 minus 4y plus 6z, and we know that M to B is 2/3 of minus 6z plus 2x. That being said, I'm seeing 2/3 in both terms, so I'm going to factor it out. And if I factor it out, what will I end up on the inside, Kira? What will remain on the inside? So if I pull out 2/3 from this, what will be left?
D minus 4y plus 6.
Right? And then we're going to pull out plus 2/3. That's going to
be the same thing in the bracket.
all right. So let me know if you understand what I have cooking. I feel like this part confused you. But how I pull out 2/3 from this?
Yeah, it kind of confusing, man.
Let me try to do it in a way that wouldn't confuse you. So you understand that if I pull out 2/3 from this, it would be plus 1 by minus 6z plus 2x. That's what you think it would be, right? Let me know if you see it better that way.
I think I see it better the other way.
Okay. So, Kira, all we're doing is we're pulling out 2/3 from this. So 2. So, watch. You will see it. You had to see it like this. This is the best way to see it. Because watch. NT would technically, I'm going to put in brackets. The brackets will save volume. You should see it now. 2/3 by this whole thing in brackets plus 2/3 by this whole thing in brackets. You seen it now?
Yeah.
So watch it again, right? I'm pulling out 2/3 from this. So right, open bracket minus 4y plus 6z close bracket. And then I'm pulling out 2/3 from this. So minus 6z plus 2x. You had to see it now.
Yeah, I see it. I think.
Watch. If I pull out 2/3 from this, and this is what we left with. So I'm pulling out 2/3, 2/3 is on the outside. I will be left with this, and I will be left with this. And now I could drop the brackets. So that'll be minus 4y plus 6z. It doesn't have anything for me to multiply by other than a plus sign. So Kira, what is plus by minus?
Plus.
Plus by minus.
Plus.
Rani, I wouldn't lie, the algebra here is very formidable. It's very, very tricky. I could try to help you, but the algebra is something that you're supposed to be able to develop for a long time now. It's kind of tough, but I will try my best. But Rani, tell me, did you understand how I got the expression A to M and M to B to go from A to B? Tell me if you understood that. So to go from A to B, I would have to go from A to M and M to B. Tell me if you understood that. I'm looking at the chart right now. No. So it's basically directions. It's basically directions. If I want to go from A to B, I could leave A, I could go to M. Think of like if you're traveling to Port of Spain. If you're living in Pinal, you go have to leave Pinal, go to Sando, and from Sando you go to Port of Spain. That's essentially it. So that's why I'm saying A to B is A to M and then M to B. So that's it. That's the best way I can explain it. And the next thing would have been to recognize that A to M is a fraction of the entire vector Lm. And Mn would have been the whole vector here, and Mb would have been a fraction. Shona, you understand that? I see like a lot of people lost. These vectors questions typically they do that. But like, yeah, you're good, right?
Yeah, I get with this.
So you understand how I factor out the 2/3. So if I factor out the 2/3, I'll be left with this term on the inside and then this term on the inside.
Yes.
And so now I'm just going to multiply everything by positive. So a positive by a negative is a negative. A positive by 2x is just plus 2x again, right? And that'll be 2/3. If you notice, we have 6z minus 6c, and that'll be 0.
Yes.
So that'll be minus 4y plus 2x. Okay, what, guys? I think at this point, if you're struggling really, really bad to understand vectors, I would not say kill yourself over it. Try to focus on other things. Just move on with your life. Right? Don't focus on something you're not good at the night before the exam. Focus on your strengths. So if all you feel like all you just can't understand as vectors, then try to focus on something else. Right? So, Kiara, let me know if you understood what I did.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
Not a problem. Right? Like I say, it's kind of too late now for me to explain this conceptually and the algebra. So we had to be realistic here. If you catch it, happy. If you didn't fully catch it, at least you learned something. So let's keep moving. Right? Nicholas, you fully understand this?
Yeah.
Okay, Adrian, what about you? Have anything you want me to re-explain or you're good?
Answer good.
But this was definitely one of the harder questions. You understand the concept where you go from A to M and then M to B. You understood that? Did you? Adrian? Okay, I'm not sure, but we have to move on, right? Let's not waste time on something that's like, so that's 1 mark there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 marks. We can focus on other things, right? But we try. That's the important thing. So, Kiara, read part 3.
Based on your results in part 2, state 2 geometric properties related in Ln to AB.
Right, so we want to see a relationship with Ln to AB. So how are Ln and AB related? So, Kiara, if I were to connect L to N, right? L to N, how would I go from L to N? Kira, how would I go from L to N? So I want to go from L to N. So I had to leave L. I would go to O. So that would be sum of facts. L to N. That would be what? So you leave an L, you go into O. So L to O.
Yeah, I understand that, but
So what is L to O? L to O is in the opposite direction of O to L. So that'll be minus 4y, and O to N is in the same direction as O to M. So that's 2x. So minus plus 2x. Understand?
I think so.
I feel like you're having a hard time catching this.
I do like vectors and matrices. It is confused me. It's confabulate my brain.
I promise it's just directions. It's just directions.
I'm terrible. Rajeev, I just had to lift up my hand to tell left from right.
Big me does do that too. I do this.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I remind more of? You know the Pookie? So yeah. Kira, I promise, like, I wish I could have transfer how simple it is. It genuinely is. Watch. If I want to go from L to, okay, I mean, just use it. If I want to go from M to N, if I want to go from M to N, for instance, wouldn't I go from M to O and then O to N? Hence,
Yeah.
if you want to go to Port of Spain and you go leave your house, go to Sando, and then from Sando to Port of Spain, probably not. You live in a different area. But let me just say that is the case.
Yeah.
So Kira, if the arrow is in the opposite direction, that'll be negative. If it's in the same direction, positive. So I'll show you one more time. If I want to go from L to N, look at the directions. Look at it and see it. L to N. Tell me, Kira, describe what I would do. L to where? I will go from L to?
You had to go from L to O and then O to N.
Right. But L to O would be what? Positive 4y or negative 4y?
Negative 4y.
Because it's going in the opposite direction. And O to N would be 2x. So let's check something out. So we know that A to B is equal to 2/3 2x minus 4y. And we know that L to N is equal to, tell me again here, what is L to N? Tell me, Kira.
Okay, you lost me again. I'm so sorry, but you lost me.
Look at the directions. L to O, and then so L to O is what?
Negative 4y.
Plus. So plus means the next movement. So minus 4y, and what I have to do next?
Plus 2x.
Right, that's it. That's literally it. Minus 4y plus 2x.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, sorry, I wasn't seeing that.
If I rearrange that, that will be 2x minus 4y. So, Shauna, can you see here that AB is just a fraction of ln? Sasha, you see it? AB is a fraction of ln. Watch. AB is 2/3 of 2x minus 4y. Wait, what is 2x minus 4y? What vector is that equal to? Somebody tell me, what vector is 2x minus 4y? Nicholas, do you know? It's right here. So 2x minus 4y, that's vector L to N, right? So in other words, I could write AB. So AB, I could write AB as 2/3 of ln. Anytime I could do this, that means the two vectors are what? Anytime I could write vectors as scalar multiples of each other, that means they are what?
Parallel.
Parallel. So the first one, the two vectors are parallel. Like I say, guys, don't stress all yourself out if you feel like you can't understand this. The exam is tomorrow. Focus on what you're good at. So the first thing you could notice is the vectors are parallel. And then the other thing you'd notice is that AB is 2/3 of ln. That's the other thing. Yeah. So hopefully, when we do an individual topics, I could go for vectors and probably do an easier question, one that wouldn't hurt our head like this. All right, but let's keep moving. Now let's move on to matrices. Matrices is a breath of fresh air. It's very, very easy. So Kira, you say you wanted help with matrices. Was it you or Keely?
I asked for because like vectors and matrices was giving me trouble. I don't know, something about it just combobulated in my brain and yeah.
Matrices is again is a very, very easy topic if you understand what to do. So let we proceed. So Kira, we have to add two vectors, right? I mean, we're saying two vectors. We have to add two matrices. Now, to do this, all you're going to do is you're going to add the corresponding terms. So what is the corresponding term to 4 in this matrix? I want you to compare this on this.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking like 4 in this matrix.
X?
Yeah. So watch how simple this is. It's just 4 plus x. And then we're going to say 0 plus 2, right? And then we're going to say what? You make a guess. Kira?
Sorry. I thought, okay, minus 2 plus 8, and then the 5 plus the minus 1. Yeah.
That will be equal to?
Well, would it be like the 4x?
Don't forget that's equal to minus 3 by 4, right?
Oh, well, you see, I don't forget that whole thing there.
I promise you, like, it's so easy. Just have an open
I think I just telling myself it hard, and that's why, like, I'm not understanding it properly.
Because Sasha, this is easy, right? Yeah, it's easy. Watch. All you had to do is just add like terms. So 4x, 0, 2, minus 2, 8, 5 minus 1. And that will be equal to the right-hand side. So Kira, let's keep on pushing. So 4 plus x, we can't simplify that any further, right?
No.
We can't do that. So we just write back 4 plus x. What about 0 plus 2?
0. Wait, what? Sorry. 2. Nah, Rajeev, I think I need to go chew some coffee and wake up. I'm so sorry.
And 0 plus 2 is?
2.
Right. Minus. If you're feeling unsure about the arithmetic, use a calculator. It's minus 2.
No, I think in my brain, it immediately went to like multiply. That's my bad. I'm so sorry.
What is minus 2 plus 8?
That is 6.
6. What is 5 plus minus 1?
4.
Yeah, that's 4. And watch, look, I promise this is not a coincidence. Watch this. I don't know if I'll seeing this, right? But watch this. I'll seeing that. I can't be the only one seeing that. If I notice, it aligns perfectly. So then, Kira, what do you think 4 plus x would be equal to? And what do you think 6 would be equal to?
6 would be equal to...
So once you have the same matrix, by the way, these are both 2 by 2 matrices, but in like elements. So watch, you saw it for yourself. If I take this and I overlap it, watch. That's what you're doing. Watch. So you see the 2 and the 4 match up. So what is x equal to?
y? 6y.
Yeah, so Kira, 4 plus x is equal to minus 2. Watch. You see that?
Oh.
And the 6 is y.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to say 4 plus x is equal to minus 3. And what y would be equal to?
6.
6. Real simple. You just equate. Right? So now we need to solve for x. So how would I solve this? I think somebody might have muted on a real loud. All right. Yeah. Let them talk ship in the chat. We push in here. Right? So let's continue, right? So we have 4 plus x is equal to minus 3. So Kira, how would I find for x here?
Yeah, carry across e4.
Right, I would carry across e4. And if I move across e4, what would I get for x?
Will be x is equal to minus 3 over 4.
Right, minus 3 minus 4. So what is minus 3 minus 4?
Oh my god, you hear how loud it is?
Yes.
Mommy crawling with
Right? X would be equal to, what would x be?
minus 3 minus 4, that's minus 7.
Right. So y is equal to 6, x is equal to minus 7. So all we had to do was add together the like terms
Mm-hmm.
and then equate corresponding elements. So let me know if you catch that.
Yeah, I think I understand it better because I was confused about like how to go about it.
This is how you go about it. So hope you understand that. So the next question, we have matrix what? What's that? What would that be?
The way I ask?
If I had 5 by 7, what would I call that? What operation is understood?
Multiplying.
Right. So if I have this matrix by this matrix, that is understood to be what?
Multiply.
Matrix multiplication.
Mm-hmm.
Matrix multiplication.
Wait. Sorry, you're breaking up for me. I don't know why. I think it's my internet.
You remember how to do matrix multiplication?
I think so.
So I'm going to give you a quick crash course on it.
Okay.
Matrix multiplication, you're going to multiply row by column. So I would say 5 by A plus minus 3 by C. Let me know if you catch that. So I would say 5 by
5
A.
by A and then the minus 3 by C.
Right. And I would
Is
move.
it like the row by the column?
Right. So this we have the first row here, and you're going to take the elements of the first row, and you're going to multiply it by the elements in the first column.
Column. Okay, yeah.
Right. So let's move on to 2, 3, AC. So that's going to be 2 by
2 by A and then 3 by C.
right. So we're finished multiplying those elements by AC. So now we're going to multiply it by 2 minus 1.
Okay.
Tell me, what's going to happen there?
So it'll be 5 by 2 and then minus 3 by minus 1.
Right.
And then 2 by 2 and then 3 by minus 1.
Correct. And remind me, what is that equal to? Don't forget, what is that equal to?
The minus 10, 13, and then the 71.
Right. So let's simplify this matrix. So what is 5 by A?
5A.
Right. And what is minus 3 by C?
Minus 3C.
Cool. What is 5 by 2 plus minus 3 by minus 1? So 5 by 2 is 10, minus 3 by minus 1 is 3. So 10 plus 3 is 30.
Yeah.
It will be 2A plus 3C right? And this would be 2 by 2 is 4. 4 minus 3, that's 1. So do you see what I'm talking about again? If you look at this, if you look at the matrix on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, can you see something happening? Maybe if I overlap them. See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So you saw that this term and this term was the same, and this term and this term was the same. Cool.
Okay, yeah.
So that being said, what would 5a minus 3c be equal to? What would 5a minus 3c be equal to? So 13 is equal to 13.
Oh, the minus 10, sorry. I was saying it and I didn't realize I was muted.
That's okay. And let me look at this one over here now. So that
The 17. So it will be equal, the 2a plus the 3c will be equal to 17.
but notice how you're seeing two unknowns. Anytime you have two unknowns, that means you had to do what? Anytime you have two unknowns, what do you have to do? Start with S.
I want to say simplify, but I think I'm wrong. Simultaneous.
Right, so make a note of that. Two unknowns, anytime you see two unknowns, that automatically means simultaneous equations. So the easiest way to work this question out would be elimination. So let's work that out. So that's going to be 5a minus 3c, and that'll be equal to minus 10. And I also have 2a plus 3c is equal to 17. Now, Kiera, the aim of the game is to get rid of one of the unknowns. So what can I do with those two equations to get rid of one unknown? So I have minus 3c and I have plus 3c. Notice one of them is minus 3 and the other one is plus 3. So what do I have to do with minus 3 and plus 3 to make it 0? Anybody can answer. What would I do with minus 3c and plus 3c to make it 0?
Cancel.
So how would I cancel? Would I add the two equations? Would I subtract the two equations? What would I do?
You would subtract them from each other.
So you could add them?
I have to add them. If I subtract them, this is what's going to happen. Pay attention. I'm going to end up with 5a minus 2a, and that is 3a. Then I'm going to end up with minus 3c minus 3c, which is minus 6c. I didn't get rid of it. I didn't cancel it off. So that can't work. Let's try adding now. So, Kiera, what is 5a plus 2a?
7a.
What is minus 3c plus 3c? Minus 3c plus 3c.
Plus 9c. Plus 6, sorry. Multiplying, I keep multiplying, sorry.
Wait there.
Sorry, 0. 6 plus...
minus 3 plus 3. What
if you count 0?
0, yes. And then we have minus 10 plus 17. What is minus 10 plus 17? What is minus 10 plus 17?
7.
7, that's correct. So we have 7a is equal to 7. So now that I have 7a is equal to 7, what do I have to do with the a to find a? So I have 7 by a. What is the opposite of multiply by 7? So I need to do something on both sides to get rid of the 7 here. So right now I'm multiplying 7 by a.
Divide both sides by 7.
That's correct. So a would be equal to 1. Now that I know what a is, I would have to plug it in to any of the expressions to find for c. Which equation will I want to choose? This one or this one? 1 or 2, it don't matter. You get the same answer. Which one will I would choose? Let me hear. It don't matter, you know, guys. It don't matter. You get the same answer.
The second one.
Second one, you're saying that because they don't have no negatives.
That's all.
I know, I know that's exactly it. Right? So let me just use equation 2. So anyway I see A in equation 2, what am I gonna do? Tell me, hear me.
You can repeat?
So I have A, right? How am I going to figure out for C?
You could substitute a
Right.
7. Oh, it's 1. Sorry, I read it wrong.
That's okay. So then that will be 2 by 1 plus 3C, and that'll be equal to 17. So 2 by 1 is?
1. I mean 2. Oh my God. Sorry.
Right? And now we're going to find for C. So you have to move across the 2, right? If I move across the 2, I'll end up with 3C is equal to 17 minus 2. What is 17 minus 2?
15.
15. I want to find for 1C. Right now I have 3C. So I would have to do what?
Divide.
Right? I would have to divide both sides by 3. So C is 15 over 3. So what is 15 over 3? How much times 3 can go into 15?
5.
Right? So that's the answers for C and E. Right. Yeah. So let me know if I want me to re-explain anything here with matrices, with the matrix multiplication. Let me know, guys.
So we could start over,
You mean we can start over?
like from the beginning.
I don't think we can do that. I think
Like, since we start at 12, we could start from then, sir.
I think you're playing the ass. I think you should focus on your work and try to do it, okay?
I didn't, sir.
Right. If you're not going to contribute anything to the class, I would suggest you leave. If you want to learn, then stay. That's final, right? So what we're going to do now we're going to do simultaneous equations and completing the square. So let me know, guys, are they like a 10 minutes break or are we going straight into it? Let me know what you think. All right, Rani, which question?
Function one time, sir.
Function one time? All right. Rani, I see you say, if I could work one more question with what? Matrices, vectors, tell me. What do you want me to run through again?
Vectors.
Vectors, okay. Right, well, we could do a vector question. We're going to do one more vector question, and then we're going to move on to completing the square. Because how much all you actually understand completing the square? Drop in the chat. If you understand it, say a 1. If you don't understand it, say a 0. Because I know plenty of people don't understand completing the square. Let me see what they say. Maybe that's all they don't understand completing the square. That's okay. We'll do it. So I want to suggest a year. Which year should we look at to do the vector question? Which year?
The hardest one, sir.
Hardest one? 2018. I hear somebody say 2018. Let me check what we have in 2018. 2018 looking easy, man. Yeah, that looking easy. So let me go. Rani, you are the one having trouble with vectors. Would you like to unmute and we could run through it together? Or if anybody in class is having trouble with vectors and they want me to personally help you, you could unmute and we'll do it. No? All right. Okay, so Shona, you want to run through this question quick? Let me know. Anybody want to run through this question quick?
Yes.
Okay, let me run through this question quick. So get the question up, quick read. So AB is equal to M, right? DC is equal to 3M, and AD is equal to N. What do they want us to find? So they want us to state the geometric properties of the following vectors. So AB and DC are. So, Shona, what kind of shape is this? What kind of shape is that? Anybody can tell me. What kind of shape is that?
Quadrilateral.
It's a quadrilateral. But what kind of quadrilateral? Has 4 sides. Yes, it's a trapezium. What do we know about these lengths in a trapezium? They are what?
Parallel.
Parallel. So automatically we could tell that AB and DC would be parallel. That's easy to figure out. So they would be parallel. All right. So in this question, they're asking us about the size of AB. Size AB is how much times size CD. So we're talking about length here. So AB is M, and they're asking us to figure out how much times is that compared to CD. Okay, AB is, all right. So Shona, let me know if you're there. Nicholas, you there? Anybody? Let me go.
Good night, sir.
All right, there we go, right? So in the question, and they had said, let me check out something here. Wait. Let's see. They never said anything about L. That's weird. L. But basically, what's going on here, right? Whoever is talking, who's that? Adrian, that's you?
Nah,
What's your name?
Achilles.
Achilles? Okay. So let's go. They said that A to B is 3M. They said D to C is 3M. Okay, D to C is 3M. All right, cool. So Achilles, they're saying that D to C is 3M. It's kind of hard to make out in the diagram, but this over here is 3M. So
Yes, sir.
if A to B is M, then what fraction of D to
A
C,
third.
right?
AB is a third of DC.
Right. Now they want us to express B to C in terms of M and N. So based on what you're seeing here, where are we starting at?
B. Yeah.
Want to go to?
Yes, we'll start at B to go C.
Right.
So
which part you from by chance?
Muruga, sir.
Muruga. So if you had to go Port of Spain, you had to take rail trips.
Yes, sir, basically.
Okay, well, that's the same situation we have over here, right? You can't just go from Moruga to Port of Spain. You'd have to take an alternative route. So if you leave B, I want you to walk me through the route to go to C.
Minus M minus M plus N plus 3M.
That is it. So if you write the full working for that, B to C would be equal to B to A, right? Plus A to D, plus D to C. Let me know if you understand that.
Yes, sir.
And like you said it yourself. So B to A. Why wouldn't B to A be positive M?
Because we change in the direction.
Exactly. We're going in the opposite direction, so that cannot remain positive. Right, so that will be minus M. This will be N. And this will be 3M. Right? Cool. So B to A, that was minus M. A to D was plus N. And D to C was 3M. So, Achilles, let's look at this now. Is there any way we could simplify this? Tell me, is there any way?
Yes, sir. It will simplify to 2M plus N.
2M.
The M's would the positive and the negative, they'll add them and then it'll subtract by 1.
Correct. So you have -1 plus 3. So that'll work out to be 2M. So your final answer is 2M plus N, and that is B to C. So this question is a lot more manageable than the last question, you don't think?
Yes, sir. That last question was kind of a mess up scene.
You really had to think real fine to figure that out. unless it have a approach and a scene. Right? That's probably the case. So you fully understand this, 1 and 2.
Yes, sir.
Wait, I was here. Somebody?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
Minus m plus 3m, that's where you get from 2m.
I'm not hearing you properly.
Minus m plus 3m.
You said minus m plus 3n?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me how you would get 3n. So you're saying minus n plus 3n.
No, sir. Like, we get 2m plus n.
Oh, you're asking me how I'll get 2m.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. So imagine you had negative 1 plus 3. Negative 1 plus 3 means that you would have had 3 and you take away 1. So it's negative 1 plus 3. So
guys,
2. Imagine you had a pet monkey. You had 3 monkeys and one of them run away. How much monkeys you going to remain with? So check out the logic again, right? You had 3 monkeys and you take away 1. So how much monkeys you remain with?
2 monkeys.
Right. So that's how we get 2m. If you're having a hard time understanding it in a calculator, put minus 1 plus 3 and you get it 2. Try that for me.
Yes, sir. I got it.
So you're good, right?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So we have B to C is 2m plus n. Let me move on. All right. So Achilles, let me continue the question. So what is saying about L?
L is the midpoint of CD.
Right. Is the
Find BL in terms of M and N.
Right. So we're going to find for BL. So how would I go from B to L? Let me just draw a line connecting B to L. I want to run my through that. How would I go from B to L? It have 2 routes you could take.
I would have just do the same thing we used before, minus M plus N, and then we wouldn't. L is the midpoint of DC, so 1.5M.
Right. You're bad. So that's the easiest approach, right? Another approach you could have do was B to C and C to L. But why do that when this method, and we can halfway figure out this already? Don't make sense.
So I would have never do that because I don't know how you're going to find BC.
Well, we already find BC.
Oh, yes, I forget that.
Yeah, so here what? In these vector questions, always look back at what you found. That's like key to vector questions. Right? So we did find BC. So if I wanted to figure out the answer, I would have just say
BC is that equation, and then for you would have just get the same, you would have get minus 1.5M.
exactly. You think we'd get the same answer?
Nah, wait, yes.
Would I get the same answer?
No.
That's just
Yeah,
that.
you would get the same answer.
I get the same exact answer. So let me put on the work in here, right? If I wanted to go from B to L, that would be B to A, like you said, B to A, right? Plus A to D, right? And D to L. We know that B to A is negative M. We know that A to D is plus N, and D to L is half of 3M. So what is half of 3?
1.5.
Right? So that will be 1.5M. Right.
So you'd have to put that as 3 over 2M, and 3M over 2.
You don't have to. That's acceptable. 1.5. If you want the final answer, you could write it as a fraction. But this makes working with it very simple. Let me show you what I mean. If you have 1.5 and you take away 1 from that, what you remain with?
0.5.
Exactly so simple as. So we have n plus 0.5m. So if you want, you could write it back in fraction. So we got n plus a half m. So,
understood, sir.
So you go with that, right? 100%. All right. So let's see if we'll get the same answer if we do it this method, because it's supposed to work out. So if I want to go from B to L, I want to run me through these steps. If I'm using this, that would be
You'll substitute BL. Well, you'll substitute BC is equal to 2m plus n, and then minus 1.5, and you get the same n plus 0.5m.
right. So B to C, you go B to C, and then you go C to L. So B to C is 2m plus n, and C to L is in the opposite direction as L to C. So that would be minus 1.5m. So 2m minus 1.5m, you're going to get back the half m, and you get back the n. So that's the exact same answer. You don't think that's real cool? So Achilles, no matter what you do, if it is mathematically correct, you'll get the same answer. That's the real cool thing about maths. Can't do that in English or any other subject.
So in English, you could make anything the right answer. I'm sure most of my class going to get ones, and half of them cuss up Mr. Brassford in that letter.
Wait, what school is go to by chance?
Shiva boys.
Hey, I fellow Shiva boys, what's the plan? I went Shiva boys as well. Priya is your teacher.
Or you could tell, sir. Lord.
That's the best, sir.
The best. You still remember that Alma Sushi?
Miss Puran is the best. Miss Puran is the best. I had Pandit Anand and Miss Puran. That was my teachers.
Sir, Miss Priya had us for one Form 3 for Alma. She gave you 100 and something questions homework.
Ah, boy.
And it was like nothing.
Priya dread, you know. She real dread, boy. She easy. She easy.
And the worst thing, she was happy, sir. She was glad. Yeah, he's all you have to do. All you have to do from page 196 to whatever.
She just be smiling when she see them thing.
Yeah, she said a little bit out.
Yeah, I was in school when Sakal was the principal. Yeah. I was in school.
That's so funny to hear now, sir, when Sakal was the principal. And here is next one.
Right. So just confirming this, everybody okay with this vector question? This one was easy. This one was light work. Just confirm. Drop in the chat if everybody understood this vector question. So now that we finished with vectors, we are going to do completing the square. Right. Sasha just called us around it. He wanted help with completing the square. Right. January 2020 was hard. What about January 2020 was hard? Check that out. Oh, look a nice question. Look a nice completing the square question. Look a nice question. How we go mash up that. Right? Yeah, so I just waiting for one of my students to join. He wanted help in this. So Achilles, you good with completing the square?
I could function.
It could function. Okay. So where you can function with?
I know I'll get you. It's just that I have to keep watching my formula.
Well, let me put on the formulas one time now. H is equal to B over 2A. And K is equal to, have two formulas for K. You have C minus B squared over 4A. Or you have 4AC minus B squared over 4A. You have two formulas for K.
Yeah.
Right? Right.
Minus 8 over 4 minus 2. So H should be minus 2 and K in this case would be minus 2, 64 over 16. 2. H and K are both 2. Well, no, H is minus 2.
Wait till I get my second. completing the square. Un momento.
Wait, and H will be 1?
Wait,
Yeah.
so A would be equal to 4, B would be equal to -8, and C would be equal to -2. So H would be equal to -8 all over.
Yeah, H is 1, 1 minus 1.
Right? And if we want to find for K, K would be -2 minus -8 squared all over 4 by 4. So that's going to be -2. -8 squared is 64. 64 over
16.
4. So that will be -2 minus 4, that's -6. So if I write it in complete in the square form, that should be 4 by x plus h. So h is -1, so plus -1 is -1 squared minus 6. And let me ask you a question. If I expand this out, what am I supposed to get back?
The original function.
Okay, so let me try that thing. Let me expand this real fast. How fast do you think we could expand that? I'll reach the
Very
point.
fast. So you take 1 9.
Right? So x by x is x squared. That'll be -2x plus 1 minus 6. That'll be 4x squared minus 8x plus 4 minus 2. Bam. Okay, back. So are we correct? Is our answer correct? Achilles, tell me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The answer is correct. You can do this in your head.
Yeah, that easy thing.
Force you to do that in your head, boy.
That's good. That's good. So to work it out, it's just you're taking the -1 multiplied by 2, slap on an x, and multiply this by itself. So that'll be that squared. So it's really just x squared minus, well, whatever this term is here, we're going to multiply it by 2 and the last term squared. So that's the easiest way to do it fast in your head. But I just visualize it. So we 100% good. Right? Desron, did Desron join? Okay. Nah, that's okay. Well, here what? Let me just run this back one more time. I'm gonna do it in depth. Right? So we're dealing with a quadratic. Now, when we're dealing with quadratics, you had to know a couple of things. You definitely know whether you definitely need to know if it's a maximum or a minimum. So how do we know if a quadratic is a maximum or a minimum just by looking at it? By the way, this is a maximum.
The coefficient of the x squared?
Correct. So the coefficient of x squared here is positive, right? It's 4.
That's a minimum, sir.
So the coefficient of x squared is positive. It's +4. So if it's a positive number, and you will be happy, and when you're positive, you be happy. Unless someone they kind of weird and when all the positive will just be vexed. But basically what I'm saying is if the coefficient of x squared is more than 0, meaning that it's positive, it'll be happy because it's positive. So if a is more than 0, it'll be a minimum. And if a is less than 0, that means it's a maximum. In other words, it's sad. So that's the easiest way to remember it. So I want somebody to tell me what's the form of a quadratic. What is the form of a quadratic? Right? Ax squared plus bx plus c, right? So if I'm comparing that directly to this, a would be 4. What would b be? I want somebody to tell me that. What would b be? So
-8.
b would be equal to -8. Yes, that's correct. b would be -8. And what would c be?
-2.
Now, when you're doing completing the square, to find for h, you're going to use h is equal to b over 2a. And K, you could use two formulas, but the easier formula you could use is C minus B squared over 4A. That's the easier one to use. So we know what B and A is, so we just have to plug it in. So B is minus 8 and A is 4. So run that with me. What is 2 by 4? Let me know, guys. What is
8.
2? Right? So what is minus 8 divided by 8?
Minus 1.
K. Let's work out K real quick. So C is minus 2. So that'll be B squared. So that's minus 8 squared all over 4 by 4. So if I'm working that out, that'll be minus 2. Minus 8 squared is 64. 4 by 4 is 16. So we have 64 divided by 16, right? So K would be equal to minus 2. 16 into 64 is 4. So K is minus 6. I want somebody to confirm that. Make sure I do the maths correct.
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, good. And now that we have this, we just had to play it in the form A, x plus h squared plus K. What is A?
4.
A is 4. So I'm going to replace A with that. I'm going to write back x. Now, watch this. You're not going to write plus 1. You're not going to do that. It's plus h.
Minus 1.
H is minus 1. And K is minus 6. So in the next line, I'm taking my time, and in my next line, I'm going to say negative 1, because then that positive by a negative is a negative. Check it out over here. Enter positive by a negative. Right, so this is the answer. And if you wanted to check if your answer is correct, remind me what you could do. If you wanted to check if your answer is correct, what could you have done?
So you could expand it back out.
You could expand it back out, and you're supposed to get your original expression. And if we expanded, we just now expanded it back out. We got back 4x squared minus 8x minus 2, so that was the correct answer. So let's keep pushing. Right? They want us to state the minimum value of f of x. So let me just explain something real quick. In these questions, they typically ask you to do a sketch. So let's do a quick sketch. So I want somebody to tell me, what is the shape of this graph? What is the shape of this graph? Remind me. Since
minimum.
It's minimum, right? Because 4 is positive. So it's a minimum. And what would be the turning point? Remind me, what tells you the turning point?
I believe that was K, sir.
That's minus h comma k. Notice I said turning point. Turning point. A point is made up of an x and a y, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this turning point would be minus h. So where is minus 1?
1.
Right? And what is k?
Minus 6.
So if I were to draw this thing out, let me pull up the diagram real quick. I'll show you how it's looking. So I want somebody to tell me, what is the x value? What is the x value here? Tell me in the meantime, what's the x value and what's the y value?
X is 1 and y is negative 6.
Correct. So let me ask a little question. And we know that y is the vertical axis and x is the horizontal axis. We know that. So that being said, this would have to be like, let me sketch the graph. Give me a second. So I'm going to send out a picture of what the graph looking like. Minus 8x. Right. So I want to let you check out what I have there. All right. So guys, all you see what I'm talking about? Check what I just now sent all you. All you could see it for yourself and what we did was correct.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So with that being said, I want to make a couple what was I looking for?
Yeah. Link all them websites you just use for your graphs and thing like. I'm sure we're going to need that in Form 6. When you don't want to plot that graph on paper.
I just use GeoGebra. If I show a lady level of maths we just do in university or like a ball 5 mark,
I don't need to know, sir. I really don't need to know. But I
one
can keep all the
Yes, I
discrete
really don't
math.
see that.
one 5 mark question is like 2 pages. So like, I don't understand why I say this easy.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're doing 2 pages for 5 marks, I sure 3 marks for how many lines that is? 4 or 5 lines? You would rejoice. You would bless the Lord every day.
You give all a little,
Sing his praises.
you give all a little scare. No.
Nah, sir, close that one time. Don't even think about opening that folder. We
What
really don't see that.
I do, but I can't find it. I really can't find it.
It lost, sir. Is
So
that
that's a
sign?
real good thing.
Is that sign? Way.
No, but that's easy stuff there. That's easy stuff for the in there. That's easy thing. It gets a lot harder. But I wouldn't say it's hard, It's just like the amount of work is crazy. It's real plenty to remember. Right, but let me keep pushing. So 2018. Where is it? That was June 2018. No, it was doing Andrew was doing that was January, it was doing January 2020. Yeah. So I want to draw something to their attention. So whoever was talking, Achilles out that he was talking, was it you or somebody?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was me and you, John.
I want to show us something that will change all your life. Like once you see it, you can't unsee it. So they're asking you for the minimum value. When you hear minimum, and you're thinking about how low the graph going.
Yes, sir.
So, and that would correspond to the y value. So the y value is -6. So that means the graph will go down to -6. So the minimum value for any function is always given by k. So the minimum value. And if you forget that in the exam, just sketch it out and you go see what they're talking about. So the minimum value is equal to k. So the minimum value would be equal to -6. So I don't understand what I'm talking about, right? That's like the lowest value the graph is going down to.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And if I were to ask you all what value of x gave me that answer, what would you say?
1.
Right. So that question is look like this. They say, for what value of x? I'm sure you see this plenty time. For especially if you do not maths. For what value of x is f of x minimum?
All right. Yes, sir, we have.
Yeah, sure. I know you see that for a fact. I remember seeing that every time. On the time, never teach all you?
Now, sir, you don't teach me.
Oh, yeah, he was my teacher all the way up to Form 5. Yeah. So if I was asked this question, I would say that x is equal to x is equal to 1, right? I would say x is equal to 1. And let me show you something. Watch this. If I plug 1 into f of x, what do you think I'm going to get? What do you think I'm going to get? Let me see. Achilles,
You got -6.
let's see how much sweet. Watch that. So I can see it for itself. When x is 1, when I plug it in, I'm getting -6. So everything making sense. Hence,
Yes, sir.
everything making sense. So I can see it for itself. When x is 1, you get the minimum value, which we decided upon was -6, because the minimum value is always given by k. And the value of x is always given by -h. Right, so I trust that everybody understand that. And now we had a look at the axis of symmetry. When you hear axis of symmetry, and you think about something like cutting something in half and reflecting it, and as we're thinking about, axis of symmetry, think back to our standard 5 days. Sasha, what does axis of symmetry mean?
Line of symmetry.
Is a line of symmetry, right? But let me show you what we're talking about. The line of symmetry would be the line that passes through x is equal to minus h. And that line would mirror the curve. Notice, and this looking exactly like this if you mirror it. So that's why we call it the axis of symmetry. And the axis of symmetry is given by minus h. So the axis of symmetry is always given by x is equal to minus h. So, fellows from Shiva boys, check this. All right, so Achilles, watch this, right? So you see that the axis of symmetry would divide the parabola or the curve in half, right? Seeing that?
Yes, sir.
And just seeing that it's passing through, look what it's passing through. And this could be the x value one.
Yeah.
And what axis is this? X or y?
That would be x with the one there.
Right. So look at it. The answer will be x is equal to 1 because it's cutting the x-axis at 1. So x is equal to 1.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So I just want to show you some easy ways. If you forget in the exam, you could kind of remember it. So sketch a graph, and you will see that the y value is the minimum or the maximum value, and the x value will be the value for which gives you that maximum or minimum value. The axis of symmetry is just a line passing through the x value, and so you would say x is equal to that value. So you're good, right?
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, no problem. And additionally, this should be able to solve a quadratic using the completing the square form. So this should be able to do that. So let me show you how to do that real quick. So if we have this expression over here, and they are asking me to solve this when it's equal to 0, let's give that a spin. So
expand it out and then just solve normally.
No, you would not get any marks if you do that. They want you to do it in a specific manner. So I'll do an example with you guys. So the first thing you want to do is you want to move across the constant to the other side. So minus 6 on the other side would be 6.
Positive.
And then I want to kind of clear up the brackets. So I will divide both sides by 4. So x minus 1 squared is equal to 6 over 4. And if I want to find for x, just a kind of decluttering around x. But you notice we still have a square sign blocking up the x. So you would need to find the square root on both sides. So x minus 1 would be equal to the square root of 6 over 4. And obviously that'll be plus or minus. Because anytime you find the square root, you get a plus or minus solution. So the answer would be x is equal to, if I move across the
plus or minus.
Plus or minus the square root of 6 over 4 minus 1.
Plus 1.
I will be minus 1, guys. If you move across the minus 1, so it'll become plus 1.
Yeah, plus 1, plus 1.
Right, so that's your answer there. Now we look at the two cases. So the positive case. If we look at the positive case, that'll be x is equal to 1 plus the square root of 6 over 4. So I want somebody to plug that into the calculator real quick and tell me what you're getting. And then somebody handle the negative case. So that'll be equal to x is equal to 1 minus square root of 6 over 4. Right, handle of that. Right, so did anybody get an answer for the positive one? There you go.
2.22.
Let me check it with my calculator. Let me check it. 1 plus. For the positive one, you're supposed to get 2 point, yeah, supposed to get 2.22. Sasha, you gotta open a bracket by the 6 and close off a bracket by the 4. So you're supposed to get 2.22. The 2 decimal.
And for the negative is minus 0.22.
Right. So anytime they say, so okay, anytime you have a completing the square question, and they say, and in the first part, you have to write it in the form ax plus h squared plus k. And in the next line, it's saying hence solve for x. You need to do it like this. Otherwise, you will not get your marks. Understand? So let me know if all are good there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll give all a question real quick because I feel like this going to come tomorrow. I have a strong feeling this going to come. So,
Sir, I go on that man live just now, or yesterday, and he go on and say he get word from a little bird, or the test going to be very hard, or it's going to be different. His
word,
exact word different.
word from a little bird is wild. Well done. Well, I say I go into whenever. If all they want hard questions, I could give all the hard questions. I don't know if all they will be able to manage it though.
So give me a thing, man. We had ChatGPT and thing we could get through, we could get through.
Yeah, ChatGPT in the exam?
Well, not in the exam, but like, it have a good few hours left.
Right? Say no more. But if you use ChatGPT now, I don't think it will help you. You had to hurt your head. You had to hurt your head. You had to think. You had to think. I realize that I really rely on ChatGPT, you know. The amount of assignments I do with that. ChatGPT is my bird. I really love ChatGPT. But it's not good. It's like a toxic relationship. You can't trust
So
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT is not yours alone, everybody using it.
I know yours with this, you know.
You put a straight.
And when we say your bird, well, your bird, everybody bird is your bird, boy.
Yeah. How about DeepSeek? Are they just use DeepSeek?
Sharing is caring.
Or they just use DeepSeek and Claude?
Nah, I didn't touch DeepSeek yet.
DeepSeek real good. Better than ChatGPT for certain things. I wouldn't
Now,
lie.
so we are reach our stage here.
Yeah, ChatGPT covering the needs. ChatGPT and Gemini. If we need DeepSeek, well,
Man, DeepSeek,
I don't
DeepSeek.
know what we're going to use the Chinese thing for. It's probably all of our equations, and we'd already get that.
All right, so let me continue. So I want you all, I'm gonna give you all some questions. I want you all to write 2x squared minus x minus 6. Let me just call that g of x. So after this, I think all it should be good with computing square, right? Sketch. Question, I think I should change up the coefficient to negative. What do you think?
A, sir? You want to change A to negative?
Yeah, I think I should do that.
Go ahead.
All right. There we go. So I find that was too easy. Just like the previous question we did. So right. So after we do completing the square, which is like after this question, what's all I want to do? The floor is open. Anything all you want to do, we go do. Anything you need clearing up on.
Circle theorems.
Circle theorem.
I've that before, but I or our next pick up on that. That's what is getting me scared. Them angle questions. I was really struggle with that.
Okay, so I see in parabola. Well, Nick, these are the questions that include a parabola. This is a parabola. This is a parabola. Right? Parabola questions will come with completing a square. They will also come with function questions. You should also be able to find the equation of the tangent to a curve using. Are you know how to do that? If all I get a curve, if all I get a function, right, and you had to plot the curve, and then they ask you to find the gradient at x is equal to 1 or something, all I could do that?
No.
All I can't do that. Nope. Okay. Somebody put that in the chat. Just say finding the gradient at a point on a curve. Put that in the chat, like in the WhatsApp chat, so I wouldn't forget to do that. While on the topic of quadratics, I'll do that one time. You had to be able to do that. If I could do a crash course on what? Because I'm doing completing the square, and this is kind of like quadratics. This is basically quadratics. So tell me specifically, what do you want me to do a crash course on?
So honestly, circle theorems. That something about it does not add up to me.
Okay, well, we could do circle theorem. We do circle theorem, right? After this, I want to do simultaneous equations because my students requested that. Right? Anybody from my class, are they still here? Nicholas, Amy, Desron.
So me any star students, man.
I know hearing them, you know. I think like they're gone. Kiara, Aliyah.
We still here. We still here.
Okay.
I Ethan.
Yeah, we still here.
Okay, Haley. I'll call you just now. I'll call you. Haley and Aliyah. I'll call you just now. Aliyah, how are you with completing the square?
I don't really like.
You don't fully understand it?
No, I understand it because how you just went through it just now,
Mhm.
but I'm not confident in it.
Okay, well, try this question and see if you can get it correct.
Okay.
Right. So, Aliyah, how this question going?
I trying something.
So, Aliyah, tell me this thing, right? What would A be? If you're looking at that quadratic, what would A be?
A would be -2.
B would be?
-2.
I'd say in B. B.
Oh, B would be -7.
And C.
-6.
Right. So remind me, what's the formula for H?
B over 2A.
Right? And the formula for C?
C is
K is
C
equal to?
minus K is equal to C minus B squared over 4A.
Right. Oh, one thing I had to add on to this question. Forgot to add in something. Obviously, I want to let tell me, well, in the curve, I want to see the roots. I want to see the axis of symmetry. I want to see the turning points. Yeah, that's what I want to see. And if I could, I want to see the y-intercept. Yeah, so by the end of this question, I should be very good in computing the square.
Oh, I know, checking you have to sketch a graph.
Yeah, you had a sketchy graph. You had to include your roots, the axis of symmetry, the turning point, and the y-intercept. Right. Okay, I'm also seeing a lot of people asking for help with transformations. So that is something I'm going to do. I'll make sure the transformation is. The hardest transformation to see is probably a rotation. That's like the hardest one. The others are quite easy. Right, so as soon as you have an answer, send it.
Wait, sir, say the over the formula for K there.
K is equal to C minus B squared over 4A.
All right, I do the correct thing.
Nice. There's one thing I noticed. And that's here, everybody from Shiva Boy is real wild. But like everybody from Shiva Boys that I know, they dedicated to the work and thing. I find like there's a good school. I can't really hate on Shiva Boys.
It is a good school, but it has some bad people who just pass through.
I had a pass through the school then. I had a pass through the school.
So when you pass through that school already?
No, I'll come out there and pass through.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll come out there and pass through.
Me ain't gonna lie, we kind of wild now, but when it comes to your work, we just take it serious.
Yeah, I know that. Like compared to some other people, I find like all they're actually taking all their work seriously. That's good. Are they gonna get ones or twos? I tell you all, if they can get full marks in the paper one, and all they already do good in SBA, chances are you will get a two. You will get a two. Worst case scenario. You have to do like really, really bad in the paper too to get 3 or 4. Yeah.
All right, so this is never for week class, eh?
Say that again?
You just never say never for week class.
Never say never. All right, so I will go over matrices after rotations. Yeah. Okay, so when I finish, send all the answers on the chat, the general public chat. All right, so wait. Okay, I want somebody to tell me what value for age did you get? Somebody.
A quarter, sir.
A quarter.
Yeah.
For H?
The formula for H is B over 2A, and
Right. So what is B in this question?
-1. Wait,
Sure about that?
well, I realize I'm not sure anymore.
Right. So somebody else check back that. What did you all get for H? What did I get for H?
$1.75 or 1 3/4.
I've seen a lot of people say 1/8. That's not correct. 1.75 is correct. It's supposed to be 7/4. So H supposed to be 7/4. The correct answer for H is 7/4. And for K is, I'm gonna work out K. For K, are they supposed to get 1/8? So everybody who was telling me 1/8, I think all they was talking about K. In that case, you get correct. Shania Jitton, that answer is correct. Good job. Good job. You have it there. You have it. Okay, how much more time will you need for this question? Aliyah, Haley, Kiera, Nicholas. How much more time will you think I need? Let me know. Kiera, you there?
Yeah, Ethan.
The K is 1/8.
Yeah, K is 1/8. Because K is C. So C is -6 minus B.
B squared minus B.
There's minus B squared over 4A. Watch.
No, the formula is minus B squared. Then where I going wrong?
Not sure. Take your time.
Oh, my dogs. One of my friends sent me his weekend, and I'm gonna check what sharpness I doing.
This is like a 6-7 marks. You want to get it correct. You want to get this correct.
Oh, so the whole formula not over 4A.
Nah.
All right.
It's have another formula you could use to find the K. And the other formula is 4AC minus B squared all over 4A. I'm not sure if you're thinking about that one, but the one we're using is C minus B squared over 4A. Yeah. I find like this is the easier one to use. In Shiva boys, this was the one I was taught, but this is the easier one I prefer.
Yes, I don't teach you that same thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just me. I just only forget it.
So I feel like I'll give all you take 3 more minutes. Everybody who comment in any chats and suggesting answers, I want to see all you sketch the curve. Remember, I want to let us solve for x2, right? So take 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is sufficient. After we do this question, we're going to do some simultaneous equations, and then we're going to do some Kira matrices.
Yes, please.
Okay, wood. Everybody who here and serious about in maths, I'm here to help all you. And for those who just join and are not serious, well, I can't really help you. Yeah, that's like a very important lesson. If you're serious about something, you work for it and you make sure it comes true. You don't play the fool. right? So 4 minutes remaining. I want to see answers in the chats. Well, on the general chats. Yeah, no problem. Take out 10 minutes and come back. All right, so Achilles again through. Tell me again through.
Yes, sir.
All right, so
I was doing kind of madness before.
so for H, you got 7/4.
7/4 for H, yes, and for K I got 1/8.
Nice. Aliyah, did you get that as well? Can I hear from Aliyah? Healy, let me know if you can through this question. Everybody real quiet.
Sir, on the first part, when you get 7/4 and I get to reduce nothing, just left as that.
Say that one more time. In the first question,
In the first question, when I have 7/4, just left the answer as that.
yes. If you answer 7/4. Huh? Okay. Right. So somebody was talking. I didn't quite catch your name, and he was asking me if we should have simplified the 7/4. Not sure who was that.
Sorry, it's me, Rani.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Rani, we're gonna leave it at 7/4. Leave it at 7/4. And for K, what do you guess? When you
Sir, I got 1/8, but I don't know if it's correct or not.
Yeah, 1/8 is correct. That's correct. So H is 7/4 and K is 1/8. Good job. All right, so like I said, guys, if all I want and all I want me to check all they're working, send it on WhatsApp and I'll let you know if it's correct. Oh, so I know that a lot of you all have Inti Science and Maths tomorrow. I want to dedicate the time to helping you all first and the others who just have Maths second. So Haley, I understand that you have both, right? Haley, you have both? Not hearing Haley. Okay, Haley, not in class. Well, anybody that have Inti Science and Maths tomorrow, just let me know. I will pay special attention to what's giving you all your trouble. Right?
Sir, I have Inti Science and Maths tomorrow.
All right, so what is something you want to go without giving you real trouble?
Construction.
Oh, that's one thing I would be able to properly help with because of the online nature of this. For like a physical location, it would have been different. But that's one thing I can't really help you with. Yeah, anything else?
Sir, I think I'll let you know just now.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I'm going to do the question now, right? So let's go. So I want everybody to pay close attention to how I'm doing this, because like I said, I think it's gonna come tomorrow. So the
Yes, sir.
first thing we are seeing is that this is a quadratic, obviously, because x is raised to the power 2, and a is minus 2. If the coefficient of x squared is negative, what does that tell you about the shape of the graph? Maximum or
Is a
minimum?
maximum, sir.
This will be a maximum for sure. So we know that from the get-go. We know that a is equal to minus 2. We know that b is equal to minus 7.
-7.
And we know that c is equal to minus 6. That being said, we can now use the formulas for h and k. So h is equal to b over 2a, and k is equal to c minus b squared all over 4a. So b is minus 7, a is minus 2, so I'm putting that in. So that'll work out to be minus 7, and what is 2 by minus 2? Somebody tell me.
-8. -4, -4.
Minus 4. And what is negative 7 divided by negative 4?
7/4.
Right, because a negative divided by a negative is a positive. Some people are asking me if you should write it as a decimal. No, you should leave it as a fraction, because what you're going to do if you have something like a third? Are you going to write 0.33323? No, just leave it as a fraction. I know. That kind of clears up any rounding off errors. So h was 7/4. Let's work out k now. So if you got h to be 7/4 in the chat, I would drop a 1 in the chat. If you got h to be 7/4. Let's move on to k now. So k is equal to c minus b squared over 4a. So what is c? Tell me, what is c, guys?
-6.
That's going to be minus 6 minus b squared, which is minus 7 squared, all over 4 by minus 2.
-2.
That's going to be negative 6. What is minus 7 squared?
49.
Right? And what is 4 by minus 2?
-8.
Correct. So this one will be kind of hard to do in your head, although you could do it, because, okay, 6 by 8 is 48. 48. This could turn to a positive, so you're supposed to get
1/8.
You get 1/8?
Yeah.
Okay, would that makes sense, because this would, if you were to make that have a denominator of 8, that would be 8 over
48/8.
Right.
Yeah.
And that will be plus 49 over 8, and so you're getting 1 over 8. Nice. So if you got 1 over 8, drop a 1 in the chat. So that's your answers for h and k. So now that we know what h and k is, nice. Now that we know what h and k is, I could plug it into the form. Sasha, remind me, where is he computing the square form? Yeah, tell me. You had to know it. So the computing the square form here will be g of x is equal to a, open bracket. They will typically give it in the exam. So it will be a, open bracket, x plus h squared plus k. So Sasha, tell me what I'm going to put in. So what is a? What did we say a was in the question? What was a?
Minus 2.
A is just minus 2. So you're just going to put the negative 2 on the outside. Open brackets. What is h?
H is 7.
Right? So you're going to say x plus 7/4, right? Squared, and plus k. What is k?
K is 1.
Right. So that's your answer. You're going to leave it like that. That's the 100% correct answer. Drop a 1 in the chat if you were able to get this answer. There's like 3 marks. Right? Jadella, so you raised your hand. Yeah. Want to ask a question?
Yes, sir. For when you find k, how that's 1 over 8.
Okay, check this, right? So the formula for k is c minus b squared over 4a. We got c to be minus 6, so I'll put minus 6 here. I got b to be minus 7, so that's minus 7 squared. And a was minus 2. Do you understand how I made this substitution?
Yes, sir.
All right. So in the next step, minus 7 squared will be 49, and 4 by minus 2 is minus 8. If you notice, we have minus 49 over minus 8. So we think that would turn to, since it's a negative, divide by a negative.
A positive.
Right, so we're going to end up with k is equal to negative 6 plus 49 over 8. If you're doing this a long way, or you could plug this into your calculator. To do this a long way, you would find the LCM. 1 into 8 is 8. 8 by minus 6 is minus 48. 8 into 8 is 1. 49. That'll be 1 over 8. But you don't have to do all that. By the way, what calculator you have? A Casio or a Sharp?
A Sharp.
Okay, I will show you how to do this on the Sharp, right? On the Sharp, you'll have to put... So, on the Sharp, you're going to put minus 6. Put minus 6 in brackets. Then you're going to say plus, open bracket, 49 divided by 8, close brackets. And you're supposed to get a 1 over 8. You're supposed to say 1R8.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
So you got it right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. And if you wanted to, let me just say you wanted to plug this expression into your Sharp, you would say minus 6. Anytime you have a negative term, put it in brackets as like practice. Then you're going to say minus, open bracket, 49 divided by minus 8, close bracket. Just a reminder again, you're going to put minus 8 in brackets and you're going to close the brackets off. So plug that into your Sharp and you should get 1 over 8. And that's equivalent to this line. So, Jadel, check down lemon if you're getting 1 over 8. Sasha, you have a Sharp too. Check down some if you're getting 1 over 8. Everybody with a Sharp. Okay. Yeah, with a Sharp, you have to put a bunch of brackets. Anytime you have a negative term, you have to put brackets.
So I seen that error.
Send my picture where you're plugging into your calculator. Let me see the Sharp. Okay. All right, let me check this out. No, again, true.
Oh, maybe because you put double brackets and you put single brackets.
Oh, let me show you something. Ronnie, that real wicked, you know. That real wicked. They get everybody hopes up there, you know. I say I'm gonna do the exam until there. Right? So for everybody that have a Sharp, I'm gonna send out a video on how to do it. Or they just buy a Casio now. So minus 6. How long I never use a Casio, me a Sharp. Minus 8. Yeah, check what's sent in the chat. Everybody with a Sharp, that's how you would have to do the question. Check that out. Well, you have a Sharp, right? Yeah, so Jadel, and for everybody with a Sharp, you have to use the plus or minus to put the sign by the number. Real stupid. Right, but you're supposed to get 7 over 4 and 1 over 8. Let's continue. Aliyah, did you get can you confirm that you got that to be g of x in completing this question?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So Aliyah, let's solve for x when it's equal to 0. This one kind of tricky, so stay with me. So it's going to be minus 2 x plus 7 over 4 squared plus 1 over 8 and I'm going to put that whole thing equal to?
To 0.
Right. Now, the next step is to move across the number. So I'll move across 1 over 8. Right? If I move across 1 over 8,
It could turn into minus 1 over 8.
so when I get
It would be negative.
negative 2 by x plus 7 over 4 squared, right? And that'll be equal to negative 1 over 8.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. All right. So guys, I know that I'm not able to help all with construction, so I'm gonna send a Terry David video where he did construction, right? I just want to see all they succeed, no matter what all they had to do, no matter who is from. I just want to see all they win. So I'd like to check out that video where he did the construction, right? Right. So check out that video for the construction. All right, so let me continue.
Wait, so let me see the answers I get for this first now.
Yeah, something.
All right.
Right, so Aliyah, what's the next step? So right now I have minus 2 multiplied by x plus 7 over 4 squared, and that's equal to minus 1 over 8. So what is my next step?
You carry across the minus 2.
Right, so right now we have minus 2 multiplying by that whole thing. So we have to do the opposite and multiply.
Yeah, so you have to divide by the minus 2.
Right, I would have to divide by the minus 2.
Yeah.
Right, so if you do that, you'll end up with x plus 7 over 4 squared, and that would be equal to minus 1 over 8 divided by minus 2. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible for everybody that don't have a Casio, right? But Aliyah, you know how easy that is to do, right? Like you could work that out in your Casio real easy.
Yeah.
For everybody that have a sharp, you would have to open up double brackets, say minus 1 or 8, close that, and then say divided. You gotta select the plus minus button, minus 2. Yes, it's a whole bunch of run around. It's a whole bunch of run around with the sharp. Well, say get a Casio, guys. If you're gonna pursue maths at a higher level, get a Casio. A sharp is not worth it. Right? So
Excuse.
you confused?
No, I say excuse when we have to use the double brackets.
Typically, anytime you have a negative, let me show you something, right? Automatically, when you select the plus or minus button, brackets has come up. So I suppose you don't even have to put double brackets. So I'm gonna plug that into the sharp and send you a video, right? I'm gonna send all that video. So to work this out. All right, so Jadel, that was you was talking? Who was talking just now?
Yes, sir, me.
Okay, so you understand that, here was saying, right? Anytime you have a negative, you need to put it in brackets. So immediately, if you see a negative and you want to plug it into your sharp, you open a bracket one time, right? Then to get the negative, you're going to press the plus minus button. So that'll be open bracket, then minus 1 divided by 8. I'll close the brackets. Then I'll say divided by minus 2. Yeah, so check the video I just sent. I wish everybody who using a sharp good luck. I really wish all good luck. I really wish all good luck. Aliyah,
So I should try to get a Casio tomorrow.
Feel like it will be too late. Do you do odd maths?
No.
Oh, it's not worth it then. See what you can do to sharp tomorrow. See what you can do. Because it will be like a whole learning curve answer.
Just borrow a Casio from a Form 4.
You could do that, but I'm not sure if, okay, you spend your whole life using a sharp. It would kind of be kind of a shock to just use a different calculator entirely one day.
True.
The sharp does not have a fraction feature. The fraction feature it have is absolute garbage. Compared to like a Casio that actually does the correct thing, you actually have to separate the fractions using brackets with a sharp. You have to. Otherwise, you will not get the correct answer. Sharp is horrible. Right? So Aliyah, let's continue. But Aliyah, I want to cater to those who don't have a Casio. So I could show Aliyah another way to do it. So Aliyah, dividing by a half, dividing by -2, and dividing by -2 is the same thing as multiplying by negative a half? Or you feel like that will confuse people even more? What do you think? Aliyah, what would confuse you more?
I think you sure is by -1/2.
Yeah. Because watch, when you're changing division to multiplication, you flip it. So that would turn to a half, not put back the negative sign. That is 100% correct.
Okay.
Multiply by that. But that's sounding like it would confuse a lot of people. Let me just continue.
Yeah.
We have over here, right? So the next step would be to find the square root. But before we find the square root, I would like to simplify the right-hand side. I think we need to. So what is -1/8 divided by -2? Try to do that. Try to do that for me. -1/8 divided by -2.
1/16.
1/16 is correct. Right? 1/16 is correct. So the next step. So Aliyah, what will be the next step? Right? Aliyah, what will be the next step?
You could change the square into square root when you carry it across on the other side, because they want x.
All right, so they want x, so we had to get rid of the square in the brackets, right? So you would square root both sides. So you then put x plus 7/4, and that would be equal to the square root of 1/16. We kind of like what we're seeing because to find the square root of 1/16 kind of easy, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's very easy. So your answer would be -7/4 plus or minus the square root of 1/16, which is 1/4. Can you confirm that? So if you can confirm.
Yeah.
Right. So let's look at the positive solution and then let's look at the negative solution. So the positive solution would be -7/4 plus 1/4. If you work that out, -7 plus 1 is -6. You should get -6/4, which is -3/2. Let me know if I get an answer. And if you work out the negative, that will be -7/4 minus 1/4. So -7 minus 1 is -8. So that's -8/4. So 4 into -8, that should be -2. So just confirm that you are getting those answers.
Yeah. But I didn't get any negative. I only get positive. Because I didn't change the positive to negative when I carry across. Yeah. I didn't do that.
You have to move it across.
No, I move it across. I just didn't change the sign.
Okay. So you left
Yeah,
it.
that was my mistake.
I see. So the only problem I think Olego have is if Olego have a sharp. That's the only problem I think Olego have. Other than that, Olego understands. So Jadel, did you get the 1/16?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And you know how to find the square root of 1/16 on the sharp, right?
Yeah.
Okay, would. So yeah, you should get through otherwise. Should get through. So that's it for this question. That's it for X. So anytime we solve for when Y is equal to 0, we're finding the roots. So Aliyah, and you would agree that what we found for here are the roots?
Yeah.
Right, those are your roots. Anytime you find for when the whole expression is equal to 0, you're finding the roots. Sasha, I have anything here you want me to re-explain? All right. What about the rest of you guys? Anybody confused by this? Like I said, the only hard part is probably the algebra and plugging it in the calculator. Men from Shiva boys, all they get through? I'm gonna for like x is equal to minus 3 over 2 and x is equal
Yes,
to
sir.
Yes, sir.
okay, word. Right? Cool. So with that being said, now we could figure out the maximum or minimum value. Remind me, guys, if we're talking about the maximum or minimum, we're looking at how high or low the graph gone. So what would tell us that? The x value or the y value of the turning point?
Wait.
Remember the turning point?
Yeah. I know the X would tell us minus h should be X.
Right? Minus h would be x.
No.
But would that be the maximum or minimum value of the graph? Would that tell you how low or high it went?
No, it's a
That'll be
maximum because of the coefficient. Ugh.
wait, eh? So we know that it will be a maximum, right? We know that it will be a maximum. We know that.
Yeah.
Right. But we need to figure out what the maximum value of g of x is. So the maximum value, would that correspond to your x value or your y value?
Maybe a X and Y. But no.
Now, if I want to figure out how high the graph went,
The turning point. The turning point.
so the turning point is minus h comma k, right?
Yeah.
So this could be minus h and this could be k. And so the question is asking us, what is the maximum value of g of x? So what's the highest value will go up to?
Oh. Then I'll be minus h.
No, that wouldn't be minus h. Minus h is the x value. If I want to figure out how high the graph went, wouldn't I read off the y value?
K. Yeah, K.
K. K is the answer. Look at it again. I want to figure out, anytime they ask you for the maximum or the minimum, they want to know how high
Yeah, 1
one decay. You can see it. You can see it.
Yes, sir. All right.
So that would be how high it went, the maximum value. And if I ask you what value for x gave you that result, you would say x, which is minus h. So the maximum,
Okay.
so write it down. The maximum or the minimum value is always given by k. Always given by k. So let's just work that out. Minus h. We found h to be 7 over 4. So that'll be minus 7 over 4. And k, found k to be 1 over 8. So the maximum value would be equal to 1 over 8. So the highest my graph is going up to is 1 over 8. Yeah. Jadel, I feel like I'll lose you a little bit. You want me to show you how the graph of this will look like?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you how the graph of this would look like. So we actually found a good bit of information. I don't want to show you just yet. We have to sketch the graph. So in the first question, they asked us to write it in complete in the square form. In the second part, they ask us to solve for x when it's equal to 0. Anytime you do that, you're finding for the roots. Could somebody tell me what the roots mean graphically? Like if I draw this over here, what would the roots be? Would it be this point?
No, sir.
Would it be over here and over here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Nice, that's correct. And so let me look at the things we already know. We already know that the graph is going to be a maximum because a was negative, right? We know where the graph is going to cut the x-axis And we just now found the turning point. The turning point is minus h comma k, and it tells you where the graph is turning. So I think I could see it here. And this is the point where the graph starting, like it went high and then it's going to go low. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir.
Turning point is always given by minus h comma k, always. So if it's minus h comma k, what would correspond to the x value in that point? What's the x value for this? So in any point, what has come first, x or y?
X.
Right? So minus h corresponds to the x value, and y corresponds to the k value. And if we're trying to figure out, so ladies and gents, if we're trying to figure out how high or low the graph went, we're really looking at the y-axis to tell us how high it went or how low it went. So anytime they ask you for the maximum or the minimum value, you're looking at k, because k tells you the y value. And if they ask you at what value of x does it occur, you say the x value, which is minus h. So, Aliyah, let me know if you understand that.
Somewhat.
Okay, so Aliyah, you know that when you do completing the square, you get h and you get k.
Yeah.
Okay, you get h and you get k. Why would we want to find h and k? The reason for that is because I could use that to figure out the turning point. If you recall, this quadratic, well, it had a negative 2x squared. So we knew it was a maximum or minimum. Tell me,
A maximum.
so if I wanted to figure out the point at which the graph was turning, I could have figured that out by using minus h comma k.
Yeah.
So what did you get for h?
H was minus 7/4.
And k was?
1/8.
So Aliyah, which one corresponds to the x value and which one corresponds to the y value?
The x value could be minus 7/4 and the y value could be 1/8.
Correct. So Aliyah, if you were sketching this graph, the y value would tell you what? What would it tell you? How, like the vertical dimension or the horizontal dimension?
The horizontal?
No. If you draw the Cartesian plane, y is horizontal or vertical?
No, right, vertical.
Right. And so if we want to figure out the maximum or the minimum value, we're trying to figure out how high the graph going.
Yeah.
So that would be the y value, right?
Yeah.
Because the y value tells us like that we 1/8. So anytime they ask you for the maximum or minimum value, that answer is key. It's always key. So Aliyah, I think you can see it now. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, understand it. No.
All right, so Aliyah, anytime they ask you for the maximum or minimum value, you just tell them key. And if I ask you at what value of x does it occur, what will you tell me?
X could be, so
So
you just tell them the x value?
Yep.
Okay.
So if this is the case, if they ask you for the value of x, that's just minus h, right? And that'll be, in this case, that'll be minus 7/4. So let me know if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
All right. So now they want us to figure out the axis of symmetry. The axis of symmetry. The axis of symmetry would be the line that cuts in the curve in half. So Aliyah, run me back through. What's the point for this?
Minus 7/4, 1/8.
Correct. And so if I were to draw a line here, it would cut the x-axis at what point? What do you think?
Minus 7/4.
Correct. So anytime they ask you for the axis of symmetry, it's always x is equal to negative h. So it'll be x is equal to negative 7 over 4. So you go with that?
Yeah.
So now we could actually sketch the curve. So we know that it's a maximum. And could somebody remind me what the roots was? What were the roots? What did you all get for the roots?
Minus 3 on 2 and minus 2.
Minus 3 on 2 and positive 2 or negative 2?
Minus 2.
Minus 2.
Okay, so we need to figure out which quadrant this will be situated in. Now, since all the roots are negative, would I draw my graph like this?
No, sir.
Yeah, it just had to be like that, right? Some of that make more sense.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that make a lot more sense. And before we just randomly,
Yeah. Since when x is 0, it will be equal to minus 6, and you have to bring the parabola down too.
yeah, you would have to bring the parabola down. But don't worry about that. You can see how everything working just now. So we have the roots here. Do we know what the y-intercept is? So all you know that when are they working?
Yes.
When we're working with a straight line equation, y is equal to mx plus c, and c tells us the y-intercept.
Yes, sir.
It's the same thing for a quadratic. So my y-intercept would be minus 6. So in other words, my curve will cut the y-axis at minus 6. So I have my roots, I have my y-intercept. What is my turning point again? Tell me, what is the turning point? Does anybody remember?
Minus 7 on 4 and 1 on 8.
Right. So I think we have all the pieces of information now. Let me get cracking. So we're saying that the root is negative 3 over 2, negative 2. I have a question, guys. Would I say that negative 2 is over here and negative 3 over 2 is over here? That makes sense? Yes or no? This could be negative 1.5.
No, sir.
Yeah, it'd be the other way around. And I'd be able to look out for that. So this would be negative 3 over 2. I'm just going to say, it's just a sketch. It's negative 2. We know that it has to cut the y-axis at minus 6, so I'm going to put minus 6 here. And I know that the turning point is minus 7 over 418. Minus 7 over 4. So minus 7 over 4 is basically, that's like 1.75. And 1 over 8, that is 0.125. So I could say, that have to be, so my x would be negative, right? So that would be negative 1.75. And y value will be 0.125. Now this is looking real weird. Give me a second. Let me just verify something. I'll show you what the graph's supposed to look like. But I don't think we did anything wrong.
So I have a question. It's about formula to find for the roots.
Yes. To find for your roots, you'd use the quadratic formula. X is equal to negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. As you find for your roots, use the quadratic formula.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So you can repeat the formula
To find for x,
to find the roots.
that's the quadratic formula. It will be in the exam in the formula sheet. That is x is equal to negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a really bad sketch, but that's it. That's the gist of the curve. Fellas from Shiva Boys, are they understand what's going on here? Let me know if I catch what's going on.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah.
So let me understand one more time what happening, right? We found the roots. The root was -2 and -3/2. I've covered that. The maximum point is occurring at -1.75, 0.125. So I've done that. And I've showed that it will cut the y-axis at -6. So that covers everything. So that's the answer. That covers everything. Yeah. And we also need to put the axis of symmetry. So the axis of symmetry would just be x is equal to what? What would the axis of symmetry be?
X is equal minus 1.75.
Yep, that's it. Because the axis of symmetry is always x is equal to -h. Always. So let me do a quick summary of everything we've done. How do we know if a quadratic is maximum or minimum? We're just going to do a quick summary before we move on.
Coefficient of the x squared, x squared.
When it's negative, it will be a maximum.
Right. So we're just going to do a quick summary of everything we did. The form of a quadratic is ax squared plus bx plus c. If a is less than 0, this means it's negative, is a maximum, right? And that would look like this. Right? Somebody else was saying that if a is positive, it is a minimum, right? And if I want to find for h and k, remind me of the formulas. Remind me of the formulas to find for h and k. You do not quick wrap up before we move on. So, Aliyah, what's the formula for h? Sasha, you remember?
Is b over 2a.
Right. Sasha, what about the formula for k? C minus b squared over 4a. Right. And why would we want to find that? We would want to find that to put it in the complete least square form. Could somebody remind me what the complete least square form looks like? Tell me quickly, guys. What does the complete least square form look like? They can leave it out.
Wait, a open brackets x plus h all squared plus k.
Right. And using h and k, what we could find for? What we could use h and k for?
Turning point.
Right. The turning points.
We could also find the line asymmetry.
Perfect. So we could find the turning point. We could find the axis of symmetry. Right. And to find the turning point is given by minus h comma k. And the axis of symmetry is given by x is equal to
x is equal to
remember,
minus h.
it will pass through. It will pass through like that. So it will pass through it will pass through minus h. So x is equal to minus h. Right. So what exactly is the turning point? Let me just do a quick example here. So after this, all I could take a screenshot and all I could just cram this, try to remember everything here. So this would be minus h comma k, minus h comma k, right? So the axis of symmetry will be x is equal to minus h. Sorry about that. I'll leave them know what I see in the screen. Are they seeing the screen?
Yes, sir.
Good. maximum, minimum. So far we understand what a quadratic is, how to know if it's a maximum or minimum, how to write it in the completing square form. We know how to find the turning point. We know how to find the axis of symmetry. If they ask you to figure out the maximum or the minimum value, what that would be? How would we figure out the maximum or minimum value? Tell me.
X.
The maximum minimum value, you use key. Think one last time, guys. If I ask you the maximum or the minimum value, that's sounding like something on the x-axis or like how high or low you went. I want somebody to tell me. If I ask you the maximum or the minimum, that's something like high, that's something like something on the x-axis or something on the y-axis. Tell me.
Y.
Y.
And if we look at the turning point, hence y is given by k. Yeah, y is given by k because x comma y. So anytime you want to figure out the maximum or the minimum value, you look at k. If I want to figure out the value of x for which f of x is maximum or minimum, that's going to be the x value, which is minus h. So this is a little summary here. So you can take this down. Take a screenshot that I follow want. So given a quadratic ax squared plus bx plus c, you could figure out the turning point, axis of symmetry, maximum value, and the value of x for which is maximum or minimum. Right? If all you want, take a screenshot of this and put it on the chat. Anybody have any questions with regards to computing the square? Have anything or you want me to go through before we move on?
No,
thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Sasha, have anything you want me to help you with?
No,
It's bugging my phone, you're not copying on anything. All right.
So, bro, you're in the room with the man. You have to at least look like you're writing something, you know.
That is what I see, and she have it in front of you. Right. So, with this out of the way, let's move on to transformations. I know that gave a lot of people trouble. Right. So we're gonna see how fast we can run through transformations. Or you want like a little break or something, or straight into transformations. Let me vote on the chat. 1 for break, 0 for continuing.
Break.
So I feel a little masochistic, you know. I feel a little masochistic.
No, run it one time,
No. Give all a 5 minutes break. When it's 10 o'clock, we'll continue.
That 5-minute break might make people sleep away and things. So.
This point here is your center of the line.
I think you should take a break. Take a 5-minute break.
All right, sir. Give it the 5 minutes. Let me see how much people come back.
Right.